Chapter 735. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed since the Battle of Sword-Hidden Peak. With the help of Elder Han, Fang Chen's injury recovered quickly. After 3 days, Fang Chen was almost fully recovered. Even Elder Han was extremely shocked. Fang Chen's healing ability was really appalling. Even for a warrior like Elder Han, it was the first time for him to see such a serious injury recover so quickly. In Elder Han's courtyard, Fang Chen was sitting on a stone bench. Elder Han sat opposite Fang Chen and carefully stared at Fang Chen. After a long time, he said, "Fang Chen, your self-healing ability is too abnormal." Hearing that, Fang Chen smiled and was a little embarrassed. Elder Han was a warrior in the real martial arts realm. Naturally, he was a little embarrassed to be praised like that. "It's all because of you, Elder Han," Fang Chen said with a smile. Elder Han nodded and changed the topic. He said, "Fang Chen, although I finally showed up in the Battle of Sword-Hidden Peak and deterred Saint Master Dan Yun, he will definitely bear a grudge in his heart. You should be careful. Although you are the disciple of Bone Warrior and Dan Qing in the Five Elements Academy, the higher-ups can't intervene in the normal competition between disciples," Elder Han warned. "I know," Fang Chen said. After this battle, his reputation also spread. If anyone wanted to deal with him, they had to weigh their own strength. "Fang Chen, how is your cultivation of Golden Light Dragon swordsmanship going?" Elder Han suddenly asked. "It's in the realm of perfection. I'm confident that I can cultivate it to the realm of martial arts in a month at most," Fang Chen said. In this battle, Fang Chen could be said to have grasped a lot of things from the desperate situation he faced. In particular, his comprehension of Golden Light Dragon swordsmanship made him confident that he could quickly cultivate Golden Light Dragon swordsmanship to the realm of martial arts in the following time. That would be for the best. However, when you practice the Golden Radiance Dragon sword technique, you must also comprehend the concept of wood and the concept of earth, Elder Han said. Of the 5 elements, Fang Chen had comprehended 3 of them. As for the remaining 2, he had yet to comprehend them. If he wanted to cultivate the remaining 2 sword techniques, he had to comprehend these 2 concepts. However, Elder Han was very confident in Fang Chen. "I know," Fang Chen said. "During this period of time, you can cultivate here. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me directly," Elder Han said. In the following days, Fang Chen continued to cultivate in Elder Han's mountain. Time passed by slowly. Many warriors from the 5 Elements Academy wanted to challenge Fang Chen, but they couldn't find him. This made them quite speechless. There were even some unkind remarks that quietly appeared. They said that Fang Chen was scared and had become a coward. He didn't dare to show himself and hid on Elder Han's mountain peak all day long. However, Fang Chen didn't care about such remarks. For now, he would let them jump around for a while. When his Golden Radiance Dragon sword technique reached the transformation level, he would naturally put an end to these rumors. While cultivating the Golden Radiance Dragon sword technique, he also comprehended the concept of metal. From time to time, Fang Chen would also go to the Gold Peak. This way, Fang Chen's effect would be greatly improved. Finally, under Fang Chen's relentless efforts, after half a month, the Golden Radiance Dragon sword technique reached the refinement level. As for the concept of metal, it had also silently reached the 2nd minor realm. Of course, this didn't make Fang Chen happy. His goal was the transformation level. Currently, he was only at the refinement level. One day, Fang Chen went to the Gold Peak again. This time, Fang Chen met Jin Yuanliang in the Gold Peak. Previously, when Fang Chen came to the Gold Peak for the first time, he had a little conflict with Jin Yuanliang. At this time, Jin Yuanliang looked at Fang Chen with a mocking look in his eyes. He said with disdain, "Isn't this the coward?" The peak was destroyed. If it wasn't for the appearance of the true martial realm, it would be a problem for you to even be here. Jin Yuanliang was also a disciple of the Core Cloud sect. His ranking on the Battle Power Tablet was lower than Su Xingxiu's. He was ranked 35th. Hearing this, Fang Chen's eyes turned cold. He looked at Jin Yuanliang and said, "Su Xingxiu was forced to such an extent by me. If you don't want to admit defeat, you could try." Hearing this, Jin Yuanliang's face turned gloomy. He immediately said, "Kid, don't be complacent too early. I will be breaking through soon. When I break through, I will definitely challenge you. I hope that when that time comes, you will not be a coward." Finishing his words, Jin Yuanliang turned and left. Fangchen found a place and sat down cross-legged. He started to comprehend the metal essence. Because his cultivation of the golden light dragon sword technique had reached the point of perfection, it was much easier for him to comprehend the metal essence. However, after 6 hours of comprehending the metal essence, Fangchen's heart suddenly trembled. He stood up and stopped comprehending. He hurriedly returned to Elder Han's mountain. Just as he returned to Elder Han's mountain, Fangchen saw Elder Han sitting in the courtyard with a gloomy face. The little mouse was lying quietly beside him. Its aura was weak. "Elder Han, what's wrong?" Fangchen hurriedly asked. "Your spiritual pet forced itself to use its gifted superpower. It caused the gifted superpower to backfire. Now it is seriously injured. If it is not treated, its life will be in danger." Elder Han said in a low voice. In fact, when Elder Han went there, the little mouse was already seriously injured. He did not even see the little mouse use its gifted superpower. Later, after Fangchen had recovered, he asked Elder Han to treat the little mouse. At that time, Elder Han finally noticed the little mouse. He discovered that the little mouse's bloodline was an ancient bloodline. It was extremely domineering. Then he heard Fangchen say that the little mouse had become like this because it had forced itself to use its gifted superpower. He was extremely shocked. Elder Han had lived for so long, but he was still unable to identify which rat race the little mouse belonged to. At that time, Elder Han called Fangchen back because the little mouse's condition had become even more serious. Even Elder Han was a bit helpless. "Elder Han, even you can't do anything?" Fangchen hurriedly asked. Elder Han shook his head. "Healing your spiritual pet requires 3 heaven-defying medicinal herbs. My 5 Elements Academy only has 2. What medicinal herbs do you need?" Fangchen asked. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, he would not give up. 9-colored ink lotus, reincarnation grass, and immortal tree leaf. These were the 3 heaven-defying medicinal herbs that Fangchen had learned from Elder Han to treat the little mouse. Each medicinal herb would cause a huge commotion in the 5 Elements province. Even with the long history of the 5 Elements Academy, they only had the 9-colored ink lotus and reincarnation grass. As for the immortal tree leaf, there was no trace of it at all. "Is the Banksian leaf okay?" Fangchen asked. Elder Han shook his head. The immortal tree leaf was already the lowest standard. If it was the Banksian leaf, it was equivalent to not having it. Fangchen's face was full of helplessness. If the Banksian leaf was okay, he could still find a way to contact the Banksian shoe. But it had to be the immortal tree leaf. The world was so big. Where could he find the immortal tree? No matter what, let's get the 9-colored ink lotus and reincarnation grass first, Fangchen said. 9-colored ink lotus and reincarnation grass. Even with my status, it is not easy to get them. Elder Han said. "What I need to do?" Fangchen asked hurriedly. "First, you need to have enough spirit stones. Second, you need to get the dean's approval." Elder Han said. "I have spirit stones, but how do I get the dean's approval?" Fangchen asked. "It is impossible for a normal student to meet the dean, but you are an exception. But even so, you may not be able to get the dean's approval. The only way is to pass the Heavens Challenge." Elder Han said in a deep voice. "Pass the Heavens Challenge. Within the 5 Elements Academy, there's a very special place called the Heavens Challenge. Within the Heavens Challenge, the terrain is steep and there are countless challenges. Every student can pass the Heavens Challenge. But in the past 10 years, other than the top student on the battle tablet, no one has come out alive. Over time, without absolute strength, no one dares to pass the Heavens Challenge." Elder Han explained. Fangchen nodded. Elder Han's words were very clear. According to Elder Han, the Heavens Challenge was very mysterious and contained a great danger. Many of the students who had entered had perished within. If you pass the Heavens Challenge, you may die. Think about it carefully, Elder Han said. Fangchen was silent. His dark eyes stared at the little mouse lying on the ground. He did not need to make a choice, because he had already made his choice. Pass the heavens challenge and save the little mouse. This was Fong Chen's choice. If he passed the heavens challenge, the little mouse would have a chance to live. If he did not pass the heavens challenge, the little mouse would have no chance at all. I'm willing to pass the heavens challenge, but its life force is fading, said Fong Chen. You don't need to worry about that. I will use a special method to seal your spirit pet. At the very least, I can guarantee that it will be fine for half a year, said Elder Han. Elder Han's meaning was very clear. He could guarantee that the little mouse would not die for half a year. But after half a year, even he would have no other way. So not only did Fong Chen have to pass the heavens challenge within half a year, but he also had to find the immortal tree and obtain its leaves. Time was of the essence. I'm going to pass the heavens challenge now, said Fong Chen. All right, I'll send you there, said Elder Han. Not long after, Elder Han and Fong Chen appeared on a majestic mountain peak. In front of the mountain peak was a cliff. But this cliff was not ordinary. It had another name, the Heavens Challenge. Although it looked like a cliff, stepping over it was like entering an independent space. That was the mystery of the Heavens Challenge. Once you enter the Heavens Challenge, you can't turn back. Have you made up your mind? Asked Elder Han. Fong Chen did not speak. He resolutely stepped into the Heavens Challenge. When Fong Chen disappeared from the cliff, a man's figure appeared instantly. Is it too early for him to pass the Heavens Challenge now? Asked the man. He made too many enemies in the battle at the sword-hidden peak. Now his strength is too weak to deal with the opponents hiding in the dark. So entering the Heavens Challenge is the best choice, said Elder Han. You know how dangerous the Heavens Challenge is, said the man. Chapter 736. Within the Five Elements Academy, there were many strange places. However, the Heavens Pass was the strangest of them all. Moreover, the Heavens Pass was the only strange place that was not under the complete control of the Five Elements Academy. After every student entered the strange place, even the dean of the Five Elements Academy could not see what was going on inside. Over the years, many students who entered the Heavens Pass had died inside. In the past 10 years, only the student who was ranked first on the combat power tablet had returned safely from the Heavens Pass. Therefore, as time passed, the Heavens Pass was gradually forgotten by people. It was not that they did not want to go, but it was too dangerous. In order to save the little mouse, Fong Chen resolutely entered the Heavens Pass. When he stepped onto the cliff, he immediately realized that the rules of heaven and earth around him were changing. In the blink of an eye, he realized that he had appeared in an independent space. This space stretched as far as the eye could see and was extremely wide. As Fong Chen hovered in the air, he discovered that aside from a mountain peak not far away, there was nothing else in the vast mountain peak. What exactly is the test of the Heavens Pass? Fong Chen thought to himself. He could feel that the rules of heaven and earth here were different from the Five Elements continent. Within the Heavens Pass, there was an aura of vicissitudes everywhere, as if it was an ancient world. Let's go and take a look. Fong Chen stared at the mountain peak in the distance. In a flash, he flew towards the mountain peak. After a while, Fong Chen arrived in front of the mountain peak. At a glance, the mountain peak towered into the clouds. It was many times taller than the Five Elements peak. Around the mountain peak, there was a fluctuation of rules of heaven and earth. When Fong Chen arrived at the foot of the mountain, a figure appeared instantly. Such a young fellow. The figure that appeared in front of Fong Chen was an elder. To be exact, it was an illusion. Although the other party was an illusion, Fong Chen did not dare to underestimate him. He quickly cupped his hands and greeted him, "Senior." Young fellow, this mountain peak is called the Heavens Pass Peak. Once you step onto the Heavens Pass Peak, you will die. Think carefully. The illusion said. Senior, what exactly is on the Heavens Pass Peak? Fong Chen asked. The Heavens Pass Peak has a total of 5 checkpoints. Each checkpoint is extremely difficult. If you want to pass the checkpoint, not only do you have to be strong, but you also have the potential to go against the heavens. If you fail, only death. Fong Chen nodded when he heard this. He knew nothing about the Heavens Pass. That's right, this Heavens Link Peak is what you people in the outside world call the Heaven's Gate. The figure said, I am the weapon spirit of this Heaven's Link Peak. Fang Chun, the artifact spirit, narrowed his eyes when he heard this. His heart was in turmoil. It was also the spirit of the Heaven's Link Peak. Didn't this mean that the Heaven's Link Peak was a weapon? Upon thinking of this, Fang Chen's face was filled with astonishment. The phantom nodded and said, That's right. The Tongtian Peak is a weapon, and I am the weapon spirit of the Tongtian Peak. Senior, who is the master of Heaven's Link Peak? Fang Chun tried his best to suppress the shock in his heart and asked. The weapon spirit said, I can't tell you these things yet. If you can pass the 5th trial, everything will be revealed. Then the artifact spirit asked Fang Chun if he wanted to go through the trial now. Let's do it now. Time waits for no one. He couldn't waste any more time here. Although the Heavens Pass was extremely dangerous, Fang Chun still resolutely stepped into the Heavens Pass. Just as Fang Chun was about to step onto the heaven-piercing peak, the artifact spirit suddenly said, Once you step onto the heaven-piercing peak, there is no path of regret. Only if you can pass the 3rd trial can you choose to come out. Hearing this, Fang Chun took a step forward and entered Tongtian Peak. I wonder if this brat will be able to pass the 5th trial. A scorching light appeared in the artifact spirit's eyes. He vaguely remembered that in the past 10 years, there had been a little fellow who had attempted the Heavens Pass. But after passing the 3rd trial, he hadn't continued. That was because the Heavens Pass was too dangerous. Ever since the heaven-piercing peak had descended, no one had been able to pass the 5th trial. In the past few years, no one had attempted it. Now that a little fellow had managed to enter, the artifact spirit hoped he could succeed. After entering the heaven-piercing peak, Fang Chun found himself on a huge martial stage. This martial stage was boundless. It seemed to be even larger than the 5 Elements province. Just what is the origin of this heaven-piercing peak? This is just the 1st trial, but the martial stage is already so huge. Fang Chun was shocked inside. The space within the heaven-piercing peak was even larger than the 5 Elements province. Crash! Just as Fang Chun was lost in thought, a figure suddenly appeared on the martial stage. No, more accurately, it was a half-human, half-beast figure. Half-beast man. Fang Chun looked at the person in front of him with a trace of surprise. He hadn't expected to encounter a half-beast man here. Brat, your opponent is me. As long as you can defeat me, you can pass the 1st trial, the half-beast man said in a low voice. The half-beast man's body was filled with a boundless aura. Fang Chun could clearly sense danger. If I defeat you, I'll pass, Fang Chun said. That's right. As long as you defeat me, you'll pass. My cultivation will be controlled at the peak of the 6th level of the spirit vortex realm. The half-beast man laughed mischievously. Fang Chun stared at the half-beast man with a grave expression. With his strength, there was no way he could fight against the peak of the 6th level of the spirit vortex realm. I wonder if the formation will work on that, Fang Chun thought to himself. Then, before the half-beast man could react, Fang Chun waved his hand, and the void plundering formation was set up. The half-beast man was trapped in the void plundering formation. His face was cold as he roared furiously. I hate formations. The half-beast man clenched his fist and punched out. The surrounding air dissipated in all directions. His punch landed on the void plundering formation and instantly shattered it. Fang Chun was stunned speechless. The half-beast man's attack was too strong. A casual punch was enough to shatter the void plundering formation that he had set up. Brat, your formation is too weak. The half-beast man sneered and attacked Fang Chun. Golden Light Dragon Sword Technique. Fang Chun let out a low cry and immediately performed the Golden Light Dragon Sword Technique. Whoosh! In the sky, a dragon's roar was heard. Then, countless golden sword lights pierced towards the half-beast man. Bang, bang, bang. Fang Chun's attack did not pose any threat to the half-beast man. The sword lights were instantly shattered by the half-beast man. Just as Fang Chun was about to continue his attack, the half-beast man's attack landed on Fang Chun's body. The latter was sent flying. With a bang, Fang Chun's body flew out and landed on the edge of the arena. You want to pass my test with your little strength? The half-beast man looked at Fang Chun and said in a low voice. The half-beast man stood on the arena and did not follow up with another attack. However, your physical strength is not bad, the half-beast man said. Fang Chun slowly stood up and found that the half-beast man did not attack him. It didn't take him long to find out. There was a special place for warriors to rest in the arena. It could also be considered a place for them to comprehend. As long as they were in this place, the half-beast man could not attack. Who? Fang Chun let out a sigh of relief. The half-beast man's attack was too strong. Fang Chun was unable to block it. Fang Chun glanced at the circle beneath his feet. Then he sat down cross-legged and began to comprehend it. Time was of the essence. If he couldn't even pass the first test, how could he get the dean's approval? When Fang Chun closed his eyes, the concept of metal surged out of his body. He was comprehending the concept of metal. If he could let the concept of metal reach the second minor realm, the Golden Light Dragon Sword technique would definitely reach the transformation realm. The half-beast man shook his head. How boring. On a certain day in the outside world, on a certain mountain peak, Lin Yinner was wearing a fiery red robe. She was smiling. She was waiting for Sister Yu, to come out of seclusion today. As expected, while she was waiting, a heaven-shaking aura suddenly appeared on the mountain peak. Following that, a beautiful azure-robed figure came out of seclusion. Sister Yu, you've broken through. Lin Yinner looked at Sister Yu, with an excited smile. I've finally broken through. Sister Yu also had an obvious smile on her face. She was obviously very happy that she had broken through. Sister Yu, you're really hardworking. Lin Yinner smiled. Sister Yu, was the dean's only direct disciple. She had a good relationship with Lin Yinner in the Five Elements Academy. Furthermore, Sister Yu's strength was also very strong. She was comparable to the top 10 experts of the Battle Power Tablet. However, because of her special status, her name did not appear on the Battle Power Tablet. Yinner, you also need to work hard on your cultivation. Sister Yu smiled. Lin Yinner curled her lips and said, I don't like to cultivate. Let nature take its course. Yinner, I've been in seclusion recently. Did anything big happen in the academy? Sister Yu suddenly asked. Lin Yinner said, Sister Yu, do you know how big of a thing you've missed? It's not just big, it's huge. Yes. Sister Yu was a little surprised and looked at Lin Yinner. At this point, Lin Yinner was beaming with joy and said with a smile, because of a disciple, 3 experts of the true martial realm fought. In the end, even Elder Han appeared. This battle shocked the Five Elements Academy. Even the Sword-Hidden Peak was destroyed. Lin Yinner said, What? Sister Yu was a little shocked. Even with her special status, it was rare for her to see experts of the true martial realm. She did not expect that, because of a disciple, 3 experts of the true martial realm fought. Even Elder Han appeared. What's going on? Lin Yinner told Elder Sister Yu, everything that she had seen in detail. After Sister Yu, heard it, she was pleasantly surprised. You said that the disciple is called Fang Chun. When she heard the 2 words Fang Chun, Sister Yu's mind exploded. She was so excited that she couldn't control her heart. Where's he now? Sister Yu asked hurriedly. He's at Elder Han's peak. Lin Yinner said. Sister Yu heard it and left in a flash. Chapter 737. Seeing Sister Yu leave in a hurry, Lin Yinner's face was filled with shock. No matter how loudly she shouted, Sister Yu didn't turn back. What's going on? Why is Sister Yu so flustered? Lin Yinner muttered to herself. Then, Lin Yinner also turned and left, following closely behind Sister Yu. Soon, Sister Yu arrived at Elder Han's mountain peak. When she stepped onto the mountain peak, her body trembled. How long had it been? Could they finally meet again? If Fang Chun was here, he would definitely recognize this person as Star and Moon, who had left the Divine Wind Nation back then. Back then, Fang Chen's name had shaken the Divine Wind Nation, and he had become the strongest expert of the younger generation. At that time, Star and Moon had thought that the gap between her and Fang Chun was growing larger and larger. She didn't want to be a burden to Fang Chun. She wanted to help Fang Chun and become his right-hand man. However, Fang Chen's potential on the martial path was heaven-defying. So, she chose to leave. She wanted to leave the tiny divine wind nation and go to a wider region to temper herself. She didn't know how many trials and tribulations she had gone through, but her strength had gradually increased. One day, she met her master, and her master brought her to the Five Elements Academy. In the years since she left the Divine Wind Nation, Star and Moon had always been thinking about Fang Chen. She didn't know when they would meet again. Even in her dreams, she had never imagined that Fang Chen would appear in the Five Elements Academy and even cause a battle between three true martial realm experts. At that moment, Star and Moon disregarded everything and rushed up Elder Han's mountain peak. Elder Han immediately sensed Star and Moon's arrival. Why are you here?" Elder Han smiled when he saw Star and Moon. Star and Moon was the disciple of the Five Elements Academy's dean. Although her cultivation wasn't very strong, her physique was very special. In the future, she would definitely become a cultivator who would shock the Five Elements province and even the ancient Sword continent. Therefore, Elder Han was very friendly to Star and Moon. "Elder Han, is Fang Chen on your mountain peak?" asked Star and Moon urgently. "Fang Chen, you're looking for him?" Elder Han was startled. It would take more than a day to explain all the details. Xingyu couldn't wait to meet Fang Chen, so she nodded and said, "I have something to discuss with Fang Chen." Unfortunately, a few days ago, Fang Chen entered the Heavens Pass. Elder Han said truthfully. "What?" Hearing this, Star and Moon's face was full of surprise. Fang Chen had actually entered the Heaven Pass. Her heart was filled with worry. She knew better than anyone how dangerous the Heaven Pass was. She didn't understand why Fang Chen had entered the Heaven Pass. "He actually entered the Heaven Pass?" asked Star and Moon again. Elder Han nodded. When Star and Moon saw this, she said without hesitation, "Elder Han, I also want to enter the Heaven Pass." The Heaven Pass was too dangerous. With Fang Chen's strength, it would be too difficult for him to survive the Heaven Pass. Star and Moon didn't want to see Fang Chen die in the Heaven Pass. Therefore, she wanted to enter the Heaven Pass. Even if she could only see Fang Chen once, it was enough. At this moment, Lin Yinner arrived at Elder Han's mountain peak, panting. "Sister Yuer, why are you in such a hurry?" asked Lin Yinner, her face red. After saying this, Lin Yinner realized that Star and Moon's expression wasn't right. She looked at Elder Han, who said, "Are you sure you want to enter the Heaven Pass?" Star and Moon nodded heavily. Passing the Heaven Pass is the dream of every student of the Five Elements Academy. In the past, Star and Moon didn't have the courage to pass the Heaven Pass, but this time, Star and Moon have made up her mind. Star and Moon's voice was filled with an irrevocable determination. "Sister Yuer, are you crazy? The Heaven Pass is too dangerous. In the past 10 years, only that guy has come out alive," said Lin Yinner hurriedly. She didn't want to see Star and Moon pass the Heaven Pass, even though Star and Moon were much stronger than her. "I made up my mind," said Star and Moon in a low voice. "Because of Fang Chen," said Elder Han suddenly. Star and Moon's eyes flickered, but she didn't say anything. Elder Han already knew from Star and Moon's eyes that the reason Star and Moon wanted to pass the Heaven Pass was because of Star and Moon. "In that case, I'll send you to the Heaven Pass," said Elder Han. Elder Han brought Star and Moon to the Heaven Pass, then watched as Star and Moon entered the Heaven Pass. At this time, the Dean appeared once more. "Dean, why did you let her enter the Heaven Pass?" asked Elder Han, puzzled. Star and Moon was the Dean's personal disciple. If she wanted to enter the Heaven Pass, even Elder Han couldn't make the decision. The Dean had to personally give his approval. Just now, Elder Han had wanted to refuse, but the Dean had secretly sent him a transmission, telling him to send Star and Moon in. The Dean sighed. Since ancient times, it's always been difficult to give up on love. With that, the Dean disappeared. Elder Han was left behind with a bitter smile. Within the Heaven Pass, in front of the first checkpoint, on the arena. At this time, Fang Chen was comprehending the concept of metal in the resting area. During this time, he had already fought with the half-beastmen dozens of times. Each time, he was easily defeated. However, Fang Chen wasn't without any gains. Through his battles with the half-beastmen, Fangchen's comprehension of the concept of metal grew deeper and deeper. However, the half-beastman didn't seem to kill Fangchen. Otherwise, who knew how many times Fangchen would have died? At a certain moment, Fangchen opened his eyes. His metal concept had reached the peak of the first realm. He needed an opportunity. "Senior, let's go again," said Fangchen. The half-beastman nodded. Standing on the arena, he looked at Fangchen. "Kid, you're too weak. If you don't break through, you won't have any chance." Crash. As he spoke, Fangchen set up a supreme-grade mystic rank formation. While the half-beastman was breaking the formation, Fangchen used the golden light dragon sword. Boundless sword light shot directly at the half-beastman. Bang! Bang! By the time the half-beastman broke the formation, the sword light had already approached him. The half-beastman punched out, instantly shattering the sword light that approached his body. However, even with that being the case, a golden ray of light still managed to pierce his body, leaving behind a sword scar. "You actually managed to injure me." The half-beastman saw this and laughed mischievously. When Fangchen had first entered Sky-Piercing Peak, he couldn't even block a single punch from the half-beastman. But now, he was actually able to injure the half-beastman. This was an improvement. However, just as the half-beastman was about to have some fun with Fangchen, his expression suddenly changed. He laughed sinisterly. "Kid, someone came in. I won't play with you anymore." After saying this, the half-beastman suddenly punched out several times. Fangchen desperately resisted. He blocked 3 of the punches, but the other punches sent him flying. Fangchen returned to the resting area. The half-beastman had already disappeared. Someone came in. Could it be a student from the Five Elements Academy? Fangchen was very puzzled. To be able to enter Sky Stage, it should be a student from the Five Elements Academy. He just didn't know who it was. Could it be the one who ranked first on the battle tablet? Fangchen thought to himself. After that, Fangchen no longer thought about it and continued to comprehend the metal concept. At this time, in another arena, the half-beastman was looking at Star and Moon with a smile on his face. In the past 10 years, almost no one has entered Sky-Piercing Peak. What's going on these past few days? 2 people came in consecutively. The half-beastman laughed mischievously. "Senior, where's the martial artist who came in before?" Star and Moon looked around and didn't see any trace of Fangchen. That kid is in another space. Within Sky-Piercing Peak, martial artists are unable to meet each other. Only when they pass the 3rd stage can they meet. The half-beastman said. Star and Moon nodded and began to battle. It had to be said that Star and Moon's strength was too strong. Facing the half-beastman, who was at the peak of the 6th level of the Spirit Vortex realm, it was very easy for him to deal with him. Not bad. The half-beastman praised Star and Moon's strength. Bang, bang, bang. Star and Moon had a pink longsword in his hand. On the longsword, countless sword lights shot out. It was very powerful. In a short while, the half-beastman was completely suppressed by Star and Moon. Bang, bang. After a quarter of an hour, Star and Moon's longsword directly hit the half-beastman, causing him to rapidly retreat. Suppressing your cultivation. How boring. The half-beastman couldn't help but curse. Senior, did I pass the test? Star and Moon asked. The half-beastman nodded and said, You passed. After that, the half-beastman disappeared, and Star and Moon began to look for the entrance to the 2nd stage. After 3 minutes, Star and Moon found the entrance to the 2nd stage and entered. Whoosh! A white light flashed in front of his eyes, and suddenly the surrounding scenery changed. Here, there was a beach that stretched as far as the eyes could see. Beside the beach, there was an endless sea. In the sea, the majestic waves were shocking. Star and Moon saw this scene and was also shocked. However, the most important thing now was to find Fangchen. I wonder what the 2nd stage's test is, Star and Moon muttered to himself. At this moment, the half-beastman appeared again. Senior, you. Star and Moon saw the half-beastman and was a little surprised. That's right. The guardian of the 2nd stage is also me. However, my cultivation has already increased to the 7th level of the Spirit Vortex realm, the half-beastman said. Star and Moon nodded and understood. 7th level of the Spirit Vortex realm? Star and Moon muttered to himself, and then began to attack the half-beastman. Star and Moon's strength was comparable to the top 10 experts of the Battle Power Tablet. His cultivation had even reached the beginning of the 8th level of the Spirit Vortex realm. It was simply too easy to deal with a martial artist at the 7th level of the Spirit Vortex realm. Star and Moon did not say anything and began to fight with the half-beastman. The half-beastman's cultivation was suppressed to the 7th level of the Spirit Vortex realm, but his battle awareness was not something Star and Moon could compare to. For a moment, Star and Moon and the half-beastman were actually on par with each other. At this moment, Star and Moon's eyes flickered, and then a majestic cold aura exuded from her body. Suddenly, a surge of murderous aura shot into the sky. This is the Dark body. Seeing this scene, the half-beastman could not help but exclaim, "The Dark body." He did not expect the woman in front of him to have a Dark body. The Dark body exploded, and Star and Moon's strength increased again. The half-beastman was no match for her and was defeated instantly. "Little guy, I did not expect you to have the Dark body. I did not lose unjustly," the half-beastman said as he stared at Star and Moon. "If you had not suppressed your cultivation, I would not have been able to defeat you at all," Star and Moon said modestly. "You don't have to be humble. If the Dark body matures, you will be invincible in the same realm. You can even fight across realms," the half-beastman said. Star and Moon did not know much about the Dark body. The only reason she knew she had the Dark body was because of her master. You have passed the 2nd stage, but the 3rd stage is a hurdle. Once you fail, you will die. Over the years, many martial artists have died in the 3rd stage, the half-beastman said. Perhaps because Star and Moon had the Dark body, the half-beastman specially reminded Star and Moon. "Thank you for the reminder, Senior." Star and Moon cupped her hands. The half-beastman nodded and disappeared. Then, Star and Moon entered the 3rd stage. At this moment, Fong Chun, who was in the 1st stage, suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, his body exuded a soaring metal concept. An extremely sharp metal element aura filled the entire arena. "Metal concept, the 2nd minor realm?" Fong Chun muttered to himself. Then, he suddenly stood up. Holding the hidden star sword, he instantly used the golden radiant dragon sword. Crash! His metal concept had reached the 2nd minor realm, and the golden radiant dragon sword had also reached the transformation realm. Its power had increased dramatically. After using the golden radiant dragon sword once, Fong Chun grinned and called out, "Senior." As soon as he said that, the half-beastman appeared. "Oh, you broke through." Seeing Fong Chun break through, the half-beastman was a bit surprised. "Senior, I want to try again." Fong Chun was eager to try. His metal concept had reached the 2nd minor realm, and his golden radiant dragon sword had reached the transformation realm. His strength had increased in all aspects. "Okay," the half-beastman said. Fong Chun used the incomparably sharp golden radiant dragon sword and fought with the half-beastman. Bang! Bang! But in the blink of an eye, Fong Chun stopped attacking. His face was filled with helplessness. That was because even though his strength had increased, he still couldn't defeat the half-beastman. "Kid, don't be discouraged. Your strength has already increased very quickly," said the half-beastman. "I know." Fong Chun nodded and returned to the resting area. "A woman just came in. She has the profound fiend body. She passed 2 trials in a row and has already reached the 3rd trial," said the half-beastman. Fong Chun was stunned when he heard this. "She passed the 3rd trial." Then Fong Chun shook his head. He couldn't even pass the 1st trial. "Continue cultivating," Fong Chun said solemnly. Star and Moon stood calmly in the 3rd layer of the heaven trial. The half-beastman appeared once more, smiling as he looked at Star and Moon. "Senior." Star and Moon cupped his hands in greeting. "Kid, this trial is dangerous," said the half-beastman. "Senior, is this trial also about defeating you?" asked Star and Moon. "This trial tests one's potential. If you can comprehend a true meaning within 3 months, you will pass. Otherwise, you will fail," said the half-beastman. The half-beastman had also mentioned the consequences of failure. If one couldn't succeed, only death would await them. No one was an exception, The third trial was known as the Trial of Death. In the history of the Five Elements Academy, countless students had died in this trial. In the past 10 years, only the freak who ranked first on the Battle Power tablet managed to comprehend a true meaning and pass the third trial. After that, he didn't dare to continue and return to the Five Elements Academy. That year, when he came out of the Heaven trial alive, it caused a sensation in the entire Five Elements Academy. However, he didn't say anything about what happened in the Heaven trial. Comprehended a true meaning? Star and Moon's face changed as he cried out. True meaning was above the intent realm. Only when the intent realm reached the perfection realm would one be qualified to comprehend a true meaning. Once a true meaning was comprehended, one's combat power would increase exponentially. Among all the students in the Five Elements Academy, only the guy who ranked first had comprehended a true meaning. And the test of the third stage was to comprehend a true intent within 3 months. This trial is really the trial of death. Star and Moon fell silent. Comprehending a true meaning wasn't an easy task. Some people couldn't comprehend a true meaning in their entire lives, while others silently comprehended a true meaning when their intent realm reached the perfection realm. There were also some peerless geniuses who could comprehend a few true meanings. However, those were the geniuses from outside the domain. In the ancient times, the ancient sword continent had experienced a great war, causing the ancient sword continent to be damaged and incomplete. It was very difficult to comprehend a true meaning, let alone multiple true meanings. As long as someone comprehended a true meaning, they would immediately be snatched by all the major forces. A martial artist who comprehended a true meaning would definitely become a true martial realm martial artist. It was said that if a martial artist comprehended a true meaning in the spirit vortex realm, his combat power would soar after entering the true martial realm. He would be 100 times more powerful than a normal martial artist who entered the true martial realm. You have no other choice, the half-beast man said. Star and Moon nodded, then sat down cross-legged and began to comprehend a true meaning. There are complete rules in Tantian Peak. The difficulty of comprehending a true meaning is much lower than the outside world. This is an opportunity, the half-beast man said. The purpose of Tantian Peak's existence was to eliminate the weak and select the strong. Only those who had comprehended a true meaning were qualified to step onto the peak of Tantian Peak. The half-beast man knew that martial artists who had comprehended a true meaning could be seen everywhere in the extraterritorial realm. But in the ancient sword continent, the number of martial artists who had comprehended a true meaning was pitifully small. Star and Moon had comprehended 3 intents, all of which had reached the perfection realm. Wind intent, sword intent, and een intent. After weighing the pros and cons of these 3 intents, Star and Moon chose the een intent. This was because the een intent was very compatible with her darking body. It should be easier to comprehend it. I'll choose the een intent, Star and Moon said. In the first stage, Fang Chun was still cultivating in the arena. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Fang Chun's cultivation still had not broken through. It's been a month, and I still haven't broken through. Fang Chun was very anxious. Old Ancestor, is there any way? Inside the python sword, Old Ancestor Bronze fell silent. I've never seen this Tantian Peak before. It might have landed here from the extraterritorial realm after my death, Old Ancestor Bronze said. That half-beast man's true strength is very high. If you want to defeat him, you're at a disadvantage. After hearing Old Ancestor Bronze's words, Fang Chun felt helpless. Then, Fang Chun continued to cultivate. And in the outside world, within the Five Elements Academy, the students were still working hard on their cultivation. Some of them were even clamoring to challenge Fang Chun. However, they had no idea that Fang Chun had already entered the Sky Pass. As for the Bone Weapon Saint Master and Saint Master Danqing, they were very worried after learning that Fang Chun had entered the Sky Pass. However, this was the Dean's intention. It seemed to be tempering Fang Chun. During this month, the Five Elements Academy was calm, but the Five Element state was surging with undercurrents. The spiritual pupil monarch, who had been seriously injured by the two old men, had made a comeback. His injuries had healed, and his cultivation was also recovering. He had secretly contacted all the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect and was preparing to start a war. During this period, some cities were massacred from time to time. The methods were so bloody that many martial artists felt a chill in their hearts. The Five Elements Academy also noticed this matter. They sent some disciples to various cities to find the evil martial artists. A storm was brewing in the Five Element state. Of course, the Five Elements Academy wasn't afraid. They were the absolute overlords of the Five Element state. No one could shake them. Iron Blood City, Iron Blood Alliance, Headquarters, Meeting Hall. Iron Blood Alliance head. Have you considered this matter? Asked a middle-aged man with a hooked nose. Beside him sat a martial artist in red battle robes. He was the Iron Blood Alliance's head. If we cooperate with you, can we really unify the Five Element state? Asked the Iron Blood Alliance's head. As long as you cooperate with us, not just the Five Element state, but the entire ancient sword continent will be ours. The hooked nose man laughed. Then what about the Five Elements Academy? Asked the Iron Blood Alliance's head. The Five Elements Academy is nothing to fear. The spiritual pupil monarch already has a countermeasure. The hooked nose man continued. I don't want to waste time. If you agree, we'll both benefit. If you don't, the Iron Blood Alliance will become history. After weighing the pros and cons, the Iron Blood Alliance's head finally chose to submit to the Yellow Spring sect. At the same time, the same thing was happening in other cities. In a month's time, over 24-star sects and 5 or 6 5-star sects had secretly submitted to the Yellow Spring sect. Some of them had been blinded by benefits, while others had been forced to do so. If they didn't submit, their sect would be massacred. The Yellow Spring sect had come with great momentum this time. Some of the sects that would rather die than submit were annihilated in a single night. The entire Five Element state was in a state of panic. However, the Five Elements Academy didn't do anything other than sending out a few students to gain experience. In a short time, news of the Five Elements Academy spread throughout the Five Element state. The news said that the Five Elements Academy was in imminent danger. They couldn't even take care of themselves, let alone the entire Five Element state. This news was like a kite, instantly spreading throughout the Five Element state. Many martial artists were discussing this matter. Of course, there were also some martial artists who believed that someone was intentionally spreading false news in the dark. The Yellow Springs sect, on the other hand, was secretly seeking benefits and carrying out their plans. Chapter 739. Five Elements Academy, Sky Pass, First Stage Arena. Fong Chun had been cultivating all this while. Time passed quickly. The more he cultivated, the more he realized that he was stuck at a bottleneck and could not break through. This made Fong Chun very anxious. However, the more anxious he was, the more he was unable to cultivate. In this way, it became a vicious cycle. After entering the Sky Pass for half a month, Fong Chun had already reached the point of madness. However, he still could not break through. His cultivation was still at the peak of the 4th level of the spiritual vortex realm, one step away from the 5th level. Poochie at a certain moment, Fong Chun suddenly opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was extremely pale. He stopped cultivating with a bitter smile on his face. Why is it so difficult for me to break through? Fong Chun muttered to himself. At this moment, Fong Chun's aura was faintly discernible. It was as if he would go berserk at any moment. It's already been 1.5 months, and I'm still stuck in the 1st stage. At this rate, when can I reach the 3rd stage? Fong Chun was very anxious. Elder Han could only maintain Little Mouse's vitality for half a year. Once half a year passed, Little Mouse would definitely die. This was not something Fong Chun wanted to see. No, I want to break through. Fong Chun roared angrily. He quickly stood up with the hidden star sword in his hand and continuously brandished the Golden Light Dragon Sword technique. Transformative stage Golden Light Dragon Sword technique constantly shot out from the hidden star sword. Sword intent surged around Fong Chun's body. Gradually, Fong Chun entered a state of selflessness. He had been frantically executing the golden light dragon sword technique. Sword intent surged around his body, and there were signs of a breakthrough at any time. Time passed by slowly. As Fang Chun executed the sword technique, he realized that there was a huge change in his surroundings. The sword intent around him seemed to have become wild. Power of heaven and earth. Fang Chun could clearly feel that the power of heaven and earth around him was frantically pouring into the sword intent around him. Fang Chun was shocked, but soon a smile appeared on his face. Under his crazy cultivation, his sword intent actually broke through to the third minor realm, reaching the perfection realm. Perfect sword intent. Although there was no breakthrough in his cultivation, Fang Chun was a little happy that his sword intent had reached perfection. After all, Fang Chun's strength had been greatly improved by the perfection of sword essence. Let's test out the power of the Golden Dragon sword technique. Fang Chun thought to himself. Then he activated his perfect realm sword intent and performed the Golden Light Bright Dragon sword technique. While Fang Chun shook his wrist, and a dragon roar came out of the hidden star sword. Then, countless golden sword lights appeared in the sky. These golden sword lights were completely condensed from the perfect realm of sword intent and were very powerful. Go! Fang Chun bellowed, and the golden sword light in the sky shot off into the distance. It bombarded the arena with a deafening sound. However, the arena was not destroyed. This made Fang Chun a little surprised. Wasn't this arena a little too hard? Something's not right. Just as Fang Chun was thinking, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. The golden heart was beating rapidly, and the sword intent around him was constantly absorbing the power of heaven and earth. This scene surprised him. What's going on? Even if my sword intent has reached the perfection realm, it's impossible to absorb the power of heaven and earth like this, Fang Chun said to himself. At this moment, Ancestor Bronze, who was in the form of a python sword, exclaimed softly. Then he smiled and said, "Boy, you're really lucky." "Ancestor, what's wrong?" Fang Chun asked hurriedly. "Boy, do you know the true intent?" Ancestor Bronze asked. Fang Chun nodded. "Of course I do. It's above the intent realm. You were cultivating your sword technique like a maniac, and your mind reached a state of emptiness. You entered an epiphany. Not only did your sword intent reach the perfection realm, but you also comprehended a trace of the true intent wrinkle shape." Ancestor Bronze's words were filled with excitement. The true intent wrinkle shape. That was the true intent wrinkle shape. Once one comprehended the true intent wrinkle shape, one would definitely comprehend the true intent. It was just a matter of time. He had not expected that Fang Chun would be able to comprehend the true intent wrinkle shape at the spiritual vortex realm. This was simply a joyous occasion. True intent wrinkle shape. When Fang Chun heard the words true intent wrinkle shape, he was stunned. Immediately, his face was filled with ecstasy. The true intent wrinkle shape, as the name implied, was a wrinkle shape of the true intent. Some martialists were unable to comprehend the true intent wrinkle shape in their entire lives. Once they comprehended the true intent wrinkle shape, they would definitely be able to comprehend the true intent in the following years. Previously, when Fang Chun was cultivating like a maniac, his sword intent had strengthened. By chance, he had comprehended the true intent wrinkle shape. Fang Chun recalled that when he cultivated his sword technique, he had pushed his sword intent to the extreme. His golden heart was also beating rapidly. Sword intent combined with the golden heart allowed me to comprehend the true intent wrinkle shape, Fang Chun said to himself. If he did not have the Sword Truth Beginner Scroll and the Golden Heart, it would be very difficult to comprehend the true intent wrinkle shape. The true intent wrinkle shape. Fang Chun could not help but be excited. He was wild with joy. Although it is only the true intent wrinkle shape, it is very powerful when used, Ancestor Bronze said. Hearing this, Fang Chun activated his sword intent. He instantly felt the surrounding heaven and earth energy fusing into his sword intent. The power in Fang Chun's body also skyrocketed. So, It is. That means I can pass the first stage. Fang Chun was very excited. Then, Fang Chun walked to the center of the arena. The beast man instantly appeared. Senior, I would like to challenge you, Fang Chun said with a smile. You have not made a breakthrough in your cultivation. You are not my match. The beast man shook his head slightly. Fang Chun did not give up. He said in a deep voice, I would like to give it a try. Okay, then give it a try. As soon as the beast man finished speaking, his fist suddenly blasted out. Just as the beastman's attack was about to touch Fang Chun, the surrounding heaven and earth energy suddenly rotated. It forcibly moved the beastman's fist horizontally by an inch. 1 inch was not to be underestimated. It was enough for Fang Chun to dodge the beastman's powerful attack. The beastman did not notice it at first, but when he realized that his fist had moved, he was shocked. The true intent wrinkle shape. What kind of person was the beastman? He instantly discovered that Fang Chun was covered in the true intent wrinkle shape. He could faintly see that Fang Chun's entire body was covered in a layer of light. In an instant, his attack power sharply increased. This was the power of the true intent wrinkle shape. The true intent wrinkle shape could greatly mobilize heaven and earth energy to increase one's strength. In particular, Fang Chun had comprehended the true intent wrinkle shape of the sword. It possessed an extremely powerful force. Golden Radiant Dragon Sword Technique. The beastman was speechless. Fang Chun used the Golden Radiant Dragon Sword Technique. The true intent wrinkle shape of the sword was activated. A sharp aura instantly spread out. This sword intent had an unimaginable penetrating power. It directly pierced through the beastman's fist and stabbed into his body. Bang, for the first time in a month and a half, the beastman was forced back by Fang Chun. After being forced back, the beastman stabilized himself. He did not attack. Instead, he looked at Fang Chun with a burning gaze. Genius, you're simply a genius. The beastman could not help but praise. He could see Fang Chun's cultivation at a glance. He was at the 4th level of the spiritual vortex realm. To be able to comprehend the true intent wrinkle shape meant that he was definitely a genius. As for the girl from before, she was at the 8th level of the spiritual vortex realm. She also did not comprehend the true intent wrinkle shape. Kid, you've passed the first round, the beastman said excitedly. How could he not be excited? Fang Chun had comprehended the true intent wrinkle shape in the first round. As long as he was given time to hone himself, he would definitely be able to comprehend the true intent when he entered the 3rd round. The true intent of the sword was considered a powerful true intent among the many true intents. Thank you, Senior. After speaking, Fang Chun entered the 2nd round. When he saw the beastman, his expression was a little strange. Senior, Fang Chun said, Kid, your potential is beyond my imagination. However, I can't go easy on you. Therefore, you can only rely on your own strength to pass the 2nd round, the beastman said. Then, the beastman explained the situation of the 2nd round to Fang Chun. Fang Chun fought with the beastman and displayed the true intent wrinkle shape. However, he was still defeated by the beastman in the end. The beastman in the 2nd round was too strong. He was not someone Fang Chun could compare to. It's too difficult to defeat the beastman, Fang Chun said to himself. However, he was only 1 step away from the 3rd round. He could not stop here. I can only try my best to increase my cultivation, Fang Chun said to himself. While Fang Chun was entering the 2nd round, Star and Moon was still comprehending the true intent in the 3rd round. Although her concept of Een had reached perfection and she had the dark Een body, it was too difficult for her to comprehend the true intent. However, Star and Moon did not give up. She vaguely felt that as long as there was an opportunity, she would be able to comprehend the true intent. 5 Elements Academy, on the main peak of the 5 Elements Peak. The Dean and Elder Han stood side by side. In front of them lay the little mouse. Dean, do you see anything? Elder Han asked. The Dean narrowed his eyes and stared at the little mouse. After a long while, he said slowly, If I'm not wrong, this little mouse should belong to an extremely domineering mouse race. Dean, The bloodline of this little mouse is very advanced. It doesn't seem to be a demon from the ancient sword continent. Elder Han continued. The dean nodded and said, "Is there any news from the Sky Pass?" Elder Han shook his head and said, "Dean, Fong Chen's potential is heaven-defying. If his cultivation reaches the 8th level of the spirit vortex realm before he tries, he will have a better chance. But now, it seems too difficult. The tri-state selection is about to begin. We don't have much time. He will be able to survive after bathing," the dean said to himself. If Fong Chen could survive this round, he would shed his cocoon and become a butterfly. Chapter 740. Success or failure depends on this, Elder Han said in a low voice. Ever since they discovered Fong Chen, Elder Han and the dean had been secretly nurturing Fong Chen. They believed that he was the most promising student to enter that place. This time, in order to let Fong Chen grow quickly, they set a trap for Fong Chen to enter the Sky Pass to train himself. "How is Zhang Jingtao?" The dean did not dwell on the topic of Fong Chen and turned to ask. Although Zhang Jingtao has comprehended the true meaning, his talent in the sword principle is very weak. "He is not suitable," Elder Han said. The ancient sword continent was originally a continent of sword cultivators. However, as time passed, sword cultivators declined due to certain reasons, causing other martial cultivators to rise rapidly. On the surface, the Five Elements Academy accommodated everyone, but in reality, it was nurturing inheritors of the sword principle. This was also the reason why the dean and Elder Han would nurture Fong Chen with all their might. In order to enter that place, one had to be an extremely talented sword cultivator to have a chance of entering. If Fong Chen could comprehend the true meaning and enter that place with it, he would definitely be valued. Once he gained a foothold in that place, his name would spread throughout the ancient sword continent. Even the Five Elements Academy would benefit from it. "Continue to monitor the situation in the Sky Pass," the dean said. Elder Han nodded and left the main peak of the Five Elements Peak with the little mouse. Sky Pass, Tongtian Peak before the second pass. Fong Chen sat cross-legged and cultivated diligently. 3 months after entering the Sky Pass, Fong Chen finally broke through to the 5th level of the spiritual vortex realm. At this time, Fong Chen's combat power also soared. However, he still had no chance of winning against the orc at the 7th level of the spiritual vortex realm. However, at this time, Fong Chen also learned some techniques. One day, the orc appeared and accepted Fong Chen's challenge. Without another word, Fong Chen set up a supreme-grade black level formation. Then, with a flick of his wrist, the true meaning appeared, and the golden light bright dragon sword technique was executed instantly. Seeing this, the Beastman clenched his fists and directly punched the supreme-grade profound rank array. However, how could Fong Chen let him attack the array so easily? The golden sword light shot towards the half-Beastman, causing him to retreat. "Kid, you're too weak." The Beastman sneered and punched out with earth-shattering force, directly shattering the formation and sending Fong Chen flying. Fong Chen, who was lying on the ground, had a helpless expression on his face. His cultivation had broken through to the 5th level of the spiritual vortex realm, but he still could not defeat the demi-beast. The second stage was too difficult. "Kid, according to the rules of the Master of Tongtian Peak, you have comprehended the true intent-fold form. Before you challenge me, you can choose one item," the half-beast-man suddenly said. "What is it?" Fong Chen asked hurriedly. While the half-beast-man shook his wrist, and the scene changed. Fong Chen found himself in a huge palace. Inside the palace, there were countless dazzling treasures. There were cultivation techniques, secret soul techniques, powerful weapons, and even some powerful talismans and elixirs. In short, there were countless treasures here. "This is..." Fong Chen looked around and was a little surprised. "Kid, this is a palace in the periphery of Tongtian Peak. You can choose one item here," the Beastman said. "Senior, can you recommend something to me?" Fong Chen asked. When the half-beast man heard this, a smile appeared on his face. He nodded his head in satisfaction and said, "You're smart. If it were someone else, I wouldn't even bother to recommend it. But if it's you, I can make an exception. Hearing the beastman's words, Fong Chun chuckled. Your current cultivation is too weak. It's not possible to raise your cultivation in a short period of time. If you want to pass this stage quickly, you have to choose something that can raise your strength, the beastman analyzed. At that moment, the beastman's wrist shook and 3 items appeared in his hand. These 3 items are the most suitable for you right now, said the beastman. The first item was a ginseng-like spirit grass. This spirit grass was called extreme profound grass. If a spirit vortex realm martial artist consumed it, they would be able to raise their cultivation realm by a level for a short period of time. But once the medicinal effect wore off, their cultivation realm would drop. The side effects were very great. The second item was a glowing disc. That disc was a saint weapon. Although it was only a low-level saint weapon, its power was unimaginably strong. This holy weapon could also raise a martial artist's combat power by a level for a short period of time. However, a martial artist had to be completely compatible with the holy weapon. If the holy weapon didn't approve of them, then they would have chosen for nothing. The third item was a saint-tier medicinal pill called the Extreme Heaven Pill. After consuming it, one could permanently raise their cultivation realm by a level. According to Senior's analysis, this Extreme Heaven Pill should be the most suitable for me, right? Asked Fong Chun. The beastman nodded. Correct. The extreme profound grass side effects are very great. As for the holy weapon, you have to consider the issue of approval. So I recommend the Extreme Heaven Pill. The Extreme Heaven Pill could be considered a peak medicinal pill amongst saint-tier medicinal pills. For Spirit Vortex realm martial artists, the first one would have the best effect. If they consumed it multiple times, it would completely lose its effect. Then I choose the Extreme Heaven Pill, said Fong Chun. To choose the Extreme Heaven Pill, you have to pay a certain amount of spirit stones, said the beastman. This was a rule set by the Heaven Link Peaks master. He had no other choice. How many spirit stones? Asked Fong Chun. 100 million spirit stones, said the beastman. 100 million top-grade spirit stones was an extremely large sum in the outside world. But within the Heaven Link Peak, it was nothing. 100 million. Fong Chun was startled before he asked. Little fellow, that's already cheap enough. In the outside world, the Extreme Heaven Pill isn't something that can be bought with money, said the beastman. The beastman was correct. In the outside world, the Extreme Heaven Pill was priceless. Even the 5 Elements Academy's Pill Cloud Saint Master, known as the strongest Saint Master in the 5 Elements province, was unable to refine the Extreme Heaven Pill. It could be imagined just how valuable the Extreme Heaven Pill was. All right, 100 million top-grade spirit stones. Fong Chun nodded. He took out 100 million top-grade spirit stones and obtained the Extreme Heaven Pill. Crash. The scene changed. Fong Chun once more appeared in front of the second trial. He didn't waste any time and directly swallowed the Extreme Heaven Pill. Rumble. After swallowing the Zenith Pill, its majestic medicinal effects instantly flooded his chi. His golden heart began to rapidly beat as it dissolved the Extreme Heaven Pill's medicinal energy. As for Fong Chun, his true intent enveloped him. Boundless heaven and earth energy began to gather around him. The beastman nodded in satisfaction. According to this child's combat power, he should be able to pass the second trial after consuming the Extreme Heaven Pill. As for the third trial, it wouldn't pose any threat to him. I hope you'll be able to pass. The beastman watched from the side. Time slowly passed. Fong Chun's mind was filled with boundless sword intent. His golden heart was also rapidly beating. What is the sword? Is the sword in my hand a sword? What is the way of the sword? Is the way of the sword hidden in my heart? Fong Chun muttered to himself. Above his head, the golden sword of the Dharma idol was transforming. Within his body, the golden heart was spinning rapidly. Within his chi, the Extreme Heaven Pill's medicinal energy was condensing the 6th spiritual spiral. Just like that, Fong Chun continued in this state. It wasn't until the 5th month that a shocking fluctuation suddenly alarmed the beastman. The beastman instantly appeared. He saw the power of laws descending from above Fong Chun's head. Seeing this scene, The beastman was dumbfounded. He naturally knew what the power of laws represented. He also didn't expect that Fang Shan would be able to comprehend true intent after consuming the extreme heaven pill. Only when one comprehends true intent will the power of laws descend. The beastman's heart trembled. This was only the second stage, and Fang Shan had already comprehended the way of the sword. He was simply a genius of the way of the sword. The baptism of the power of laws allowed the residual medicinal energy of the extreme heaven pill in Fang Chen's body to be completely digested. At this time, Fang Chen's cultivation naturally broke through to the 6th level of the spiritual spiral realm. At a certain moment, Fang Chen opened his eyes, and the power of laws receded. Fang Chen sensed that his body was enveloped by the way of the sword. This is the way of the sword. Fang Chen muttered to himself. At this moment, Fang Chen finally understood the difference between the way of the sword and the way of the sword. The way of the sword was only a superficial application of the power of heaven and earth. The way of the sword was a profound application of the power of heaven and earth. It could even completely mobilize the power of heaven and earth. Within the range of the way, Fang Chen could clearly feel every movement within it. What a powerful way of the sword. Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. After entering the heaven stage for 5 months, he finally comprehended the way of the sword. Senior, Fang Chen tried hard to suppress the excitement in his heart. He looked at the demi-beast man and asked, "I want to challenge you." Hearing this, the demi-beast man pursed his lips and said, "I'm not your opponent." What kind of joke was this? His cultivation had reached the 6th level of the spirit vortex realm and comprehended the way of the sword. How could the demi-beast man defeat Fang Chen? Then can I enter the 3rd stage? Fang Chen asked. The demi-beast man nodded and said, "Actually, you've already passed the 3rd stage." "And why is that?" Fang Chen didn't understand. The 3rd stage's test is to comprehend a way of the sword within 3 months, the demi-beast man said. Fang Chen was startled, and then he was overjoyed. If he passed the 3rd stage, wouldn't he be able to leave the heaven stage? "I can leave," Fang Chen said excitedly. "You can leave, but don't you plan to continue? Once you pass the last stage, the entire Tongtian Peak will be yours." The demi-beast man tempted Fang Chen. However, he was directly rejected by Fang Chen. "I want to leave." In his heart, he was worried about the little mouse. "All right, I'll wait for you to come in again," the demi-beast man said. Crash! The demi-beast man shook his wrist and sent Fang Chen out of the Tongtian Peak. At this moment, the weapon spirit appeared. "Kid, your potential is the most heaven-defying I've seen in the past 100 years. I have high hopes for you," the weapon spirit said. "Senior weapon spirit, please send me out," Fang Chen said. The weapon spirit nodded and sent Fang Chen out of the heaven stage. At this moment, in the 3rd stage, the star and moon's aura was chaotic. Her beautiful face was covered with frost. With her, as the center, the surrounding 100 miles was filled with an extremely cold aura. Seeing this scene, the demi-beast man sighed slightly. Chapter 741. If she couldn't comprehend a true meaning in 3 months, she would die. Logically speaking, the star and moon should die here. However, she still had a chance to live. Strictly speaking, she had already comprehended the true meaning of Xianin, but she had entered a state of madness and couldn't stabilize herself. Therefore, she had passed the 3rd test, but she couldn't leave this place. She wanted to use the complete rules here to suppress the true meaning of Xianin in her body. She could only leave this place after she had completely grasped the true meaning of Xianin. Otherwise, she would die. Xianin evil body is indeed powerful. The half-beast man sighed. If it wasn't for the Xianin evil body, it would be impossible for her to comprehend the true meaning of Xianin. In the 5 Elements Academy, in the 10th area, Xiao Fang and the others were stopped by Jin Yuanliang and were scolding them. "I heard that you are Fang Chen's good friends." Jin Yuanliang's face was filled with a sinister smile as he said disdainfully, "Jin Yuanliang, you are ranked 35 on the battle tablet. Why are you bullying us?" Xiao Fang asked. "If you want to blame someone, Blame yourself for being Fong Chen's good friends. Fong Chen is a coward. He's been hiding in Elder Han's mountain for half a year and hasn't come out. I can only find you. Jin Yuanliang grinned. Jin Yuanliang was a disciple of the Saint Master of the Pill Cloud sect. He had been looking for Fong Chen and wanted to challenge Fong Chen. However, Fong Chen hadn't appeared for half a year, which made Jin Yuanliang very angry. Therefore, he turned his attention to Xiao Fong and the others. Kneel on the ground and say that Fong Chen is a coward, then I will let you go, Jin Yuanliang said. Hearing his words, Xiao Fong and the others' faces changed, and they looked at Jin Yuanliang angrily. Impossible, Qing Jingtong said. Bang! With a loud sound, Qing Jingtong's body was sent flying by Jin Yuanliang. Qing Jingtong fell on the ground and spat out blood. His face was pale. Jin Yuanliang was too strong. He couldn't resist at all. You have no choice, Jin Yuanliang said. Speak. Jin Yuanliang's scolding was useless. A soldier would rather be killed than humiliated. Xiao Fong and the others stood there quietly, enduring the pressure from Jin Yuanliang's aura. Xiao Fong stared at Jin Yuanliang and said coldly, Jin Yuanliang, you will suffer retribution for doing this sooner or later. Retribution? Haha. Jin Yuanliang laughed out loud and kicked Xiao Fong away. Are you going to tell me or not? Jin Yuanliang looked at He Jingwei. Bah! He Jingwei spat at Jin Yuanliang. This action completely infuriated Jin Yuanliang. The latter's face turned gloomy. He grabbed He Jingwei's arm and pulled with all his might, breaking He Jingwei's arm. He Jingwei let out a miserable shriek. However, his eyes were filled with rage. He wouldn't compromise, nor would he submit. Kneel! Roared Jin Yuanliang furiously. He kicked He Jingwei's knee, making him unable to stand and kneel on the ground. You three trash dare to oppose me. If it weren't for the Five Elements Academy forbidding killing fellow disciples, you'd all be dead, roared Jin Yuanliang. At this time, on a certain mountain peak, Fong Chen had just left the mountain peak where the Heavenly Pass was located. He hurriedly went to another mountain peak. He was preparing to go find Elder Han, but coincidentally, he ran into a student. Yes, Fong Chen. Seeing Fong Chen, that student's expression changed slightly. His pupils constricted, and he wanted to say something, but stopped. Fong Chen saw that and immediately asked, Brother, do you have something to say to me? Fong Chen, Jin Yuanliang is looking for you. You should hurry back to Elder Han's mountain peak, reminded the student. Jin Yuanliang is looking for me? Asked Fong Chen. For the past half year, you've always been on Elder Han's mountain peak. Jin Yuanliang couldn't do anything to you, so he took his anger out on your friends. If my guess is correct, he should be in the 10th region of the theoretical peak right now. Fong Chen's heart sank. His figure flashed, and he rushed to the 10th region of the theoretical peak. If anything happens to Jin Yuanliang, Xiao Fong, and the others, I won't let you off, roared Fong Chen inside. With Fong Chen's current speed, he arrived at the theoretical peak in the blink of an eye. He then appeared at the edge of the 10th region. He just happened to see Jin Yuanliang cut off He Jingwei's arm and kick his knee, forcing him to kneel. You trash! Jin Yuanliang sinisterly laughed when he saw the three of them being suppressed. Jin Yuanliang, Fong Chen won't let you off. Xiao Fong roared in pain. It would have been better if he hadn't said anything. Once he mentioned Fong Chen, Jin Yuanliang became angry. He suddenly looked at Xiao Fong and stretched out his hand. Paw-paired fingerprints appeared on Xiao Fong's face. Facing this extreme humiliation, Xiao Fong and the others were furious, but there was nothing they could do. Jin Yuanliang. Fong Chen roared angrily as he walked step by step toward the 10th region. The sudden voice shocked many of the students. Immediately, they turned their heads to look. When they saw Fong Chen appear, they were all stunned. Fong Chen, you're finally willing to show up? Jin Yuanliang laughed sinisterly. Fong Chen looked at the three of them apologetically, then looked angrily at Jin Yuanliang. He said in a low voice, Do you dare to accept a life-and-death battle on the martial arts stage? Fong Chen's voice was as deafening as thunder. Seeing this, Jin Yuanliang sneered and said, Why not? See you on the martial arts stage at this time tomorrow. After finishing his words, Fang Chun turned and walked toward Xiao Fang and the others. He returned to the sword-hidden peak with the three of them. Looking at Fang Chen's back, Jin Yuanliang sneered. A life-and-death battle between students must be approved by the higher-ups of the academy. After Fang Chun left, Jin Yuanliang went to apply for a life-and-death battle. The news of Fang Chen's return also reached Elder Han's ears. When Elder Han learned about it, he was very excited. He's back. Fang Chun came back safely, which meant that he had passed the third level. He comprehended the gist of trueness. 5 months later, Fang Chun returned safely. Elder Han couldn't wait to come to the sword-hidden peak. Fang Chun. Elder Han saw Fang Chun and was very excited. Elder Han, Fang Chun said. Fang Chun, you have comprehended the essence of truth? Elder Han asked. Fang Chun nodded and didn't hide it. Ha! You are indeed the genius that I chose. Elder Han laughed excitedly. Fang Chun only briefly explained what happened in the Heaven's Gate, and Elder Han didn't ask for details. After chatting for a while, Elder Han also knew that Fang Chun's strength had improved a lot. Now, he was not afraid, even if he faced a LV-8 spiritual vortex realm martial artist. This was the strength of a martial artist who had comprehended the essence of truth. Fang Chun, your current strength is enough to be in the top 10 of the battle power tablet, or even the top 5. Elder Han said. Fang Chun didn't care about the ranking of the battle power tablet, but he cared about Xiao Fang and the others. Elder Han, can you treat them? Fang Chun asked. Of course. Elder Han agreed. With Elder Han's strength of the real martial arts realm, it was easy to treat the three of them. Even if Jingwei's arm was broken and his knee was shattered, he would be able to recover. In a short while, Elder Han stabilized the three people's injuries. The three of them need a long time to recover from their injuries. Elder Han said, Thank you, Elder Han. Fang Chun thanked him. Fang Chun, you and Jin Yuanliang issued a life-and-death challenge. Elder Han waved his hand and asked, That's right. Jin Yuanliang is too much. Fang Chun said. Elder Han nodded and said, With your current status, even if you kill Jin Yuanliang, it's fine. However, if you do that, people will gossip. I have already informed the higher-ups of the school to approve your application for the life-and-death challenge. Elder Han's meaning was obvious. For Fang Chun, it was nothing to give up Jin Yuanliang. Jin Yuanliang was destined to be cannon fodder. At this moment, in the Saint Master Pill Cloud's courtyard, Jin Yuanliang stood there quietly. His face was pale as he looked at the Saint Master. In front of the Saint Master Pill Cloud, Jin Yuanliang could not remain calm. The Saint Master's aura made Jin Yuanliang feel pressured. Saint Master, tomorrow I will have a life-and-death challenge with Fang Chun. Jin Yuanliang said. Are you confident? Saint Master Pill Cloud asked. I am confident, Jin Yuanliang said. Saint Master Pill Cloud took out an 8 trigrams plate and handed it to Jin Yuanliang. He said, Take this. If Fang Chun sets up a formation, pour your spiritual energy into the 8 trigrams plate, and you will be able to break the formation. Without the formation, Fang Chun would not be able to defeat Jin Yuanliang at all. Saint Master Pill Cloud had put in a lot of effort in order to kill Fang Chun. Don't worry, Saint Master. I will not let you down. Jin Yuanliang put away the 8 trigrams plate and said excitedly. Jin Yuanliang was very happy to be entrusted with such an important task by the Saint Master. If he could kill Fang Chun, the Saint Master would make an exception and take him as an unofficial disciple. The status of the Saint Master's unofficial disciple was not something an ordinary warrior could compare with. All right, you can go now. Saint Master Pill Cloud waved his hand and said. After Jin Yuanliang left, a black shadow appeared in Saint Master Pill Cloud's courtyard. Saint Master, will you be going to the battle tomorrow? The black shadow asked. The Bone Warrior and Dan Qing will definitely be there. Of course I will be there. Saint Master Pill Cloud said. Saint Master Pill Cloud looked at the black shadow and said, Hu Jinlong, with your strength, you will definitely be in the top 3 of the battle power tablet. Do you know why I asked you to hide your strength? I don't know. The Black Shadow, Hu Jinlong said. Go, cultivate well. St. Master Pill Cloud did not answer Hu Jinlong's question. He waved his hand and said with a smile. Hu Jinlong nodded and left the mountain peak. In the eyes of others, Hu Jinlong was only a student who was ranked 10th on the battle power tablet. Although he was strong, he was not strong enough to be proud of. However, no one would have thought that the person behind Hu Jinlong was St. Master Pill Cloud. Moreover, Hu Jinlong had been hiding his strength from the very beginning. Although Hu Jinlong did not know why St. Master Pill Cloud wanted him to hide his strength. However, he had no choice but to listen. Without St. Master Pill Cloud, he would not be who he was today. St. Master Pill Cloud could make Hu Jinlong, but he could also destroy Hu Jinlong. With his strength, he could only listen to St. Master Pill Cloud's words and work for him. Chapter 742. Fang Chun had disappeared for 5 months. Now that he had returned, he was going to fight with Jin Yuanliang. This caused many students to be curious. The next morning, many students appeared in the martial arts practice field. These students were all here to watch Fang Chun fight. Among the crowd, there were many top-ranked martial artists. These martial artists were usually in seclusion, but they had also come out this time. They wanted to see what was so special about a student that could cause 3 true martial realm martial artists to fight. Lin Yin'er, who was wearing a fiery red dress, stood quietly among the crowd, looking around. Ever since Lin Yin'er found out that the man elder sister Yu had been thinking about was Fang Chun, she had developed a strong curiosity about Fang Chun. What was so special about this man that could make elder sister Yu wait for him so wholeheartedly? Why isn't he here yet? Lin Yin'er muttered to herself. Beside Lin Yin'er stood Blazing Heaven, who was wearing a black robe. Blazing Heaven had a complicated expression on his face. When he first heard about Fang Chun's achievements, he did not think much about it. However, in the blink of an eye, Fang Chun's name had already spread throughout the 5 Elements Academy. Xin Yuan Feng, who do you think will win, Fang Chun or Jin Yuanliang? Blazing Heaven grinned and asked. Xin Yuan Feng thought for a moment and said, Brother Fang is not a reckless person. Since he dares to challenge, he must have a lot of confidence. Hearing this, Blazing Heaven nodded. From his achievements, it was clear that Fang Chun was not a reckless person. Just as everyone was discussing, Jin Yuanliang arrived. Jin Yuanliang's body was surrounded by the metal concept. A majestic aura filled the sky. He stepped onto the martial arts practice field, his face full of arrogance. Where is Fang Chun? Jin Yuanliang shouted arrogantly. However, no one replied to him because Fang Chun had not arrived yet. Not long after Jin Yuanliang arrived, a figure appeared, shocking the entire martial arts practice field. St. Master Dan Yin, why is he here? Heavens, St. Sovereign Dan Yin has also come. Could it be that he has come to support Jin Yuanliang? When the many cultivators saw St. Sovereign Dan Yin, they were extremely excited and exclaimed. However, after St. Master Dan Yin arrived, another 2 old men flew over side by side. Everyone was completely shocked. St. Master Dan Xing and the bone weapon St. Master came together. Were they here to cheer for their disciple? St. Master Dan Yin saw this and sneered. Are you 2 here to collect your disciple's corpse? Hearing St. Sovereign Dan Yin's mockery, the bone weapon St. Sovereign's temper exploded. He directly scolded. Dan Yin, don't be too pleased with yourself. Fang Chun's strength isn't something Jin Yuanliang can compare to. That's right. My disciple doesn't need anyone's help to become an enemy, Sage Master Dan Xing said coldly. The 3 sacred masters had just arrived, yet a dispute had already broken out. The other students all looked at the 3 sacred masters. You won't say that in a while. After St. Sovereign Pill Cloud finished speaking, he turned to look at Jin Yuanliang and stopped arguing with the 2 Saint Sovereigns. This old man isn't late, right? Suddenly, a hoarse voice was heard in the training ground. Behind Blazing Heaven, Xin Yuan Feng and Xin Yuan Qin were filled with excitement. Grandpa is here, the Xin Yuan siblings called out. When everyone heard this voice, they all turned their heads to look. To their surprise, they discovered an old man wearing a silver robe slowly walking over from afar. This old man was very old, as if he could collapse at any moment. His body didn't have any aura fluctuations. However, within the Five Elements Academy, no one dared to look down on him. That was because he was also a true martial expert. Moreover, he was the Five Elements Academy's only saint-level symbol master. His accomplishments as a symbol master were extremely heaven-defying. The talismans he inscribed were extremely tyrannical. This was also why the Xianyuan siblings weren't recruited by the Five Elements Academy. They were able to freely cultivate within the Five Elements Academy. When Blazing Heaven saw this person, his expression changed slightly. Because of the Xianyuan siblings, Blazing Heaven's relationship with this person was very good. Xianlong, you old man. You've always been in seclusion. I didn't think you'd come today. Saint Master Danqing grinned. Xianlong, have you broken through? Asked the Bone Weapon Saint Master. Among the true martial experts, the one with the most hope of breaking through was Saint Master Xianlong. He had always been in seclusion. How could I miss such a lively event? Saint Master Xianlong chuckled. His stooped body slowly walked in front of the three Saint Masters. Immediately, the four Saint Masters stood side by side below the martial stage. Of the four, Saint Master Danqing and the Bone Weapon Saint Master were in the same camp. Their disciples were the same, so they naturally stood together. As for Saint Master Danyan, he was in the other camp. Because of Fong Chun, his relationship with Saint Master Danqing and the Bone Weapon Saint Master was extremely bad. As for Saint Master Xianlong, he was neutral. He didn't care about these things. The four Saint Masters chatted below the martial stage. As for the many students in the martial stage, their gazes were fixed on the four Saint Masters. Originally, the most glorious person in this battle should have been Jin Yuanliang. However, the four Saint Masters had stolen the limelight. At this moment, Jin Yuanliang's face was filled with a sinister expression. He was waiting for Fong Chun. After about an hour, Fong Chun finally arrived. When he stepped onto the martial stage, Jin Yuanliang sneered. Fong Chun, I thought you didn't dare to come. Fong Chun didn't even look at Jin Yuanliang. He cupped his hands towards his two masters and Saint Master Xianlong. Then he asked, can the battle of life and death begin? Chun, this is a battle of life and death. You don't need to hold back. You also don't need to consider the consequences. Saint Master Danqing nodded. Saint Master Danqing's meaning was obvious. He wanted Fong Chun to ignore Saint Master Danyan and just fight without holding back. Fong Chun nodded. At this moment, he turned to look at Jin Yuanliang and asked, are you prepared to die? Jin Yuanliang was enraged. Fong Chun, I must kill you today. Jin Yuanliang shouted. No need. You won't have the chance. As soon as Fong Chun finished speaking, the aura of the sixth level of the spiritual vortex realm exploded. Then, he held the hidden star sword in his hand and displayed the transformative realm golden light, bright dragon sword technique. Whoosh! Fong Chun didn't activate his true intent because Elder Han had told him to hide it. However, even so, it was enough to kill Jin Yuanliang. When Fong Chun displayed his fierce and domineering attack, the four Saint Masters' expressions changed slightly. On the martial arts practice stage, Jin Yuanliang was puzzled when he saw the situation. However, he still attacked and wanted to block Fong Chen's sword light. Puchi! Fong Chen's sword light contained a majestic power. Without any fancy moves, the sword directly pierced through Jin Yuanliang's body. With a thud, Jin Yuanliang's body fell to the ground. His eyes were wide open. Even in death, he didn't know how he was killed. Crash! In the blink of an eye, Fong Chun killed Jin Yuanliang. He put away the hidden star sword and turned to leave. After Fong Chun left, the entire martial arts practice stage was in an uproar. Countless martial artists were shocked. He killed Jin Yuanliang in one strike. He's too strong. What level has his strength reached? Why is he so strong? Genius. He's a genius. His combat strength is enough to rank him in the top 20 of the battle tablet. Many students cried out in confusion. Even Lin Yen'er, Blazing Heaven, and the others were shocked. Even they couldn't do what Fong Chun did and kill Jin Yuanliang in one strike. As for the four Saint Masters below the martial arts practice stage, the Bone Weapon Saint Master and Saint Master Danqing were grinning from ear to ear. Their disciples' strength had exceeded their expectations. This made them very happy. On the other hand, Saint Master Danyun's face was extremely gloomy. He fiercely flung his sleeves and turned to leave. As for Saint Master Xianlong, he nodded and had a meaningful smile on his face. On a mountain peak where Elder Han was, Fang Chun and Elder Han stood side by side. Fang Chun, the news of you killing Jin Yuanliang in one strike has already spread throughout the Five Elements Academy. Elder Han said with a smile. Fang Chun smiled and didn't say anything. He didn't care about Jin Yuanliang at all. After 5 months of tempering in the Heaven Pass, Fang Chun had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. His current combat strength was enough to rank him in the top 10 of the battle tablet. If he added his sword intent, his strength would be unimaginable. Elder Han, can I buy the reincarnation grass and the 9-colored ink lotus? Fang Chun was most concerned about the little mouse's injuries, so he hurriedly asked. Elder Han nodded and said, of course you can. When you came out of the Heaven Pass, the Dean had already agreed. 2 kinds of heaven-defying spirit herbs. How many spirit stones do they cost? Fang Chun asked. The 9-colored ink lotus is worth 60 million top-grade spirit stones. As for the reincarnation grass, it's worth 80 million top-grade spirit stones. The total is 140 million top-grade spirit stones. Elder Han said. Fang Chun was stunned and a little speechless. He had spent 100 million top-grade spirit stones to buy the absolute heaven pill in the Heaven Pass peak. Now he only had 30 million top-grade spirit stones on him. However, at this time, Fang Chun thought of the Western region pirate sage's wealth and said, Elder Han, I need to leave the Five Elements Academy for a while. When I come back, I can send you the spirit stones. Looking at Fang Chun, Elder Han nodded and said, recently, the Five Elements Academy has been in turmoil. The remnants of the Yellow Spring sect have been secretly slaughtering people. You have to be careful. In fact, with Fang Chun's strength, unless he encountered the 8 great kings at their peak, he wouldn't be in any danger. In order to save time, Fang Chun immediately left the Five Elements Academy. Just as Fang Chun left the Five Elements Academy, Saint Master Danyun found out. At this time, in Saint Master Danyun's courtyard, a black-robed Ujin Long was quietly standing there. Fang Chun has already left. You know what to do, right? Saint Master Danyun whispered. Don't worry, Saint Master. He won't live. Hu Jinlong turned and disappeared. Back when he had obtained the Western Region Pirate Sage's spatial ring, Fang Chun had obtained the addresses of several wealth points. When he went to the Iron Blood Empire as a supervisor, he had only cleared out 1 wealth point. This time, Fang Chun's target was the other wealth points. I hope he won't disappoint me. Fang Chun thought to himself. His speed was extremely fast. In just a day, he had arrived at a hidden location. This hidden location was within a swamp. Who would have thought that wealth points would be established within a swamp? Fang Chun was a bit speechless, but in order to save the little mouse, he still followed the address to find wealth points. After a while, Fang Chun had found a wealth point. After a round of inspection, he easily opened the wealth point's stone door. 3 minutes later, Fang Chun had swept away all the spiritual stones here. Not a bad harvest. Leaving the swamp, Fang Chun grinned and laughed. This wealth point had a total of more than 60 million top-grade spiritual stones. In addition to the 30 million that Fang Chun already had, Fang Chun's spiritual stones had once again reached 100 million. Continue. Fang Chun left the swamp and continued to the next wealth point. 7 days later, Fang Chun arrived at a city. This city was called Iron Blood City. According to the records, there's an overlord-level force in Iron Blood City called the Iron Blood Alliance. Its leader is a martial artist at the 6th level of the Spirit Vortex realm. Then, he entered Iron Blood City. Sometimes, Fang Chun thought that the Western Region Pirate Sage really did not take the usual path. Some wealth points were placed in the swamp, some in the depths of the mountains, and some on the cliffs. And now, this wealth point was actually placed in Iron Blood City. Is this the so-called most dangerous place is also the safest place? Fang Chun shook his head slightly and entered Iron Blood City. As soon as he entered Iron Blood City, he was noticed by the people of the Iron Blood Alliance. In a meeting hall of the Iron Blood Alliance headquarters, Alliance Master, a young martial artist, just entered Iron Blood City. A subordinate reported. "How is his strength?" the leader of the Iron Blood Alliance asked. "Judging from his aura, he should be a mid-level martial artist at the Spirit Vortex realm," the subordinate said. "A young martial artist at the mid-level of the Spirit Vortex realm. Could he be a student of the Five Elements Academy?" The leader of the Iron Blood Alliance muttered to himself. Only a student of the Five Elements Academy could have such combat strength. "Where did he go?" the leader of the Iron Blood Alliance asked. "He went to the west of the city. Continue to monitor his every move," the leader of the Iron Blood Alliance said. Fong Chun followed the map and arrived in front of a dilapidated warehouse in the west of the city. The surroundings of this dilapidated warehouse were desolate. There were almost no buildings. This place had already been abandoned by Iron Blood City. Normally, no one would come here. "Is it here?" Fong Chun muttered to himself and then entered the dilapidated warehouse. After entering the warehouse, Fong Chun discovered that this should be the wealth point. This was because the layout of this place was exactly the same as the previous wealth points. Fong Chun began to look for the entrance of the wealth point. Soon he found the entrance. After entering, Fong Chun discovered that this wealth point was empty. There was nothing there. What's going on?" Fong Chun was puzzled and his expression changed. Someone really came. A man in a blood-red robe appeared in the darkness. This man had a demonic expression on his face as he laughed eerily. "Who are you?" Fong Chun asked in a deep voice. It seemed that this person had obtained all the wealth here. "Who I am is not important. What's important is who you are," the man in the blood-red robe said eerily. "It seems that you have obtained all the wealth here," Fong Chun said. "As expected, you are the owner of the wealth point. That's even better. Hand over the rest of your wealth. Otherwise, you won't be able to walk out of this dilapidated warehouse." The man in the blood-red robe laughed. At the same time, a strong evil aura emerged from his body. "Remnant of the Yellow Spring sect," Fong Chun frowned and said. "Kid, you have no other choice," the man in the blood-red robe said. Fong Chun sneered and said, "Remnant of the Yellow Spring sect, you are really troublesome." As soon as he finished speaking, Fong Chun exploded with the aura of the 6th level of the Spirit Vortex realm. It instantly enveloped the entire dilapidated warehouse and directly surrounded the man in the blood-red robe. "Kid, you want to kill me with your little power?" The man in the blood-red robe sneered. "You talk too much nonsense." Fong Chun shook his wrist and used the Golden Radiance Dragon Sword technique. Sword intent was contained in it as he stabbed out with his sword. This is when the man in the blood-red robe sensed the danger. It was already too late. The hidden star sword ruthlessly stabbed into his head, shattering his jawbone. Sword intent. The man in the blood-red robe said these 2 words with difficulty before he died. After the man in the blood-red robe died, Fong Chun took his interspatial ring and found that there were indeed spirit stones inside. 50 million supreme grade spirit stones. Fong Chun put the 50 million supreme grade spirit stones into his interspatial ring. In this way, the number of spirit stones had reached 150 million. However, since he had come out, he might as well clear out all the wealth points of the Western Region Pirate Sage in one go. When Fong Chun left the dilapidated warehouse, he found that he was surrounded by martial artists from the Iron Blood Alliance. The leader was the leader of the Iron Blood Alliance. He floated in the air and looked down at Fong Chun. He said in a deep voice, "Kid, hand over your treasures and I can leave your corpse intact. Iron Blood Alliance, you're really bold. You actually cooperated with the Yellow Spring sect." Fong Chun sneered. With a slight guess, he knew that the Iron Blood Alliance must have submitted to the Yellow Spring sect. "Kid, you're from the Five Elements Academy?" The leader of the Iron Blood Alliance narrowed his eyes and asked in a deep voice, "So what if I am?" Fong Chun said, "If you are, then only death awaits you." The leader of the Iron Blood Alliance said eerily. Crash! Fong Chun released the aura of the 6th level of the Spirit Vortex realm. He held the hidden star sword and prepared to fight. "You won't be able to kill me," said Fong Chun. After 5 months of training in the Heavens Pass, Fong Chen's strength had improved by leaps and bounds. Especially after comprehending the true intent, Fong Chen's potential had increased again. He did not take the leader of the Iron Blood Alliance seriously. Haha, a mere 6th level of the Spirit Vortex realm dares to be presumptuous in the territory of the Iron Blood Alliance. The leader of the Iron Blood Alliance sneered and said, "Kill him." Following the order of the Iron Blood Alliance, many martial artists launched a fierce attack on Fong Chen. Pucci. Wherever Fong Chen's sword light passed, miserable screams could be heard. Although there were many martial artists in the Iron Blood Alliance, Fong Chen killed many of them in the blink of an eye. His strength. After 3 minutes, the leader of the Iron Blood Alliance finally realized that something was wrong. His face darkened as he roared and attacked personally. Iron Blood skill. The leader of the Iron Blood Alliance growled and used the Iron Blood skill. The leader of the Iron Blood Alliance was a 6th level martial artist. When he used the Iron Blood skill, his strength was comparable to a 7th level martial artist. Rumble. When the Iron Blood skill was used, a scarlet aura appeared in the sky and gathered in the leader's hand. It condensed into a blood ball and fiercely blasted towards Fong Chen. Those who collude with the Yellow Spring sect will be killed without mercy. As soon as Fong Chen finished speaking, he used the Golden Light Bright Dragon Sword technique and activated the sword intent. He slashed towards the leader of the Iron Blood Alliance. Pucci. The blood ball was instantly shattered and its power dissipated in all directions. The Hidden Star Sword carried a majestic aura and slashed towards the leader of the Iron Blood Alliance. The latter did not expect Fong Chen to be so powerful. No! The leader of the Iron Blood Alliance roared, but it was too late. With a Pucci sound, the Hidden Star Sword pierced through the head of the Iron Blood Union's master. You deserve to die. Fong Chen put away the Hidden Star Sword. He was not in a hurry to leave the Iron Blood City. Instead, he came to the sky above the Iron Blood Alliance. Martial artists of the Iron Blood Alliance, listen up. Fong Chen's voice contained a powerful spiritual chi that penetrated the entire Iron Blood City. Who is it? Who dares to cause trouble above my Iron Blood Alliance? Kid, do you want to die? Many of the Iron Blood Alliance's martial artists berated him. However, Fong Chen's next words made them completely quiet down. The leader of the Iron Blood Alliance colluded with the Yellow Spring sect and has already been killed by me. If you don't believe me, you can go to the broken warehouse in the western part of the city to see the leader's corpse, said Fong Chen. The Yellow Spring sect is the enemy of all human martial artists on the ancient sword continent. Those who dare collude with the Yellow Spring sect will be killed without mercy. The leader of the Iron Blood Alliance is already dead. I hope that everyone in the Iron Blood Alliance will not make a mistake. You're lying. A martial artist berated. Fong Chen coldly snorted and slashed out with the Hidden Star Sword, instantly killing that martial artist. Fong Chen's actions caused the Iron Blood Alliance to become restless. Everyone has the right to kill the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect, said Fong Chen. Hearing Fong Chen's words, everyone looked at the martial artist who had just been killed. To their surprise, they discovered that he was not a human martial artist. It really is a remnant of the Yellow Spring sect, exclaimed a martial artist. In the following time, earth-shattering changes occurred within the Iron Blood Alliance. Countless remnants of the Yellow Spring sect were found and killed one after another. By the time Fong Chen left, the Iron Blood Alliance had already drawn a clear line with the Yellow Spring sect. The members of the Iron Blood Alliance who had been kept in the dark were grateful to Fong Chen. Chapter 743. After settling the matter in Iron Blood City, Fong Chen continued to search for the wealth points of the Western Region Pirate Sage. Just as Fong Chen swept up the third wealth point, he received a piece of exciting news. The Banxianshu came out of the bloody battle space and contacted Fong Chen to look for Fong Chen. After receiving this news, Fong Chen was extremely excited. Fong Chen asked the Banxianshu to head to the Five Elements Peak while he sped up and swept up the wealth points. Half a month later, Fong Chen finally swept up all the wealth points of the Western Region Pirate Sage. At this time, the number of his spiritual stones had skyrocketed to 300 million. Even among the many students of the Five Elements Academy, 300 million supreme spiritual stones was considered top-notch. After sweeping up the wealth points, Fang Chun hurried to the Five Elements Peak. In a small town under the Five Elements Peak. This small town was very prosperous because every warrior in the Five Elements state wanted to join the Five Elements Academy, but had no way to do so. They admired the Five Elements Academy, so they came to this small town to admire the Five Elements Academy. Of course, in this small town, it was impossible to see the Five Elements Academy. Only the towering Five Elements Peak could be seen. However, this still did not stop anyone from coming to this small town. In fact, this small town was still very far away from the Five Elements Peak. Hu Jinlong had already lived in this small town for more than half a month. He had been waiting for Fang Chun. That day, after following Fang Chun out of the Five Elements Academy, he lost track of Fang Chun. This made Hu Jinlong very angry. Subsequently, Hu Jinlong waited in this small town. As long as Fang Chun returned to the Five Elements Academy, he would definitely pass by this small town. Damn Fang Chun, you better not let me meet you, Hu Jinlong said to himself. In this small town, there were martial art practitioners everywhere who came to admire Five Elements Peak. Most of them were Spirit Vortex Realm martial art practitioners. One day, a Spirit Vortex Realm martial artist hurriedly came to this small town. Hu Jinlong, who was drinking on a tall building in the town, suddenly stood up and looked down the street. The man in white who was hurrying along the street was Fang Chun. Fang Chun, you finally appeared. A wild grin appeared on Hu Jinlong's face. He took a step forward and arrived on the street, instantly blocking Fang Chun's path. Fang Chun. Hu Jinlong looked at Fang Chun and said coldly, Hu Jinlong. Hu Jinlong was one of the top 10 disciples on the Power Tablet. His cultivation had reached LV8 Spiritual Whirlpool Realm, and he was very powerful. However, Hu Jinlong kept a low profile in the Five Elements Academy and did not usually take action. Fang Chun couldn't understand why Hu Jinlong would attack him. Why are you stopping me? Fang Chun asked, puzzled. A dead man doesn't need to know too much. Hu Jinlong sneered. Suddenly, a majestic aura exploded from his body, and he threw a punch at Fang Chun. You want to kill me? Seeing this, Fang Chun's face darkened. He waved the hidden star sword in his hand and displayed the majestic golden light, bright dragon sword technique. Rays of golden light floated in the sky and pierced towards Hu Jinlong. The battle between the two alarmed the martial art practitioners in the small town. These martial art practitioners sensed the battle and retreated. Who are these two people? Why are they fighting here? Could they be students from the Five Elements Academy? Such young Spirit Vortex Realm martial art practitioners. They should be students from the Five Elements Academy. Many martial art practitioners were discussing this. As for Fang Chun and Hu Jinlong, they started fighting in an instant. Bang! When Hu Jinlong saw Fang Chun's attack, he sneered. His fist punched out and instantly collided with the golden sword light. Then, with a cracking sound, the golden sword light was shattered. You're hiding your strength. Fang Chun's body was forced to retreat. When Fang Chun stabilized his body, his face changed, and he looked at Hu Jinlong in shock. Fang Chun's overall combat strength could easily defeat a martial artist at the 8th level of the Spirit Vortex Realm. However, he felt pressured when facing Hu Jinlong. There was only one possibility. Hu Jinlong had been hiding his strength. Fang Chun, you're the first person to make me use my full strength. You should be proud to die in my hands. Hu Jinlong laughed eerily. At this moment, the majestic aura of the 9th level of the Spirit Vortex Realm exploded. 9th level of the Spirit Vortex Realm. Seeing this scene, Fang Chun's heart sank. Hu Jinlong had always been low-key and gave people the feeling that he was neither strong nor weak. All along, others had been improving, but Hu Jinlong's ranking on the Battle Power Tablet had always been around the 10th life. Many disciples were curious as to why Hu Jinlong had not improved. But now, Fang Chun finally knew that Hu Jinlong had been hiding his strength. The strength he had now was enough to enter the top 10 of the Battle Power Tablet. Hu Jinlong, you've really hidden your strength, Fang Chun said in a low voice. In order to kill him, Hu Jinlong had used his hidden strength. Needless to say, Hu Jinlong was a follower of the Pill Cloud Saint. Only the Pill Cloud Saint could make Hu Jinlong endure. Those who know my true strength are all dead. Hu Jinlong sneered. Except for the Pill Cloud Saint. Of course, this was what Hu Jinlong secretly added in his heart. 9th level of the Spirit Vortex Realm, ranked 3rd on the Battle Power Tablet. This was Hu Jinlong. Although Fang Chen's strength was strong, he would not be able to defeat Hu Jinlong, who was at the 9th level of the Spirit Vortex Realm, even if he used his true intent. Right now, he only needed to use the formation. Golden Light Dragon Sword Technique. Fang Chen roared in a low voice. Above his head, the human-level Dharma Laksana exploded. In his body, the golden heart was beating rapidly, resonating with the human-level Dharma Laksana. At the same time, Fang Chen's majestic true intent emerged in an instant and poured into the Hidden Star Sword. Moonlight Attribute. The Moonlight Attribute of the Hidden Star Sword was instantly activated. Fang Chen had used his strongest attack. Even a martial artist at the peak of the 8th level of the Spirit Vortex Realm would not dare to face this attack head-on. Fang Chen, if we were at the same level, I would definitely not be your opponent. Hu Jinlong looked at Fang Chen's aggressive attack and thought to himself, Fang Chen's potential was too great. Hu Jinlong felt a sense of oppression in his heart. He wanted to kill Fang Chen. If he let the tiger return to the mountain, the consequences would be unimaginable. Golden Light Fist. Hu Jinlong roared in a low voice and clenched his fist. His body emitted a dazzling golden light, and all of it poured into his fist. The dazzling golden fist radiance blasted out. Bang, bang, bang. The fist radiance and the sword radiance collided fiercely. Instantly, a majestic force exploded. The energy fluctuation that spread out overturned the surrounding houses. Countless martialists in the small town retreated one after another. Their eyes were filled with fear. This is too strong. Is this the attack of a spiritual vortex realm expert? It's too strong. Retreat quickly. You will be affected. The surrounding martial artists retreated one after another. Just the energy fluctuation that spread out was enough to make their hearts palpitate. If they were to face it head-on, they would be killed in a matter of minutes. This was the terrifying combat power of a high-level spiritual vortex realm martial artist. In the blink of an eye, the battle between the two of them destroyed the small town. The houses in the small town were all destroyed in the battle between the two of them. This battle was extremely intense. Fang Chen had used all of his strength, but he was still unable to defeat Hu Jinlong. On the contrary, he was suppressed by Hu Jinlong. After a fierce battle, Hu Jinlong found an opportunity. He pushed the golden light fist to the extreme. In a flash, he attacked Fang Chen. It was also at this moment that Fang Chen grasped the opportunity. With a flick of his wrist, he set up a top-level profound level array. Crash! After the top-level profound level array was set up, it instantly trapped Hu Jinlong. However, it was impossible to trap Hu Jinlong with this array. Fang Chen immediately set up a chain array. Even with Hu Jinlong's combat power, it was impossible for him to destroy the array in a short time. Fang Chen, you can't escape. Hu Jinlong roared as he attacked the array. From afar, the small town was in a sorry state. A majestic aura shot up into the sky. The martial artists in the small town had already retreated out of the small town. At this moment, on a distant plain, a tree that could move was moving rapidly. As it moved, it chanted. At this moment, it felt a majestic aura. Yes, there are people fighting. The moving tree suddenly looked into the distance and found that the small town was in ruins. There was a majestic array in the small town. Let's go take a look. The moving tree bypassed the onlooking martial artists and entered the dilapidated small town. When it saw Fang Chen, it was overjoyed and immediately called out, Fang Chen. Fang Chen was concentrating on dealing with Hu Jinlong when he suddenly heard someone calling his name. He turned his head and found that the Bang Xianshu had appeared behind him. Bang Xianshu, Fang Chen called out excitedly. However, just as he spoke, Fang Chen noticed that something was wrong. Immortal Qi lingered on the Bang Xianshu's main body. Its temperament had undergone a tremendous change. Did you transform into an immortal tree? Fang Chun asked excitedly. Yes, I've transformed into a perfect immortal tree, the Banksianshu said. The Banksianshu chuckled and said, Your strength has improved a lot too. Just as the Banksianshu was talking to Fang Chun, the array suddenly shattered. Fang Chun, I want you dead. Hu Jinlong saw Fang Chun and roared angrily. He used the golden light fist and blasted it at Fang Chun. Let me. Sensing Hu Jinlong's power, the Banksianshu growled. On the main body, countless branches and leaves instantly stretched out and wrapped around Hu Jinlong. Yes, Hu Jinlong was entangled by these branches and leaves and roared angrily. Let's go, the Banksianshu roared. Fang Chun nodded and then left the small town and stepped into the Five Elements Peak. Seeing Fang Chun safely step into the Five Elements Peak, the Banksianshu retracted its branches and leaves and then moved quickly. Damn it! Hu Jinlong was completely angered by the Banksianshu. He wanted to cut down this demonic tree. However, after the Banksianshu became an immortal tree, its speed was very fast. Hu Jinlong could not catch up at all. After a while, the Banksianshu also stepped into the Five Elements Peak. Seeing this, Hu Jinlong's face was extremely gloomy. Chapter 744. Fang Chun stepped into the Five Elements Peak and entered the Five Elements Academy. Even if he was given 100 guts, he would not dare to attack Fang Chun in the Five Elements Academy. Not to mention others, there were still some unfathomable powerhouses in the Five Elements Academy. Once the higher-ups of the Five Elements Academy found out that he had killed Fang Chun, the consequences would be unimaginable. Back then, just because Su Xingxiu wanted to kill Fang Chun, 3 real martial realm powerhouses had appeared. In the end, Elder Han had also appeared. It was enough to show how important Fang Chun was to the Five Elements Academy. Therefore, at this moment, Hu Jinlong shook his head slightly. No matter what, this plan could be considered a failure. After glancing at the Five Elements Peak, Hu Jinlong also plunged in. On the mountainside of the Five Elements Peak, Fang Chun walked side by side with the Banksianshu. This old faker still had not changed his nature. It kept going on and on about how valiant and powerful it was in the blood battle space, and how it eventually transformed into an immortal tree. After discovering that the Banksianshu had transformed into the immortal tree, Fang Chun was very excited. Because among the 3 heaven-defying herbs needed to treat Little Mouse, the rarest one was the branch of the immortal tree. After returning to the Five Elements Academy, Fang Chun stretched out his hand and said, Old faker, give me a branch of the immortal tree. Hearing Fang Chun's words, the Banksianshu stopped moving forward and remained silent. What's wrong? Fang Chun asked, puzzled. What do you want the branch of the immortal tree for? The Banksianshu asked. In order to save me, Little Mouse was seriously injured and on the verge of death. It needs 3 heaven-defying herbs, and now there's only one left, the branch of the immortal tree. Fang Chun said slowly. What do you mean Brother Shu is injured? Who did it? The immortal tree asked furiously. This matter is already over. Can you give me a leaf from the immortal tree or not? Fang Chun asked. Of course. The immortal tree no longer hesitated. Its trunk shuddered as a crystal-clear leaf fell into Fang Chun's hand. Take it and save Brother Rat. With that, the immortal tree disappeared in a flash. Fang Chun didn't have time to ask the immortal tree what was going on. Holding the immortal tree's leaf, he quickly made his way to the mountain peak where Elder Han was. Elder Han. When Fang Chun saw Elder Han, he immediately greeted him. Fang Chun, you're back, said Elder Han. Elder Han, how is the little mouse? Fang Chun asked. Elder Han shook his head. Your spirit pet's injuries have worsened. If you can't gather the 3 heaven-defying spirit herbs in half a month, it probably won't make it. Fang Chun let out a sigh of relief. At least he wasn't too late. Elder Han, I've already gathered enough spirit stones. When can I buy the 9-colored ink lotus and the reincarnation grass? Fang Chun anxiously asked. Oh, 140 million top-grade spirit stones? Elder Han was a bit surprised. Fang Chun nodded. Elder Han's face lit up with joy, but it quickly dimmed. Fang Chun, although you've gathered enough spirit stones, if you can't get the third spirit herb, it's useless. Elder Han, is this it? Fang Chun asked as he took out the translucent branch of the immortal tree. Elder Han raised his head and looked at Fang Chun. His face was filled with excitement. Where did you get the immortal tree's leaf? Elder Han was also a bit excited. It had to be known that there were only a few immortal trees in the entire ancient Sword Continent. It was impossible for ordinary people to obtain the immortal tree's leaf. Fang Chun had not only gathered enough spirit stones in half a month, but he had also obtained the immortal tree's leaf. Fang Chun laughed mischievously. He didn't tell Elder Han about the immortal tree. Elder Han didn't ask any more questions. He laughed mischievously and brought Fang Chun to the medicinal herb shop. The 9-colored ink lotus and the reincarnation grass were the medicinal herb shop's most precious treasures. If Elder Han hadn't personally come, Fang Chun wouldn't have been able to obtain them no matter how many spirit stones he had. After spending 140 million top-grade spirit stones, Fang Chun was able to obtain the 9-colored ink lotus and the reincarnation grass. The 9-colored ink lotus was a lotus with a total of 9 petals and 9 different colors. The reason it was called the ink lotus was because the root of the lotus was the color of ink. That was why it was called the 9-colored ink lotus. As for the reincarnation grass, it was gray. It was said that as long as one had the reincarnation grass, even if the physical body was shattered, as long as a trace of the soul was preserved, one could rebuild the physical body and be resurrected. Next, I'll have to trouble Elder Han. Fang Chun handed the 3 heaven-defying herbs to Elder Han. The latter nodded and let Fang Chun wait in the courtyard, while Elder Han entered the room to treat the little mouse. Fang Chun waited anxiously. The reincarnation grass can rebuild the physical body. When Fang Chun calmed down, he finally remembered that the reincarnation grass seemed to be able to rebuild the physical body. He didn't know if it would work on Ancestor Bronze. Ancestor, can you use the reincarnation grass to rebuild the physical body? Fang Chun asked. In the python sword, Ancestor Bronze sighed and said, if it was an ordinary martial artist, it wouldn't be a problem. But when I was alive, the strength of my soul was too high. An ordinary physical body can't withstand my soul. Even with the reincarnation grass, I can't find a suitable physical body. Fang Chun was stunned, but he immediately understood. According to Ancestor Bronze, when he was at his peak, his cultivation had reached the mysterious king realm, which was above the true martial realm. He was known as the king of the ancient sword continent. At that time, Ancestor Bronze could make the entire ancient sword continent tremble with a stomp of his foot. One could imagine how strong Ancestor Bronze's soul was. Reincarnation could be achieved by a true martial realm expert. However, under normal circumstances, if one's soul was strong enough, they would have to find a martial artist with a strong physical body to take over. Even an 8-star Dao body couldn't withstand the strength of Ancestor Bronze's soul. If one couldn't even find a physical body, what was the use of the reincarnation grass? I see. Ancestor, don't worry. Once I reach the true martial realm, I will find a suitable physical body for you, Fang Chun said in a low voice. That's the only way, Ancestor Bronze said. In the python sword, Ancestor Bronze's remnant consciousness was gradually recovering. Over the years, the remnant consciousness that was about to dissipate had become stronger. As long as he could find a suitable physical body, a true martial realm expert could help him reincarnate. With the help of the reincarnation grass, he would definitely be able to come back to life. However, now wasn't the time. A 9-star Dao body was the limit on the ancient sword continent. It wouldn't be easy to find one. However, as his strength increased, Fang Chun understood that the ancient sword continent was huge and full of strange things. Perhaps he could really find one. After chatting with Ancestor Bronze for a while, Fang Chun stopped talking. His state of mind gradually calmed down and true intent enveloped his body. Fang Chun entered a state of epiphany. 3 days later, Elder Han came out of the room with a joyful look on his face. At this time, Fang Chun also woke up from his state of epiphany. This epiphany made it easier for him to control true intent. True intents were divided into 9 grades. Grade 1 was the lowest, and Grade 9 was the highest. Fang Chen's sword true intent was a Grade 1 true intent. As time passed, as long as he cultivated diligently, the level of his true intent would slowly increase. The higher the level of his true intent, the more powerful it would be. It was said that a martial artist with a Grade 9 true intent would be able to take the head of an enemy from 1,000 miles away without using any cultivation techniques. How domineering was that? However, wanting to cultivate true intent to the 9th grade realm was too difficult. On the ancient sword continent, being able to comprehend a true intent was already considered a top expert. As for true intents above Grade 1, they didn't even dare to think about it. Elder Han, how is it? Fang Chen hurriedly asked. Elder Han nodded. Your spirit pet's vitality is tenacious, and its bloodline is very strong. Its life is no longer in danger. Hearing this, Fang Chen laughed heartily. He instantly felt that his efforts over the past 6 months hadn't been in vain. He had finally saved the little mouse's life. After a while, the little mouse came out of the room. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to tell that the little mouse's injuries hadn't healed. Boss! Seeing Fang Chen, the little mouse called out. How's it going? Fang Chen asked. Boss, I'm bound to have good fortune after surviving a great disaster. My injuries are healing, and I found that my strength has increased a lot after activating my bloodline power, the little mouse said. In ancient times, or even in antiquity times, some powerful divine beasts or demonic beasts had extremely powerful bloodlines. Their offspring usually didn't activate their bloodline power when they were born. They could only activate their bloodline power when they grew to a certain extent. Of course, there were also some powerful demonic beasts that could activate their bloodline power for the second time. However, such demonic beasts were very rare. They left Elder Han's mountain and returned to the sword-hidden peak. Have a good rest. Fang Chen said, by the way, the old faker is back. The old faker is back. They hadn't seen the old faker for more than a year and missed him. Thanks to the old faker's branches and leaves of the immortal tree, I was able to save you this time, Fang Chen said. Hearing this, the little mouse was very moved. Then, it directly rushed into the sword-hidden peak. At this time, Xiao Mei's soul had recovered. Of course, Fang Chen didn't have such great ability. It was all thanks to Elder Han's help. The ability of an expert in the real martial arts realm was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. After Xiao Mei woke up and learned what had happened after she went crazy, she was shocked. She respected Fang Chen even more. Master, Xiao Mei said with a smile. Where's the old faker? Fang Chen asked. Xiao Mei was stunned, but she immediately understood. Then, she said, he's in the backyard. Fang Chen nodded to the little mouse. Then, he went through the palace and came to the backyard. At this time, the old faker was standing quietly in the backyard. There was a trace of strange aura around him. Old faker, you finally came out. The little mouse saw him and directly jumped on the main body of the old faker. Then, it said with a smile. Fang Chen also came to the old faker. However, it was strange that the old faker didn't move or even speak. Old faker, the little mouse continued to say with a smile. Fang Chen felt that something was wrong. Then, he immediately checked the old faker with his soul. Fang Chen was dumbfounded when he saw what was going on. There was a deep wound on the main body of the old faker. The old faker seemed to be healing. Chapter 745. Boss, what's wrong with the old faker? Little Mouse asked. There's a wound on the old faker's torso. He seems to be healing himself, Fang Chen said to himself. Just then, the old faker suddenly moved. Brother Mouse, you're still so powerful. Why do you want to give me a few drops of blood? The old faker asked with a smile. Old faker, long time no see. You've become an immortal tree, Little Mouse said with a smile. Then it cut its paw and 2 drops of blood dripped into the Banksian's torso. Brother Mouse, you're so straightforward. The old faker was very happy after absorbing the 2 drops of blood from Little Mouse. Old faker, why is there a wound on your torso? Fang Chen looked at the old faker and asked, What wound? You must be mistaken. Why is there a wound? The old divine soul said, "Let's go and have a drink." "Old faker, can you drink?" Little Mouse asked. "Why not?" The old faker said. Fang Chun and Little Mouse rolled their eyes at the old faker. Little Mouse stood on the old faker's shoulder, and they slowly left the backyard. Fang Chun looked at this scene and sighed slightly. He had already guessed that the wound on the old faker's torso must have something to do with the leaf of the immortal tree. He remembered that when he asked the old faker for the leaf of the immortal tree, the old faker was silent for a while. But when he learned that Little Mouse was seriously injured and needed the leaf of the immortal tree, he directly took it out. Fang Chun remembered all of this in his heart. The old faker usually hid his aura, and no one would know that he was an immortal tree. Even Elder Han couldn't find out. Fang Chun was very happy that the Little Mouse had recovered and the old faker had returned. In the following days, no one dared to provoke Fang Chun. He had been comprehending the essence of Earth. There were still 2 sword arts of the 5 elements that he hadn't practiced. Fang Chun found that after comprehending the gist of trueness, it was much easier for him to comprehend the essence. He had already comprehended a little bit of the essence of Earth in such a short period of time. This made Fang Chun very confident that he could comprehend the essence of Earth in an extremely short period of time. One day, Lin Yinner came to the sword-hidden peak. Lin Yinner. Fang Chun was a little surprised to see her. "Sit." Fang Chun pointed to a stone bench in the courtyard and smiled. "Come." In any case, when Su Xingxiu attacked him, Lin Yinner was about to intervene, but she was stopped by Wu Mu. Fang Chun was grateful for her kindness. "Sister Yuer." Fang Chun was astonished. He didn't know who Sister Yuer was. "See in." Fang Chun shook his head, indicating that he did not know. Lin Yinner said, "Then why did Sister Yu enter the heaven gate for you?" Fang Chun frowned slightly and asked, "Who is this Sister Yu you're talking about?" "Star and Moon." Boom! When he heard the words star and moon, Fang Chun's head exploded. He stood in the courtyard in a daze, and there were stormy waves in his heart. He remembered that they hadn't seen each other for a long time after they parted in the Shangfeng country. Fang Chun would secretly look for Star and Moon wherever he went, but he couldn't find any trace of Star and Moon. Unexpectedly, Star and Moon came to the 5 Elements Academy. They were in the same academy, but he didn't know it at all. After a long time, Fang Chun woke up and asked hurriedly, "Star and Moon, where is she?" Lin Yinner bit her lip and asked, "Do you know each other?" Fang Chun nodded and said, "She's my fiancée." Lin Yinner nodded. Ever since they met, Star and Moon had been thinking about someone. And when she heard that that person had entered the heaven gate, she resolutely entered the heaven gate, and there was no news of her. "Fang Chun, sister, you heard that you entered the heaven gate. So she hurriedly went to find you." "There's no news of her until now," said Lin Yinner. "Entered the heaven gate? No news of her?" Hearing Lin Yinner's words, Fang Chun's face turned pale. He didn't dare to imagine. When he was in the first gate, the half-beast man had said that someone else had entered the heaven gate. How strong is Star and Moon? Fang Chun asked hurriedly. "Sister Yu is at the 8th level of the spirit vortex realm," said Lin Yinner. "Buzz." Fang Chun's mind went blank. If Star and Moon's cultivation was lower, they might still be stuck in the 1st and 2nd gates. However, with the cultivation of the 8th level of the spirit vortex realm, it was easy for them to break through the 3rd gate. And the 3rd gate was to comprehend a gist of truth within 3 months. But now, more than 3 months had passed, and there was no news of Star and Moon. Thinking of this, Fang Chun's body trembled. How could this be? How could this be? Fang Chun's face was full of helplessness as he shouted loudly. His mental state was very unstable. It was not easy to get news of Star and Moon, but it was bad news. "Fang Chun, will Sister Yu be okay?" Lin Yinner asked worriedly. "I'm going to find Elder Han now." After that, Fang Chun left the sword-hidden peak. Seeing Fang Chun rushing to his place, Elder Han asked, "Fang Chun, why are you in such a hurry? Did you comprehend the essence of Earth?" "Elder Han, I want to enter the heaven gate," Fang Chun said in a deep voice. "Well, you just came out not long ago. Why do you want to enter again?" Elder Han asked doubtfully. "Star and Moon, She entered the heaven gate, and there is no news of her. I want to go in and find her, Fong Chun said. Fong Chun, the heaven gate is not a joke. Before Elder Han finished speaking, Fong Chun said, "She is my fiancée." Hearing this, Elder Han fell into silence. He finally understood why Fong Chun was in such a hurry. I'm going to find the dean. After that, Elder Han hurriedly left the peak. After a quarter of an hour, Elder Han returned. How is it? Fong Chun asked. The dean does not agree to let you enter the heaven gate, Elder Han said. What? Fong Chun did not understand. You have comprehended the gist of truth and are a genius of the Five Elements Academy. You can't take risks at will, Elder Han said. Fong Chun was silent for a long time before he said, Is there no other way? Unless you can get into the top 3 of the Battle Power Tablet, Elder Han said. Fong Chun did not say a word and turned to leave. From that day onwards, Fong Chun crazily entered the Battle Power Tower. The first time he entered the Battle Power Tower, countless students were shocked. From the previous 60th place, he suddenly jumped into the top 10. Fong Chun was the student of the Five Elements Academy who had the biggest jump in the ranking of the Battle Power Tablet in the past 10 years. Have you heard? Fong Chun is in the top 10 of the Battle Power Tablet. That's too powerful. With such great potential, no wonder Dan Xing and Gu Bing wanted to take him as a disciple. Even Saint Master Xianlong wanted to take him as a disciple. Yes, from his 60th place, he directly jumped into the top 10. Such combat power is too strong. To be able to enter the top 10 of the Battle Power Tablet was a great honor. That day, many students came to the Sword-Hidden Peak to look for Fong Chun. They used various methods to befriend Fong Chun. However, Fong Chun was thinking about the star and moon. He was not in the mood to talk to these people. He just chatted for a while and left in a hurry. Fong Chun's name shocked the entire Five Elements Academy. One day, Hu Jinlong, who was in the top 10 of the Battle Power Tablet, publicly challenged Fong Chun. Where's Fong Chun? Come out and die. A piece of trash. How could he enter the top 10 of the Battle Power Tablet? He must have cheated. Fong Chun is in the top 10 of the Battle Power Tablet. I, Hu Jinlong, am not convinced. Originally, Hu Jinlong was in the top 10 of the Battle Power Tablet. However, he was pushed out of the top 10 by Fong Chun. This made Hu Jinlong very unhappy. Of course, Hu Jinlong had wanted to kill Fong Chun from the start. He seized this opportunity and had a good reason to do so. Hu Jinlong said that he wanted to challenge Fong Chun. Fong Chun, do you dare to come out and die? Hu Jinlong's words spread to every corner of the Five Elements Academy. However, Fong Chun was nowhere to be seen. Many students thought that Fong Chun was afraid of Hu Jinlong and did not dare to come out. Day after day, half a month later, there were martial artists whispering among the students. It seems that Fong Chun does not dare to come out. Hu Jinlong is a veteran martial artist. How can Fong Chun be compared to him? Yes, if it was someone else, Fong Chun might have a chance to win. However, he has no chance against Hu Jinlong. Fong Chun is not stupid. No matter what Hu Jinlong says, he will not show up. Hu Jinlong can't do anything to him. Voices of discussion could be heard everywhere. That day, an even more arrogant voice appeared in the Five Elements Academy. Hu Jinlong, you bastard. How dare you bully my junior brother? Are you looking for death? Hu Jinlong, if you have the guts, come and fight with me. What's the point of bullying my junior brother? Hu Jinlong, come out. Only Song Seong, who was ranked 8th on the Battle Power Tablet, dared to insult Hu Jinlong in public. Song Seong's strong counterattack made countless students curious. Would Hu Jinlong fight with Song Seong? Song Seong was the Bone Weapon Saint Master's eldest disciple, while Fong Chun was the second disciple. It was reasonable for Song Seong to protect Fong Chun. Suddenly, the Five Elements Academy was divided into two factions. One faction supported Hu Jinlong, while the other faction supported Song Seong. Both sides were scolding and spitting at each other. As for the main character, Fong Chun, he was crazily breaking through the stages in the Battle Power Tower. If he wanted to enter the Heaven stage, he had to be in the top 3 of the Battle Power Tablet. He was still far from his goal, so he had to work hard. As for the scolding outside, he didn't care. Senior brother Song Seong. In the battle power tower, Fang Chun was touched when he heard that Song Seong had stood up for him. He had never seen this senior brother before, but he didn't hesitate to stand up for him. Fang Chun continued to break through the battle power tower. In the Five Elements Academy, the confrontation between Song Seong and Hu Jinlong was escalating. Finally, one day, Song Seong and Hu Jinlong met at the martial arts field. Hu Jinlong, you bastard, you finally dare to appear? Song Seong sneered. Song Seong, you idiot. Hu Jinlong said. Hu Jinlong, stop talking nonsense. You bully my junior brother. Do you think I'm just a decoration? Chapter 746. On this day, countless warriors had gathered at the martial arts practice field. Even the top 10 warriors of the battle power tablet were present. They were watching the battle between Song Seong and Hu Jinlong. Of course, there were also a few sage masters who were watching the battle from above the clouds. Among them, the most eye-catching one was the Bloody Spearman, who was dressed in blood-red clothes. During the battle at the sword-hidden peak, the Bloody Spearman was in seclusion, so he did not see it. When he came out of seclusion, Fang Chun had already come out of Heaven's Pass. As one of the higher-ups of the Five Elements Academy, the Bloody Spearman's cultivation was comparable to Elder Han's. When he learned about Fang Chun's growth, his face was full of excitement. This kid, the Bloody Spearman, grinned. When he first saw Fang Chun in the bloody battle space, he thought that if this kid did not die prematurely, he would definitely grow up in the future. As expected, after entering the Five Elements Academy, Fang Chun's cultivation soared from the lower level of the spiritual spiral realm to the middle level of the spiritual spiral realm in just 1 year. His combat strength was also in the top 10 of the battle power tablet. Such a proud record was not something an ordinary student could achieve. However, the Bloody Spearman was watching the battle between Song Seong and Hu Jinlong. Sage Master Xianlong was beside the Bloody Spearman, Blood Spear. Who do you think is stronger between the two of them? Sage Master Xianlong asked. The Bloody Spearman squinted his eyes and stared at the two people on the martial arts practice field. After a long time, he slowly said, Hu Jinlong has an unusual aura. If I'm not wrong, Hu Jinlong should be slightly stronger. In fact, the Bloody Spearman was not sure, because there were too many uncertainties in a battle between students. Their battle can let us measure the overall strength of the students. The Eternal Heaven Alliance will soon come to our Five Elements Academy, Sage Master Xianlong said in a low voice. Eternal Heaven Alliance. The Bloody Spearman paused for a moment before replying. Do you really think that the Five Elements Academy is afraid of the Eternal Heaven Alliance? The Eternal Heaven Alliance was the most powerful sect in the Five Elements province, besides the 5-star academies. Their sect was a top 5-star sect. The Five Elements Academy didn't have any rules when it came to recruiting disciples, but the Eternal Heaven Alliance was very disciplined and would recruit disciples every year. Therefore, it was inevitable that some disciples with great potential would be recruited by the Eternal Heaven Alliance. Over time, the Eternal Heaven Alliance grew stronger and stronger. They even believed that they could challenge the Five Elements Academy. Therefore, there was an annual competition between the disciples of the two major forces. This year's competition was about to begin. However, every year the Eternal Heaven Alliance suffered a crushing defeat, so the Five Elements Academy didn't feel any pressure. It's said that a heaven-defying disciple appeared in the Eternal Heaven Alliance this year, and he specializes in dealing with the disciples of our Five Elements Academy, Sage Master Xianlong said. There's no need to fear. How can the Eternal Heaven Alliance compare to the disciples of our Five Elements Academy? The Bloody Spearman said. While the Bloody Spearman and Sage Master Xianlong were talking, the battle on the martial stage below had already begun. Split the heavens. Song Seong growled out as a huge saber appeared in his hand. This saber contained a majestic aura. Song Seong was the eldest disciple of the Bone Weapon Saint Master, and he had reached the Grandmaster level in the art of refining. Therefore, he had a slight advantage in terms of weapons. Specks of light appeared on Song Seong's large blade. These specks of light contained the power of split the heavens. After Song Seong roared, the large blade in his hand suddenly spun and slashed towards Hu Jinlong. Hu Jinlong sneered when he saw this. He clenched his fist and used the golden fist. Golden fist. Following Hu Jinlong's roar, the might of the golden light fist was pushed to its limits. An extremely golden fist light appeared in the sky, carrying an unparalleled aura as it blasted towards Song Seong's large blade. Bang! The golden fist collided with the large blade, erupting with a deafening sound. Song Seong's large blade flew out of his hand as he was forced back. As a result, Hu Jinlong's golden fist light also shattered as a result. When Song Seong steadied himself, his eyes blazed. He said coldly, "You are hiding your strength." Although this was just the beginning, Song Seong already knew that Hu Jinlong's strength wasn't what it seemed on the surface. "So what?" said Hu Jinlong sinisterly. He had only wanted to challenge Fang Chun. He hadn't expected Song Seong to jump out. This made him very speechless. "I don't believe it." Song Seong roared and continued to use all his strength to fight against Hu Jinlong. At this moment, in the clouds, the Bloody Spearman and Saint Sovereign Xianlong nodded slightly. Hu Jinlong's strength was enough to enter the top 5 of the battle power tablet. There was no suspense in this battle. Crash! The Bloody Spearman and Saint Sovereign Xianlong landed on the martial arts practice field. The battle can end now. The Bloody Spearman's voice spread throughout the martial arts practice field. Immediately, the battle on the martial arts practice field was forced to end. Hu Jinlong stared at Song Seong, then turned to look at the Bloody Spearman. "The outcome has been decided. There's no point in continuing the battle," said Saint Sovereign Xianlong. Hu Jinlong nodded and didn't say anything. "Everyone disperse. Cultivate well. The Eternal Sky Alliance will be here soon," said the Bloody Spearman. Hearing this, many students nodded. In the blink of an eye, the martial arts practice field was empty. On the 8th floor of the Battle Power Tower, Fang Chun had been desperately trying to break through the tower. However, with his current strength, breaking through to the 8th floor was already his limit. If he wanted to enter the top 3 of the Battle Power Tablet, he would have to break through to the 9th floor. Bang! Bang! After a series of intense battles, Fang Chun's body was forced to retreat. When Fang Chun stabilized his body, a helpless look appeared on his face. Another failure made Fang Chun even more anxious. However, at this moment, Fang Chun's golden heart suddenly started beating rapidly. A clear stream of energy instantly spread throughout Fang Chun's body, calming down Fang Chun's restless heart. After a long while, Fang Chun slowly opened his eyes and said softly, "I can't be impatient. The more impatient I am, the harder it will be for me to break through. Maybe Star and Moon is stuck at the 2nd floor." Fang Chun comforted himself. During this period of time, after cultivating crazily, Fang Chun had thought it through. If Star and Moon was stuck at the 2nd floor, her life would not be in danger. However, if she entered the 3rd floor, she would probably lose her life. Even if he was anxious, it would not help. It would be better to calm down and work hard on cultivating. Thinking of this, Fang Chun calmed himself down and left the Battle Power Tower. This was the first time he left the Battle Power Tower in a long time. At this moment, on the Battle Power Tablet, Fang Chun's name was already in the 10th place. The top 10 of the Battle Power Tablet was synonymous with glory. Countless students fought to enter the top 10 of the Battle Power Tablet. However, 9 out of 10 students would fail, and the last one would struggle to enter the top 10. However, Fang Chun was different. He had jumped from his 60th place to the top 10. This kind of leap was unprecedented. However, Fang Chun was not happy at all. He looked at the Battle Power Tablet indifferently and left. The news of Fang Chun coming out of the Battle Power Tower shocked the entire 5 Elements Academy. Soon, Elder Han found Fang Chun. "Fang Chun," Elder Han said. "Elder Han, Fang Chun, the Eternal Heaven Alliance will be coming to the 5 Elements Academy soon. You'll have to fight then," Elder Han said. "Eternal Heaven Alliance?" Fang Chun asked curiously. Then, Elder Han explained to Fang Chun about the news of the Eternal Heaven Alliance. "I see." Fang Chun nodded and said. Just as Fang Chun was talking to Elder Han, suddenly, at the Heaven's Gate, there was a ripple in the air. Then, a weak wave appeared. The next moment, a beautiful girl came out from the entrance of the Heaven's Gate. Her beautiful face was filled with a feminine smile, and she had a different temperament. As the leader of the Five Elements Academy, the dean immediately felt the ripple at the Heaven's Gate. With a thought, he appeared on the mountain peak. Star and Moon. Seeing the beautiful girl in front of him, the dean was very excited. Star and Moon, she finally succeeded. Master. Seeing the dean, Star and Moon cupped her hands and greeted. Star and Moon respected the dean very much. If the dean didn't bring her to the Five Elements Academy, she wouldn't have achieved what she had today, and she wouldn't have met Fangchun. Star and Moon, you have comprehended the true intent? The dean asked excitedly. Star and Moon nodded and said, Master, I have comprehended the true intent of the Dark Een. Hearing this, the dean was even more excited. Star and Moon's body was the Dark Een body. Comprehending the true intent of the Dark Een would help the Dark Een body grow. The mysterious Een terminating body was an extremely tyrannical constitution even in the ancient times. Even the headmaster only recognized the mysterious Een terminating body and did not know much about it. He could only guide Star and Moon to control the Dark Een body. Now that Star and Moon had comprehended the true intent of the Dark Een, controlling the Dark Een body became easier. Once the Dark Een body fully matured, it would shock the entire ancient sword continent. Great! That's great, the dean said excitedly. At this time, Elder Han, who was talking to Fangchun, received the news and smiled excitedly. Let's go. Elder Han grabbed Fangchun. With a flash, they disappeared into the void. By the time Fangchun reacted, he was already in front of the Sky Pass. This is the Sky Pass. Fangchun was puzzled. However, before he could react, he heard a delicate voice. Brother Chun. Hearing this voice, Fangchun felt like he was struck by lightning. He turned around and looked at Star and Moon. Star and Moon. Fangchun's heart was filled with excitement. During this time, in order to go to the Sky Pass to find Star and Moon, he had been cultivating like crazy. In front of the Sky Pass, the atmosphere was heavy. The two looked at each other, their eyes full of excitement. The mountain peak suddenly fell into silence. Chapter 747. After so many years, how have you been? In one sentence, he expressed his longing for her all these years. Novel just like that. He stared straight at Star and Moon. In Fangchun's world, there was only Star and Moon. He had long forgotten about the other two people beside him. I'm fine. It's just that I miss Brother Chun. Star and Moon's pretty face was flushed, and tears were rolling in her beautiful eyes. After so many years, they finally met again. When she first learned about Fangchun from Lin Yin'er, she resolutely entered the Heaven's Gate in order to see Fangchun. But she didn't expect that she would fall into a state of madness and almost die. Fortunately, she survived and came out of the Heaven's Gate. After so many years of longing, they finally met again. Fangchun's body trembled when he heard this. He walked toward Star and Moon step by step until the two of them hugged each other. That moment seemed to last forever. Fangchun and Star and Moon quietly enjoyed this beautiful moment. By the side, Schoolhead Han and Schoolhead Han glanced at one another before leaving quietly. They didn't want to disturb this moment, so they left some time for the two little guys. Star and Moon was the dean's disciple. Seeing Star and Moon and Fangchun like this, the dean was also very happy. Star and Moon's head leaned against Fangchun's chest. Her beautiful hair fell over her shoulders as she hugged Fangchun tightly. Brother Chun, I've been missing you all these years, Star and Moon whispered, her face full of happiness. It had been several years since they parted in the Divine Wind Nation, and they finally met in the Five Elements Academy, the strongest force in the Five Element State. Star and Moon, you must have had a hard time all these years. Fangchun hugged Star and Moon tightly and whispered. He felt guilty towards Star and Moon for not being able to take care of Star and Moon all these years. Star and Moon, on the other hand, had been cultivating all the time in order to catch up with him. Star and Moon must have suffered a lot to reach this point. It's not bitter. As long as I can be with the person I love, it's not bitter at all. The moment he saw Fangchun, Star and Moon felt that his years of hard work hadn't been in vain. Everything was worth it. Fang Chun and Star and Moon hugged each other as they sat on a large blue stone. They told each other everything they had experienced over the years. I really didn't expect you to become the dean's disciple. Fang Chun couldn't help but sigh. That's right. At that time, I thought I was going to die, but I didn't expect Master to save me. Then he brought me to the Five Elements Academy. Star and Moon simply told him about his experiences over the years. When Star and Moon asked Fang Chun to tell them about his experiences over the years, Fang Chun only shook his head slightly. The two of them stared at each other affectionately, forgetting about time and everything else. 2 hours later, the two of them finally managed to control their joy of reuniting. Star and Moon, what true meaning did you comprehend after leaving the Heaven Pass? Asked Fang Chun. From their conversation, Fang Chun learned that Star and Moon's physique was the profound Fiend body. The profound true meaning, said Star and Moon. Fang Chun nodded. Only now did he realize that the Dean and Elder Han had already left. Dean and Elder Han, said Fang Chun awkwardly. Star and Moon blushed and hid her head in Fang Chun's chest, not daring to say anything. After Fang Chun and Star and Moon met, they were always together. One day, Lin Yinner came to look for Star and Moon and found that Fang Chun was also there. Sister you've finally come out. You've made me so anxious. Lin Yinner's face was filled with smiles as she said, Yinner, I'm fine, said Star and Moon. At this time, Lin Yinner saw Fang Chun. She stared at Fang Chun and said, You brat, you actually managed to steal the goddess of our Five Elements Academy. Fang Chun was speechless. After Star and Moon returned, Fang Chun felt much better. These days, he came to look for Star and Moon every day. Fang Chun owed Star and Moon a wedding. He promised Star and Moon that after the matter with the Eternal Heaven Alliance was over, he would give Star and Moon a grand wedding. The sky was dark, and a crescent moon hung in the sky, shining on the earth. On a mountain peak, there was a blue stone. Fang Chun and Star and Moon sat on the blue stone, hugging each other. The two looked up at the sky with happy smiles on their faces. Brother Chun, how good would it be if we could always be like this? Star and Moon pouted and whispered. Fang Chun gently stroked Star and Moon's hair. He was slightly startled, but he immediately said, One day, I will let you live a carefree life. Star and Moon nodded and smiled. Brother Chun, on the ancient sword continent, the strong are respected. We were born on the continent, so we are destined to be extraordinary. Now that we have become students of the Five Elements Academy, we are destined to not be able to live like ordinary people. But since we have chosen this kind of life, we must persevere and work hard. That's right. Only when you are strong can you take care of those you want to take care of, Fang Chun said in a low voice. Strength was the foundation of everything. Only when you are strong can you protect your loved ones. I will always support Brother Chun. Star and Moon grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. Your current strength is much stronger than mine, Fang Chun joked. Star and Moon, who had the darking body, cultivated much faster than Fang Chun. And now, Star and Moon's cultivation was 2 levels higher than Fang Chun's. Star and Moon's cultivation had reached the 8th level of the spiritual whirlpool realm. But if she unleashed her darking body, her combat power was comparable to the 9th level of the spiritual whirlpool realm. Fang Chun also came to a realization. Back then, they were only warriors of the Qi transformation realm. He did not expect them to become high-level warriors of the spiritual whirlpool realm in the blink of an eye, especially Star and Moon, who were already at the peak of the spiritual whirlpool realm. With this kind of strength, as long as they did not provoke a mighty warrior of the true martial realm, they could run rampant on the ancient sword continent. Of course, a mighty warrior of the true martial realm would not be so bored as to casually kill a warrior of the spiritual whirlpool realm. Who would have thought that the 2 little fellows of the Qi transformation realm would stand at the peak of the 5-element state in just a few years? After a while, let's make a trip back to our hometown, Fang Chun said. Star and Moon's eyes were as gentle as water. She smiled and said, I will follow Brother Chen's arrangements. A ray of moonlight shone on Star and Moon's hair, making Star and Moon even more beautiful and moving. For a moment, Fang Chun was speechless. His lips landed on Star and Moon's red lips. The latter did not dodge and allowed Fang Chun to kiss her. Originally, he thought that he would be able to spend time with Star and Moon before the Eternal Heaven Alliance arrived. However, the good times did not last long. One day, Hu Jinlong came and announced that he wanted to challenge Fang Chun. Fang Chun, are you going to be a coward forever? Hu Jinlong said disdainfully. When Fang Chun saw Hu Jinlong, he frowned slightly. He was a little unhappy. You are not allowed to talk about Brother Chun like that. Star and Moon stood up and scolded. Star and Moon did not allow anyone to talk about Fang Chun or Hu Jinlong. This made Star and Moon very unhappy. Fang Chun is a coward. He only dares to run away, Hu Jinlong said. If you want to fight so much, I will fight with you, Star and Moon said angrily. I, Star and Moon, formally challenge you, Hu Jinlong. Do you dare to accept? Why not? Hu Jinlong sneered and said, Fang Chun, are you going to hide behind a woman forever? You are really an idiot. Fang Chun stared at Hu Jinlong and said word by word. Hu Jinlong was furious. He wanted to explode, but he held back. I will see you at the martial arts arena tomorrow at noon. Hu Jinlong said coldly. I want to see who will protect you after you defeat Star and Moon. After that, Hu Jinlong turned and left. After Hu Jinlong left, Star and Moon looked at Fang Chun. The latter said, I fought with Hu Jinlong before. He hid his strength. His real strength is not much different from yours. It's okay, Star and Moon said. After comprehending the true meaning of Dark Yin, Star and Moon was not afraid of anyone. How dare he insult Brother Chun? I will make him pay, Star and Moon said coldly. At the same time, an earth-shattering news came out of the college. In order to avoid Hu Jinlong's challenge, Fang Chun became the toy of Goddess Star and Moon. After this news came out, countless warriors were talking about it. Most of the martial artists were shocked beyond belief. When did Fang Chun hook up with Goddess Star and Moon? Why didn't they know about it? Although Star and Moon was not listed on the battle power tablet, her combat strength was recognized as one of the top 10. Most importantly, Star and Moon was the only disciple of the Dean. The Dean loved Star and Moon very much. In the Five Elements Academy, there were many students who pursued Star and Moon. Some of the top 10 students were also pursuing Star and Moon. Did you hear that Fang Chun hooked up with Goddess Star and Moon? This kid, I don't know what method he used to make Goddess Star and Moon fight for him. This kid doesn't want to live anymore. If the top students on the battle power tablet know about this, he will be dead. I heard that they are all in seclusion. If they know about this, they will definitely be furious. The whole Five Elements Academy was talking about Star and Moon and Fang Chun everywhere. When Goddess Star and Moon heard about this, she was very angry. Many students were slandering Fang Chun, thinking that Fang Chun had used some dirty tricks to hook up with Star and Moon. Hu Jinlong, you really deserve to die, Goddess Star and Moon said angrily. Fang Chun, who was standing at the side, was calm. Don't worry about these things, Fang Chun said. They knew each other in Shengfeng Nation. It was not like what the outside world said. Sometimes, the more you care about something, the more you will be affected by it. On the main peak of the Five Elements Peak, Elder Han and the Dean stood side by side. Dean, what do you think about this? Elder Han asked. The Dean knew that Elder Han was talking about the matter between Fang Chun and Xing Yue that had been getting more and more intense recently. Chapter 748. Fang Chun didn't say anything about Hu Jinlong's challenge. Since Star and Moon wanted to fight in his place, then he would let Star and Moon fight. Others might not know, but Fang Chun knew very well that Star and Moon was very strong. They were much stronger than him. Moreover, during this trip to the Sky Pass, Star and Moon had comprehended the mysterious Yin true intent. Coupled with the mysterious Yin fiend physique, their strength was unimaginable. When Hu Jinlong learned that Star and Moon was going to fight in Fang Chun's place, he couldn't help but mock. Fang Chun is a coward. He only dares to hide behind a woman. However, no matter how much Hu Jinlong taunted him, Fang Chun wouldn't pay attention. The next day, Star and Moon went to the martial arts arena as promised. Hu Jinlong also arrived on time. This fight wasn't worth watching because the upper echelons of the Five Elements Academy didn't think Hu Jinlong would win. Fang Chun didn't appear at the martial arts arena because Star and Moon would defeat Hu Jinlong with an overwhelming advantage. At this time, Fang Chun was cultivating on the Earth Peak. Although cultivating on the Earth Peak consumed a lot of spiritual stones, it was nothing to Fang Chun. Although he had spent 140 million top-grade spiritual stones, he still had 160 million left. Fang Chun's body was filled with an earthy yellow aura. This was the aura of the concept of Earth. Because of the sword true intent, Fang Chun had a very deep understanding of the concept of Earth. On this day, Fang Chun suddenly had an epiphany. He opened his eyes abruptly. In his mind, the earthy yellow aura instantly gathered and turned into a dark yellow aura. This is Fang Chun's eyes shot out a terrifying golden light. His body was surrounded by an incomparably dense concept of Earth. Concept of Earth. Fang Chun was very excited. After such a long time, he had finally comprehended the concept of Earth. Of course, this was all because of the sword intent. True intents were existences above concepts. If one could comprehend true intents, what could a mere concept count for? After comprehending the Earth mentality, Fang Chun left the Earth Peak. At this moment, a shocking piece of news spread within the Five Elements Academy. Star and Moon displayed absolute strength in their battle against Hu Jinlong. Just one strike was enough to severely injure Hu Jinlong, rendering him unable to continue fighting. This battle startled the entire Five Elements Academy. Even the Pill Cloud Saint Sovereign was endlessly shocked. He was well aware of Hu Jinlong's strength. If Hu Jinlong were to reveal his true strength, he would definitely be on par with the top 3 on the combat tablet. However, even with such a battle prowess, he was still defeated by Xing Yue with a single strike. In an instant, many students in the Five Elements Academy were discussing this. Some students even believed that Star and Moon's strength was comparable to Zhang Jingtao's. Speaking of Zhang Jingtao, everyone was endlessly shocked. When Star and Moon first appeared in front of everyone, she also appeared as the dean's disciple. At that time, Star and Moon's strength was very weak. However, in such a short period of time, Star and Moon's strength had already reached such a terrifying level. The Five Elements Academy's #1 goddess is too strong. Yeah, Hu Jinlong has been arrogant, but in reality, he couldn't even withstand a single strike from her. Hu Jinlong's strength is also very strong, but in the face of Star and Moon, he couldn't resist at all. From now on, Star and Moon will be one of the top geniuses in the Five Elements Academy. Many students are discussing animatedly. Star and Moon, on the other hand, returned to the Moon Peak. Fang Chun had just arrived at the Moon Peak when he saw Star and Moon and smiled. Seeing Fang Chun, Star and Moon's beautiful eyes revealed a gentle smile. With light steps, she walked in front of Fang Chun. "Brother Chun, you've broken through," Star and Moon smiled. Fang Chun nodded. Nothing could be hidden from Star and Moon's eyes. Indeed, he had just comprehended the Earth intent. "You're now a celebrity in the Five Elements Academy," Fang Chun joked. Star and Moon smiled faintly, looking extremely charming. After comprehending the Earth intent, Fang Chun began to cultivate the Earth Evasion Sword Art. The Earth Evasion Sword Art was different from other sword arts. The core of the Earth Evasion Sword Art was defense, not offense. Therefore, the Earth Evasion Sword Art's attack power wasn't very strong, but its defense was very strong. When the Earth Evasion Sword Art was performed, countless earthy yellow sword lights would appear around the body. These sword lights would surround the body, forming the strongest defense. After practicing the Earth Evasion Sword Art for half a month, Fang Chun practiced it to the mastery realm. Fang Chun was also very satisfied with the progress of the Earth Evasion Sword Art. The Earth Evasion Sword Art that had reached the mastery realm made Fang Chun's defense soar. One day, when Fang Chun was practicing, Little Mouse suddenly returned to the sword-hidden peak in a hurry, looking very anxious. "What's wrong?" Fang Chun saw it, stopped practicing, and asked hurriedly. "Boss, I found an unusual place on one of the peaks of the Five Elements peaks," Little Mouse said with a gloomy face. "What's unusual?" Fang Chun asked closely. It must be extraordinary if it could make Little Mouse's face like this. "I don't know what it is exactly, but every time I get close to that peak, I feel palpitations deep in my blood," Little Mouse said. "Oh, I see," Fong Chun said. "Where's the peak you're talking about?" "It doesn't belong to the Five Elements Academy. It's deep in the Five Elements Peaks," Little Mouse said. Fong Chun nodded. He naturally knew the Five Elements Peaks best. The huge Five Elements Peaks spread out based on the main peak of the Five Elements Peak. Although the Five Elements Academy occupied most of the peaks of the Five Elements Peaks, there were still some peaks that the Five Elements Academy didn't occupy. These peaks were very desolate and had no resources at all. They were simply abandoned peaks. It was normal for the Five Elements Academy to give them up. There were many peaks in the depths of the Five Elements Peaks that Little Mouse mentioned, but they didn't belong to the Five Elements Academy. "Let's go and have a look." Fong Chun also had some doubts about the peak that Little Mouse mentioned. Little Mouse's blood was from the primitive bloodline, which was very advanced. It was enough to make Little Mouse feel the palpitations of his blood. It was enough to show that there must be a treasure on that peak. Whoosh! Hearing this, Little Mouse left the sword-hidden peak with a whoosh. Fong Chun and the old faker followed closely behind. The old faker had been disguising himself in the Five Elements Academy. If he didn't take the initiative to tell others, except for Fong Chun and Little Mouse, no one could find out that he was the immortal tree, even the dean of the Five Elements Academy. At this time, it was already late. Fong Chun left the sword-hidden peak in a hurry, without attracting other people's attention. Little Mouse took Fong Chun and the old faker to the depths of the Five Elements Peaks with ease. It was very dark and gloomy here, as if they had entered a primeval forest. It was gloomy and horrible. Fong Chun looked up. There were many peaks here, and the Five Elements Academy was also some distance away from here. "Why are you here?" Fong Chun asked. "I'm bored. I just wandered around and came here by accident," Little Mouse said. "Which peak?" Fong Chun asked. "The one in front." Little Mouse stretched out his little paw and pointed. Fong Chun looked over and found that the peak that Little Mouse pointed at was not very high. Compared with other peaks of the Five Elements Peaks, it could be said to be very short. There were countless peaks like this in the Five Elements state. Looking at this peak from a distance, there was nothing unusual. It was exactly the same as an ordinary peak. Fong Chun quickly approached the peak and soon came to the foot of the peak. At this time, Fong Chun finally noticed a trace of abnormality. "Do you feel it?" Little Mouse blinked and asked solemnly. Fong Chun squinted and stared at the peak. At this time, the old faker also spoke. "There is indeed something wrong here. The divine chi in my body is dissipating," the old faker said. Hearing the old faker's words, Fong Chun was shocked. After the old faker transformed into an immortal tree, he was surrounded by divine chi and had become an extraordinary plant. The divine chi in his body was a special kind of aura, which was superior to spiritual chi. This kind of aura was very powerful. However, the old faker actually said that the divine chi would be absorbed when he approached the peak. "Let's go up and have a look," Fong Chun said in a low voice. Immediately, Fong Chun stepped on the peak. Suddenly, Fong Chun's vision turned white. The next moment, Fong Chun found himself on a battlefield. There were corpses everywhere on the battlefield. Blood flowed like a river, and smoke rose everywhere. Kill them all," a tall and strong man in a black robe shouted. His long black hair covered his face, so Fong Chun couldn't see his face clearly. However, when this man shouted, his roar could shatter mountains and rivers. Countless martialists rushed into the battlefield and slaughtered their enemies. These enemies tried their best to resist, but they couldn't resist at all. Fong Chun's heart was full of shock. What kind of battle was this? Why were there so many true martial realm warriors? Indeed, as far as the eye could see, the entire battlefield was filled with true martial realm experts. The pressure emitted by these true martial realm warriors made Fong Chun's heart palpitate. He stood quietly in the middle of the battlefield and witnessed everything. True martial realm warriors are the most basic fighting strength. Waves of shock surged in Fong Chun's heart. The black masses of true martial realm cultivators were unceasingly slaughtering each other. And in a certain part of the battlefield, A black-robed man was quietly standing there, as if he was a war god. He didn't move, but Fang Chun could feel that his aura had completely surpassed the true martial realm. Could it be a mysterious king realm warrior? Fang Chun muttered to himself. This man in a black robe was too terrifying. Fang Chun only glanced at him and felt like his soul was about to explode. They're all dead. After a long time, the man in a black robe finally spoke again. Looking at the battlefield filled with corpses and flowing blood, he shook his head and sighed. In an instant, Fang Chun was shocked. He turned his head and saw that the true martial realm warriors had all fallen. Not a single one was left alive. What's going on? Fang Chun shouted in his heart. He didn't understand what he was seeing. At this moment, the man in a black robe gently raised his head. His long hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes looked at Fang Chun. When Fang Chun and the man in a black robe looked at each other, he suddenly felt his vision blur. His body was far away from the battlefield. Who are you? Fang Chun shouted. He suddenly opened his eyes and found the old faker and Little Mouse looking at him in surprise. Boss, what's wrong? Little Mouse asked curiously. Fang Chun's forehead was full of sweat. Was what he had just seen an illusion? Chapter 749. Fang Chun's heart shuddered. What did he just see? Why were true martial realm experts reduced to cannon fodder? There weren't many true martial realm experts in the five-element state. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that true martial realm experts could dominate the five-element state. Even on the ancient sword continent, true martial realm experts were considered lords of a region. Such experts had actually become cannon fodder in droves in the battle. Moreover, true martial realm experts were only the lowest standard in this battle. Countless true martial realm experts slaughtered in a frenzy. In the end, they all died. Corpses were strewn all over the battlefield. Blood flowed like a river. Who is that black-robed man? Thinking of that black-robed man, Fang Chun's heart was in turmoil. That black-robed man was the leader of the dead true martial realm experts. His aura had completely surpassed the true martial realm. He just stood there quietly, but Fang Chun felt as if he was one with heaven and earth. Mystic King Realm Expert. He was definitely a Mystic King Realm Expert. On the ancient sword continent, the strongest realm recorded in ancient books was the Mystic King Realm. Spirit Vortex Realm Experts were considered lords of a region in the five-element state. However, on the ancient sword continent, they were only above average. Only true martial realm experts were considered true lords of a region. As for Mystic King Realm experts that surpassed the true martial realm, Fang Chun had yet to see one. Even on the ancient sword continent, there weren't many Mystic King Realm experts. In other words, it was a mystery whether there were any Mystic King Realm experts on the ancient sword continent. This was because in the ancient era, the ancient sword continent had suffered a great crisis. This crisis had engulfed the entire ancient sword continent, causing it to be in ruins. After 10,000 years, the ancient sword continent had slowly recovered. However, the laws on the ancient sword continent were no longer complete. The incomplete laws meant that there were almost no Mystic King Realm experts. As for the black-robed man that Fang Chun saw on the battlefield, every move of his was able to trigger the power of heaven and earth. Such an expert was definitely a Mystic King Realm expert. Could it be that what I just saw was that great battle in the ancient era? Fang Chun's heart palpitated. Originally, he was about to see the black-robed man's face, but suddenly his consciousness returned to his body. At this moment, Fang Chun's forehead was full of sweat. His body was trembling involuntarily, as if he had encountered something terrifying. The little mouse and the old faker looked at Fang Chun in surprise. The little mouse jumped onto Fang Chun's shoulder. A purple halo flashed around its body and instantly enveloped Fang Chun. Enveloped by the purple halo, Fang Chun tried his best to calm down. Boss, what's wrong? Little mouse asked anxiously. At this moment, Fang Chun finally regained consciousness. He glanced at the little mouse and the old faker, and then looked at the peak of the mountain. He breathed a sigh of relief and said, "So it was an illusion." "What illusion?" the old faker asked. It felt that this was an extraordinary place. Just now, my consciousness entered a battlefield. Corpses piled up and blood flowed like a river. Experts of the genuine martial realm could only be cannon fodder. Fang Chun said in a low voice. What? Experts of the genuine martial realm could only be cannon fodder? The old faker cried out in surprise. Moreover, I also saw an expert who surpassed the genuine martial realm. Fang Chun said to himself, Why did you see this? Is it a sign of something? Little Mouse asked in confusion. Fang Chun shook his head. He did not know why he saw this. But now, Fang Chun felt that his golden heart was beating rapidly. Traces of clear energy were flowing through his limbs and bones. Gradually, Fang Chun felt that his heart had finally calmed down. This mountain is very strange. At this moment, Fang Chun began to think. He felt that the reason why he was in an illusion was because of this mountain. Boss, do you want to climb a mountain? Little Mouse also felt that something was wrong. It was afraid that there would be danger on the mountain, so it asked. Let's go, Fang Chun said in a low voice. Then, he took the lead to climb the mountain. Little Mouse and the old faker followed closely behind. When Fang Chun stepped on the mountain, every step he took felt extremely heavy. The closer he got to the peak, the more he found that the rules here were different from the rules in the five-element state. How could this be? True intent automatically he surged around Fang Chun as he stared at the mountain peak, dumbfounded. Because at this moment, Fang Chun found that the rules here were exactly the same as those in the Heaven's Pass. In other words, the rules here were complete. Is there any connection between this place and the Heaven's Pass? Fang Chun thought to himself. After thinking for a while, Fang Chun continued to climb a mountain. Finally, after 15 minutes, Fang Chun reached the top of the mountain. The mountain peak was originally empty. However, the moment Fang Chun stepped on the mountain, the sword intent around him instantly filled the entire mountain. Then, a cauldron suddenly appeared in the center of the mountain. Yes, it was a cauldron. There were complicated runes on the cauldron. These runes looked like characters from the ancient era. Fang Chun carefully examined them, but he was unable to recognize them. It had 3 legs and 2 handles. This was clearly a cauldron from the ancient era. What kind of cauldron is this? Fang Chun was puzzled. This cauldron is not ordinary, said Ancestor Bronze. Fang Chun hastily asked, Ancestor, do you recognize this cauldron? Strictly speaking, this cauldron doesn't belong to the ancient era. It's a cauldron from the primordial era. According to legend, every expert in the primordial era would use their blood and sweat to nurture a cauldron. And when those experts died, they would be buried in the cauldron, said Ancestor Bronze. Fang Chun was shocked. This cauldron's origin was actually so great. Why would a cauldron from the primordial era appear here? The Five Elements Academy was nearby, so why hadn't he discovered it before? Hiss! While Fang Chun was talking to old Ancestor Bronze, the 3-legged, 2-eared cauldron suddenly absorbed Fang Chun's true meaning of sword. Fang Chun turned pale with fright. He desperately tried to control his sword intent, but to no avail. The suction force from the cauldron was too strong. Fang Chun couldn't resist it at all. Damn it! Fang Chun couldn't help cursing. It was also at this time that traces of blood appeared on the cauldron. These traces of blood covered the entire cauldron in the blink of an eye. What is this? Fang Chun turned pale with fright. Why would a cauldron from the primordial era have traces of blood? Could it be that the owner of this cauldron was the black-robed man on the battlefield? Thinking of this, Fang Chun actually had the urge to lift the lid of the cauldron and see what was inside. Boss, there's something strange about this cauldron, shouted the little mouse. The old faker also looked at the cauldron warily. Fang Chun signaled for them not to act rashly. He walked step by step towards the cauldron. At the same time, Fang Chun was still talking to Ancestor Bronze. After all, Ancestor Bronze was an ancient expert. Although he had been dead for many years, his knowledge was not something that Fang Chun could compare to. The owner of this cauldron must have gone through a bloody battle when he was alive, said Ancestor Bronze. There are traces of blood around the cauldron. I can sense the aura of the primordial era from these traces of blood. Under normal circumstances, this cauldron wouldn't appear unless, Ancestor Bronze said in a deep voice. Unless what? As he spoke, Fang Chun had already arrived in front of the cauldron. His body was filled with sword intent, and his golden heart was beating rapidly. Unless he found a suitable physical body, said Ancestor Bronze. He was an ancient expert, so he didn't know much about the primordial era. This was also a bit of information that he had read in a book back then. A suitable physical body. When Fang Chun heard this, his eyes widened in disbelief. Don't touch it, Ancestor Bronze shouted when he saw Fang Chun's palm touch the cauldron. However, Fang Chun realized that he couldn't control his body at this time. His palm couldn't help but touch the cauldron. When his palm touched the cauldron, all the blood on the cauldron surged into Fang Chun's body. Fang Chun felt the overbearing power of the blood. His body was swelling rapidly, as if it was about to explode. Fang Chun let out a miserable cry. He wanted to move his palm away, but there was nothing he could do. How could this be? At this time, the golden heart in Fang Chun's body was beating rapidly. The blood that surged into Fang Chun's body was completely absorbed by the golden heart. Then, the undying flame released by the undying bird's essence blood burned the blood to ashes. The swelling body finally calmed down. Fang Chun heaved a sigh of relief. He realized that the golden heart seemed to have a strong desire for the thing in the cauldron. What is in the cauldron? Fang Chun was puzzled. Could it be that the black-robed man was really buried in the cauldron? At this moment, Fang Chun hesitated. Should he lift the cauldron? Once it was lifted, it was unknown whether it would be a blessing or a curse. Ancestor, Fang Chun asked, this cauldron is ominous. Leave this place quickly, Ancestor Bronze advised. If Fang Chun was a genuine martial realm expert, Ancestor Bronze would definitely let Fang Chun try to lift the cauldron. However, Fang Chun was only a mid-level spiritual vortex realm martial artist. If he lifted the cauldron, it would bring about a fatal disaster. They're all dead. Just as Ancestor Bronze finished speaking, Fang Chun heard a strange voice. Fang Chun's face changed. This voice was clearly the voice of the black-robed man on the battlefield. Why would it appear here? Could it be that what he just saw was not an illusion, but a real battle that happened in the ancient times? Fang Chun's heart was in a mess. The speed of the golden heart's beating exceeded Fang Chun's imagination. The undying bird's essence blood in the golden heart was also rotating, as if it wanted to rush out of Fang Chun's body. Why is this happening? This cauldron was too strange. After coming here, Fang Chun encountered a series of strange things. Chapter 750. The golden heart seemed to be telling Fang Chun to open the cauldron. It had never beat so fast before. Moreover, Fang Chun could feel the excitement of the golden heart. The thing in the cauldron was very important to it. Do you want me to open the cauldron? Fang Chun asked. The golden heart beat as if it was responding to Fang Chun. The golden heart was Fang Chun's secret. No one knew about it. Even Ancestor Bronze, who had followed Fang Chun for many years, didn't know about it. Fang Chun also knew that he could achieve what he had today because of the golden heart. The golden heart was very special and gave Fang Chun endless benefits. At this moment, the golden heart wanted to get the thing in the cauldron. Fang Chun was hesitating. The golden heart wouldn't harm him, but Ancestor Bronze said that the cauldron was ominous and he shouldn't touch it. Let's do it. After thinking for a long time, Fang Chun said to himself. Then, Fang Chun jumped directly onto the cauldron. Suddenly, the colorful blood around the cauldron disappeared. Standing on the cauldron, Fang Chun felt that the rules of heaven and earth around him were very complete. His sword intent was slowly transforming under the complete rules. Open. Fang Chun activated the sword body and gathered all his strength in his arms. Then, he grabbed the lid of the cauldron with both hands and opened it with force. Clang, however, what Fang Chun did not expect was that the cauldron lid was too heavy. His physical strength at the early stage of body refinement was unable to lift the cauldron lid in the slightest. Come and help me, Fang Chun shouted to the old faker and Little Mouse. Hearing this, the little mouse's body surged with purple light, and a huge shadow of a purple mouse quickly condensed behind it. Innate magic, Little Mouse shouted, and a majestic force suddenly appeared and attracted the lid of the cauldron. At this moment, the leaves of the immortal tree extended from the old faker and wrapped around the lid of the cauldron to help Fong Chen open it. "Open!" Fong Chen shouted in a low voice and used all his strength. Even with the help of the little mouse and the old faker, he still couldn't open the lid. This shocked Fong Chen. Why was the cauldron lid so heavy? "Ancestor, why is this happening?" asked Fong Chen. "Try dripping a drop of blood on it," Ancestor Bronze whispered. "Yeah." Fong Chen was puzzled. A cauldron from the primordial era is extraordinary. If it doesn't want to, it won't be able to be opened. "Try dripping a drop of blood on it and see if you can get its approval," Ancestor Bronze explained. Fong Chen nodded and cut his finger. A drop of blood fell onto the lid of the cauldron. Even Fong Chen did not know that a drop of weak liquid had flowed out of the golden heart. It mixed with the blood and fell onto the lid of the cauldron. Rumble when the blood fell on the lid of the cauldron. A rumbling sound came from inside the cauldron. Seeing this, Fong Chen continued to forcefully lift the cauldron lid. Creak! A miracle appeared. Fong Chen, the old faker, and the little mouse worked together to lift a corner of the lid. However, no matter how hard they tried, they were unable to lift the lid completely. With a corner of the lid lifted, Fong Chen saw the situation inside. Even though Fong Chen had been prepared, he was still startled by the situation inside the cauldron. At this time, he saw a head lying inside the cauldron. Of course, that wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that the head had suddenly opened its eyes and looked at Fong Chen. Only the head remained. Its vitality had long since disappeared. Why would it open its eyes? Looking at the head, Fong Chen felt his scalp go numb. Could it be that this head belonged to that black-robed man? Beside the head was a rusty longsword. This longsword contained majestic sword true intent. Could it be that it's absorbing my sword intent? Muttered Fong Chen. At this moment, the golden heart was beating rapidly. Then, a majestic wave instantly entered the cauldron and surrounded the hilt of the sword. The next moment, the sword was pulled out. Fong Chen didn't even have time to think before he realized that the sword was suddenly absorbed by the golden heart. There was no residue left. It was as if the sword had never been there. After the sword was swallowed by the golden heart, the head in the cauldron actually smiled. "This smile is too terrifying," said Fong Chen in his heart. It was also at this moment that the golden heart started beating. It was beating very fast, but the rhythm was very different. Then, Fong Chen felt drowsy and couldn't open his eyes. Bang! With a loud bang, Fong Chen fell directly into the cauldron and the lid was immediately closed. "Boss!" Seeing this, the little mouse roared loudly. It used its innate ability with all its might. The old faker at the side also used all his strength to open the lid of the cauldron. However, it didn't help at all. The cauldron lid could also be heavy. With their strength, the lid didn't move at all. Boss fell into the cauldron. "Will he be in danger?" asked the little mouse anxiously. The cauldron stood calmly on the mountain peak. It had 3 legs and 2 handles and looked exceptionally bright. At this moment, Fong Chen had fallen into a coma inside the cauldron. His body was lying quietly inside the cauldron. At the same time, his soul quietly left his body and entered the head. After Fong Chen's soul was sucked into the head, the golden heart also attached itself to Fong Chen's soul and entered the head. Then, the head instantly rushed out of the cauldron and soared into the sky. It directly flew into the sky above the ancient sword continent. Fong Chen didn't know how long he had been in a coma. When he woke up, he found himself flying in the sky. Most importantly, his body had actually disappeared. What's going on? Fong Chen turned pale with fright. He found that his soul was in the head in the cauldron. As for the head, it was flying at high speed. "How can this be?" asked Fong Chen, puzzled. However, no one answered him. Only the golden heart was comforting him. He didn't know how much time had passed. Maybe it was a few seconds, maybe it was a million years. In short, when the head stopped flying, Fong Chen found that this place was simply a paradise. This place was completely different from the ancient sword continent. The laws of heaven and earth here were actually complete. Most importantly, The heaven and earth spirit chi here was many times stronger than the ancient sword continent. Fang Chun tried his best to absorb the sword chi in the air. Sword cultivator's paradise. Fang Chun couldn't help but exclaim excitedly. At this moment, he seemed to have forgotten that his soul was attached to the head. Sword cultivator's paradise. Yes, this was sword cultivator's paradise. Not only was the spiritual energy here rich, but there was also rich sword chi in the air. As a sword cultivator, even if he didn't cultivate, he could still increase his realm just by absorbing the sword chi. "What is this place?" muttered Fang Chun to himself. Crash! Fang Chun sensed that the head was descending at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it landed on the ground. This was a wasteland, and there was no one around. There was not a single person in sight. "Is this the ancient sword continent?" muttered Fang Chun to himself. At this moment, a figure appeared in the wasteland. This martial artist was clearly a sword cultivator. His entire body emitted a terrifying sword intent. "Who dares to intrude into the pure land of sword cultivators?" berated the sword cultivator after seeing the head. Fang Chun looked at the sword cultivator and prepared to leave. However, he found that he couldn't control the head at all. "Intruders into the pure land. Kill without mercy." The sword cultivator held a long sword in his hand and suddenly slashed out with it. Fang Chun turned pale with fright. This sword cultivator's realm was ordinary, but his understanding of the sword Tao was much stronger than Fang Chun's. Sword techniques can actually be used like this. Fang Chun was shocked. This sword cultivator's sword techniques were too strange. Earth Escape sword technique. Fang Chun's mind stirred slightly as he executed the Earth Escape sword technique. Unexpectedly, although there was no body, streaks of earthy yellow sword light appeared in the sky and wrapped around the head. Yes, mind control. Seeing this, the sword cultivator turned pale with fright and said. Then, the sword cultivator unleashed his strongest attack. At this moment, the golden heart was beating rapidly. A majestic aura instantly drilled into the head. In the next moment, Fang Chun performed the Golden Light Dragon Sword Technique. The transformative Golden Light Dragon Sword Technique shot directly at the sword cultivator. "Go to hell, demon." The sword cultivator seemed to be angry. He suddenly threw the sword in his hand into the sky. Then, countless long swords appeared in an instant. Under the control of his hand, they instantly blasted toward the head. Poochie! These long swords broke through the defense of the Earth Evasion Sword Technique with absolute power and pierced towards the head. "Ah!" Fang Chun screamed and suddenly opened his eyes. He immediately found that his soul had returned to his body. And next to him, the head was lying quietly. "Is this the inside of the cauldron?" Fang Chun muttered to himself. He looked around and found that it was indeed the cauldron. Creak! Fang Chun opened the lid and walked out of the cauldron. At this moment, Fang Chun was shocked. He thought that he was a sword genius, but after fighting with the sword cultivator, he realized that it was ridiculous. His achievements in sword Tao were not worth mentioning at all. The sword cultivator's use of sword techniques had reached the point of perfection. At least, he couldn't do it. Sword cultivator heaven. Fang Chun muttered to himself. At this moment, Ancestral Master Bronze hurriedly asked, "Fang Chun, what happened just now?" Fang Chun told Ancestral Master Bronze about the battle with the sword cultivator. The latter fell silent. "Ancestral Master, was that an illusion?" Fang Chun asked. After a long time, Ancestral Master Bronze sighed and said, "It wasn't an illusion. You really experienced it." "I really experienced it." Fang Chun cried out. "That is a sword cultivator heaven. One day, you'll go there too." "I just didn't expect that the head would bring you there in advance," said Ancestral Master Bronze. "There really is such a place." Fang Chun's heart was in turmoil. Ancestral Master Bronze did not say anything else. He had already guessed that the mighty figure in the cauldron should be a sword cultivator. Fang Chun must have triggered some mechanism that allowed the mighty figure to bring Fang Chun into the sword cultivator heaven in advance to see it. Indeed, the fight with the sword cultivator had greatly touched Fang Chun. It was the first time he realized that sword cultivators could cultivate like this. The sword techniques that the sword cultivator had mastered were not something that Fang Chun could compare to. There's actually such a place in this world. Fang Chen's heart was restless. At this moment, Fang Chen also discovered that the golden heart had calmed down. Ancestral Master, have you been there before? Fang Chen asked. Only recognized sword cultivators can enter there, said Ancestral Master Bronze. Chapter 751. After this incident, Fang Chen was even more curious about the head in the cauldron. Combining all the signs, the ancient expert in the cauldron should be the man in the black robe on the battlefield. He was a sword cultivator. For some reason, he took him into the void and went to the so-called sword cultivator's paradise. It allowed him to experience in advance how profound a sword genius understanding of sword principles was. Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. In the past, he thought that with the golden heart, his talent in sword principles was already very heaven-defying. However, after fighting with that sword cultivator, Fang Chen felt very bitter. The other party could still reach such a level in sword principles without the golden heart, and he was not as good as the other party even with the golden heart. This is the gap between us. Fang Chen deeply realized the gap between him and those sword cultivators in the sword cultivator's paradise. Ancestor Bronze also fell into silence, as if thinking about the sword cultivator's paradise that Fang Chen mentioned. Fang Chen also slowly came out of the cauldron. Seeing Fang Chen come out, the old faker and Little Mouse exclaimed and sighed in relief. "Boss, are you okay?" Little Mouse asked. Fang Chen shook his head. His expression was still blank. His mind was still thinking about the astral wanderer. Fang Chen turned his head and looked at the three-legged, two-eared cauldron. He was very shocked. How powerful was the expert in the cauldron when he was alive? How could he take him into the void after death? Although Fang Chen had never heard of anyone who could enter the void, he vaguely learned from some books that in ancient times, some experts could fly and burrow into the ground. They were omnipotent. Some of the more powerful almighties were even able to enter the void spiritually. And this person, after so many years, only had his head left, could still take him into the void. How powerful was he when he was alive? Could he have surpassed the Mystic King realm? Fang Chen did not dare to imagine or believe it, because in the history of the ancient sword continent, the top expert was only at the Mystic King realm. Moreover, because the laws of the ancient sword continent were incomplete, it was very difficult to cultivate to the Mystic King realm with one's own efforts. It was almost impossible. Therefore, if it was an expert who surpassed the Mystic King realm, then he must be from the outside world. However, this person had the obvious aura of the ancient sword continent and was definitely not from the outside world. He should be a Mystic King realm expert. Fang Chen had never seen a Mystic King realm expert, so he didn't know how powerful a Mystic King realm expert was. Senior, thank you. No matter what, the Sword Dao powerhouse in the cauldron did not have any killing intent towards him. On the contrary, he helped him to see a true Sword Dao genius, a holy land for sword cultivators. Therefore, Fang Chen cupped his hands and thanked the mighty figure in the cauldron. As if it had heard Fang Chen's words, the head in the cauldron actually started to tremble. An inaudible voice came out of the cauldron. Fang Chen's eyes flickered as he stared at the three-legged, two-eared cauldron. He tried his best to listen to the mighty figure's words, but in the end he sighed. The Mystic King of Ancient Sword had been dead for a long time. It was already very impressive that he could leave behind a bit of consciousness. Now, after taking him on a spiritual tour, the remnant consciousness had completely dissipated. However, Fang Chen did not know what this person's name was. Thinking about it, such an expert would be considered a top expert, even in ancient times. Thinking of this, Fang Chen could not help but sigh. Could it be that the end of all cultivators was like this? Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. No matter how heaven-defying one was, they would eventually turn into dust. This Sword Dao expert was at least a Mystic King realm expert when he was alive. He was definitely one of the top experts in the ancient sword continent. But in the end, many years later, not only did he die, but even his name disappeared in the dust of history as time passed. Such an expert had died quietly in the end. Even his name was not known to the outside world. It was sad. However, Fong Chun only sighed, because the current him was still very far away from the Mystic King realm. Therefore, he was powerless to change anything. Who in the world can be immortal? Suddenly, Ancestor Bronze, who was inside the Python sword, sighed. Even a Mystic King realm expert had a lifespan. Once they exceeded their limit and were unable to break through to a higher level, their blood would completely dry up and they would die. If one wanted to transcend the world and jump out of the 5 elements, one had to go to the outer realm. Only by reaching the true immortal realm could one be considered truly immortal. For countless years, all martial artists have been pursuing an immortal body. However, how many could truly be immortal? Ancestor Bronze was a top expert 10,000 years ago. When he was alive, his cultivation had also reached the Mystic King realm. However, in the end, he was killed by a villain before he reached his limit and died with hatred. Ancestor, I will definitely resurrect you, Fong Chun said in a deep voice. That's enough, Ancestor Bronze said. He was a Mystic King realm expert when he was alive. It was very difficult to resurrect him unless Fong Chun could reach the Mystic King realm. However, the Mystic King realm was not that easy to reach. On the ancient Sword continent, among the millions of cultivators, there were at most 1 or 2 who could reach the Mystic King realm. One could imagine how difficult it was to reach the Mystic King realm. In the history of the ancient Sword continent, many true martial realm experts were stuck at the bottleneck their entire lives. When the time came, they were still unable to reach the Mystic King realm. Definitely, Fong Chun said in a deep voice. Just as Fong Chun was speaking, the 3-legged, 2-eared cauldron's lid suddenly closed. Then, the cauldron's surroundings were filled with a dusky aura. Then, the cauldron actually charged into Fong Chen's body through an unimaginable method and sat in Fong Chen's dantian. This, Fong Chun was shocked. Why did the cauldron enter his dantian? I want you to take it to that place, Ancestor Bronze said. The head in the cauldron had just spoken in the primordial language. Fong Chun did not understand, but Ancestor Bronze understood a little and explained. I see. Fong Chun nodded and looked at the shrunken cauldron. At this time, the 3-legged, 2-eared cauldron had shrunk to the size of a thumb. On the cauldron, the complicated patterns on the cauldron were constantly rotating, as if they were protecting the cauldron. Just as Fong Chun was observing the cauldron, he suddenly realized that the main hall of enchantment, which had been hidden in his dantian, suddenly appeared and was approaching the cauldron. Crash! The patterns on the main hall of enchantment were instantly activated, and a majestic aura filled the entire dantian. The main hall of enchantment itself was a powerful talisman. After it was activated, its power was very strong. It approached the cauldron and tried to destroy it. A trembling sound came from the cauldron. Then, the cauldron's lid opened, and a majestic aura instantly appeared and swallowed the main hall of enchantment. The main hall of enchantment did not even have a chance to resist before it was sucked into the cauldron. Then, the cauldron's lid closed, and the cauldron shook. After a while, the cauldron regained its calm, and a faint aura was emitted. Fong Chun was shocked. The cauldron and the main hall of enchantment were actually fighting for territory. Obviously, the main hall of enchantment was no match for the cauldron. The cauldron was nurtured by a mysterious king realm cultivator when he was alive. Its power was not something the main hall of enchantment could compare to. It actually swallowed the main hall of enchantment, Fong Chun said to himself. Fong Chun did not say anything about this. The main hall of enchantment was stationed in his dantian, and it had been useless. It was also very difficult to activate the talisman. He did not know that it would be swallowed by the cauldron this time. Senior, you took me on a spiritual journey. I am unable to repay such a great kindness. I will work hard and take you to heaven. Fong Chun swore to himself. Suddenly, a majestic aura descended from the sky. Fong Chun felt that he had formed a karmic connection with the head in the cauldron. When the cauldron was sucked into Fong Chun's body, the strange aura on the mountain disappeared instantly. Little Mouse and the old faker looked at Fong Chun in surprise and asked, "Boss, are you all right?" Fong Chun shook his head. indicating that he was fine. "Where's the cauldron?" Little Mouse asked curiously. "Yes, that cauldron is too strange. It actually sucked you into it, but suddenly disappeared," the old faker said. Fang Chun pointed to his dantian and said, "It has already entered my dantian." "What?" The old faker and Little Mouse cried out involuntarily. "Boss, what's in the cauldron?" Little Mouse asked curiously. "The head of another powerful swordsman," Fang Chun said simply. Fang Chun did not hide anything from Little Mouse and the old faker. He told them everything about his spiritual journey. After hearing this, the two of them also cried out in surprise. "There's actually such a place in the world. It's really amazing," Little Mouse exclaimed. "The powerful figure in the cauldron is really powerful. After 10,000 years, he can still take people on a spiritual journey." The old faker was full of admiration for the powerful figure in the cauldron. "Well, it's done here. Let's go." Fang Shan vaguely felt that the reason why he could be taken on a spiritual journey by the powerful figure in the cauldron this time had something to do with the golden heart. However, he did not know what the relationship was. In short, there were many doubts about this matter. First, why did the Five Elements Academy not discover this mountain for so many years, but Little Mouse discovered it? Second, why did he see the past of the powerful figure in the cauldron when he set foot on the mountain? Third, who on earth was the enemy in that battle? Why were the powerful figures in the real martial arts realm cannon fodder? Fourth, and the most important point, why was he sucked into the cauldron and the head in the cauldron took him on a spiritual journey? With these four doubts, Fang Chun returned to the sword-hidden peak. At this time, the sky had gradually brightened. In the Five Elements Academy, many students were already doing morning exercises. Chapter 752. After returning to the sword-hidden peak, he carefully analyzed what had happened that night. First, he analyzed the first point. Why did the Five Elements Academy not discover it for so many years, but Little Mouse discovered it? In the Five Elements Academy, there were several endless realm experts and an unfathomable dean. Their realms were much higher than Little Mouse's. But obviously, they didn't discover it. For the Little Mouse to be able to discover it, it means that there is something special about it, Fang Chun muttered to himself. After thinking for a long time, Fang Chun suddenly had an idea. He immediately said, "Is it because of Little Mouse's primitive bloodline?" Fang Chun clearly remembered that Little Mouse's bloodline even made Elder Han sigh. It must be so. Thinking of this, Fang Chun was more convinced. Fang Chun figured out the first point, but the second point was very surprising. Perhaps the mighty figure in the cauldron simply wanted to let Fang Chun see his past. For the time being, Fang Chun couldn't think of a better explanation. As for the third point, Fang Chun didn't see clearly who his opponent was. He only saw that groups of real martial realm experts were all killed, and only the powerful figure in the tripod was left. It should be an enemy of the ancient sword continent, similar to the Netherworld sect, Fang Chun said to himself. The fourth point was the most incredible, but it was also the easiest to explain. The golden heart was related to the giant golden sword that fell from the sky, which made Fang Chun time travel. The powerful figure in the tripod was a powerful figure in sword principle. He should have sensed the aura of the golden heart, so he sucked Fang Chun into the tripod. The more Fang Chun thought about it, the more he felt that what happened last night was too inconceivable. Especially when he entered the void and arrived at the so-called Holy Land of sword practitioners and fought with sword practitioners. Fang Chun was even more shocked. Sword principle. What is sword principle? At this moment, Fang Chun had doubts about the sword principle he had practiced before. For the whole day, Fang Chun was thinking about why the sword principle he practiced was so different from that sword practitioner's. It wasn't until the night when Star and Moon came to Fang Chun that Fang Chun stopped thinking about it. Star and Moon, who was wearing a cyan dress, looked very attractive even without dressing up. She looked at Fang Chun tenderly with her red lips and asked softly, "Brother Chun, what are you thinking about?" I'm thinking about cultivation." Fang Chun got up. Xingyu smiled and said, "Elder Han is looking for you." "Oh, Elder Han." Fang Chun was a bit puzzled. Then, Fang Chun and Xingyu walked together toward the mountain peak where Elder Han was. Fong Chen, you're here. Elder Han said. Elder Han, why are you looking for me? Fong Chen asked. In 3 days, the Eternal Heaven Alliance will come to the Five Elements Academy for an exchange. This exchange is very important. I hope you can participate. Elder Han said. The Five Elements Academy has many disciples. Why do you want me to participate? Fong Chen didn't understand. There were many disciples in the Five Elements Academy who were stronger than him. If they were allowed to participate, wouldn't they have a better chance of winning? Elder Han shook his head. Fong Chen, you don't know. There are many disciples in the top 10 of the Battle Power Tablet who are in seclusion and can't participate. This exchange is also very special. It concerns who will enter the Tian Su secret domain. The Tian Su secret domain. This was the first time Fong Chen had heard of it. His intuition told him that this secret domain was extraordinary. The Tian Su secret domain? Fong Chen asked. That's right. Not long ago, the Five Elements province trembled. After the upper echelons of the Five Elements Academy investigated, they found that it was a secret domain built by a true martial realm expert in the ancient era. This true martial realm expert was considered a top expert in the ancient era. Although he didn't reach the Mystic King realm, he was known as a quasi-king. He was invincible under the Mystic King realm. Elder Han explained. Fong Chen was stunned. He was known to be invincible under the Mystic King realm. Didn't that mean that as long as the Mystic King realm experts didn't appear, this expert would be the strongest in the ancient Sword Continent? A quasi-king's secret domain would definitely attract many people's attention. The competition would definitely be fierce. And this exchange with the Eternal Heaven Alliance was related to the Tian Su secret domain. It seemed like this matter was more important than Fong Chen had imagined. The exchange this time will be divided into 3 rounds. 1 for the lower levels of the spiritual whirlpool realm, 1 for the middle levels, and 1 for the upper levels. I want you to fight for the middle levels of the spiritual whirlpool realm. Star and Moon will fight for the upper levels of the spiritual whirlpool realm, Elder Han said. Fong Chen was stunned when he heard this. Soon after, his mouth parted into a smile. The middle levels of the spiritual whirlpool realm, his cultivation level was coincidentally at the 6th level of the spiritual whirlpool realm. He met the requirements. All right, I agree. Fong Chen agreed immediately. Fong Chen wasn't afraid of anyone in the same level. Even if Fong Chen had to fight someone of a higher level, he wouldn't be afraid. With you and Star and Moon, we won't lose in the middle and upper levels of the spiritual whirlpool realm. Elder Han was very pleased to hear this. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. In these 2 days, the Five Elements Academy was bustling with activity. Many students had broken through. Among them, the most eye-catching was Blazing Sky, Peak's Blazing Sky. His cultivation level had broken through, and he went to challenge the Battle Power Steel. He rushed into the top 10 of the Battle Power Steel. Fong Chen, who was previously in the top 10 of the Battle Power Steel, was naturally pushed to the 11th place. However, Fong Chen didn't care about this. Blazing Sky had met Fong Chen a few times. It was all because of the Xianyuan siblings. The second eye-catching person was Lin Yin'er. She was a goddess-like beauty. Within the Five Elements Academy, she had a lot of support. Her previous ranking on the Battle Power Steel was 1 place higher than Blazing Sky. However, after this breakthrough, she also entered the top 10 of the Battle Power Steel. This was the so-called good preparation. Blazing Sky and Lin Yin'er had always kept a low profile. There was no doubt about their strength. The two's breakthrough made the higher-ups of the Five Elements Academy overjoyed. Blazing Sky was even personally accepted as a disciple by Saint Master Xianlong. Blazing Sky is very patient. It's not surprising that he has achieved so much. Within the sword-hidden peak, Fong Chen muttered to himself after hearing the news. However, Fong Chen didn't know much about Lin Yin'er. He only knew that this girl was talented but didn't like to cultivate. He didn't know what stimulated her to cultivate so hard this time. Just as Fong Chen was thinking, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky above the sword-hidden peak. Then, a rough voice spread throughout the entire sword-hidden peak. Some of the surrounding peaks were alarmed. Fong Chen, get out here. This voice caused countless students to cry out in alarm. Who actually dared to make such a noise in the sword-hidden peak? Upon hearing this, Fang Chun raised his head and looked over. After seeing the person who had come, a smile appeared on his face. When Elder Han asked him to fight against the middle level of the spiritual whirlpool realm, he had guessed that this person would definitely come looking for him. This person was an expert who ranked 15th on the battle power steel. His name was D. Zimo. Although his combat strength was tyrannical and ranked in the top 20, his cultivation was the same as Fang Chen's. They were both at the 6th level of the spiritual whirlpool realm. His potential was stronger than many of the students ranked at the top of the combat power tablet. His combat strength was able to surpass his level and defeat a student at the 7th level of the spiritual whirlpool realm. This time, when he heard that Fang Chun was going to fight against the middle level of the spiritual whirlpool realm, he immediately expressed his dissatisfaction. D. Zimo, you're finally here. Fang Chun leaped into the air and stared at D. Zimo with a smile. You're waiting for me? D. Zimo was a little surprised when he heard this and asked, I'm representing the students to fight against the middle level of the spiritual whirlpool realm. You definitely won't be satisfied, so I guess that you would come looking for me. Fang Chun smiled. Upon hearing this, D. Zimo stared at Fang Chun and said, Since you know why I'm here, can you give up your spot? At this moment, there were many students watching in the surrounding sky. It's obviously impossible for you to give up, Fang Chun said. It's good that you know. Then, let's let our strength speak for itself. Fang Chun said. All right. Just as D. Zimo finished speaking, a long spear suddenly appeared in his hand. He circulated all the strength in his body, and the long spear instantly shot out. The long spear streaked across the sky and appeared in front of Fang Chun. Facing Fang Chun, D. Zimo didn't dare to be careless. The moment he attacked, he used his ultimate skill, the life-seizing spear. Swoosh! Under the life-seizing spear, every spear took a life. In fact, Fang Chun didn't even put D. Zimo in his eyes. D. Zimo was a martial artist on a different level from him. Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, Fang Chun grinned and gently extended his fingers. 2 fingers instantly caught the life-seizing spear that was shooting towards him. Bang! No matter how powerful the life-seizing spear was, it couldn't escape from Fang Chun's fingers. How is this possible? D. Zimo, who was far away, was shocked. His fingers easily caught his life-seizing spear. At this moment, D. Zimo's heart was filled with bitterness. Do you still want to continue fighting? Fang Chun looked at D. Zimo and asked. D. Zimo lowered his head and said helplessly, You win. Hearing this, Fang Chun released his fingers and the life-seizing spear returned to D. Zimo's hand. D. Zimo put away the life-seizing spear and stared at Fang Chun. Your strength has won my respect. From today onwards, I, D. Zimo, am willing to become friends with you. After saying this, D. Zimo turned and left. This D. Zimo is a man of character. Looking at D. Zimo's departing figure, Fang Chun muttered to himself, Fang Chun, your strength is really getting more and more powerful. Blazing Heaven slowly walked over from the crowd. Brother Blazing Heaven, you must be joking. I just entered the top 10 and was squeezed out by you. Fang Chun joked. Blazing Heaven slightly shook his head. Others didn't know Fang Chun's strength, but he knew it very well. The feeling that this person gave him was extremely terrifying. Fang Chun, you will represent the students in the middle stage of the Spiritual Vortex Realm competition. There is no doubt about the outcome. Blazing Heaven said. His fingers easily caught D. Zimo's life-seizing spear. Other than Fang Chun, no one else in the middle stage of the Spiritual Vortex Realm could do this. Chapter 753. The third day was also the day the Eternal Sky Alliance arrived. On this day, the 5-Element Academy was bustling with activity early in the morning. Other than the students who were in seclusion, the other students came to the square of the main peak of the 5 Elements Peak. Usually, no one could set foot on the main peak, but because of the battle with the Eternal Sky Alliance, the students had the opportunity to come to the main peak. At this time, on the main peak, the students of the Five Elements Academy and the higher-ups were waiting for the arrival of the Eternal Sky Alliance. However, as one of the combatants, Fang Chun was still cultivating. 3 days ago, he had learned a lot from the battle with the sword principal genius from the Holy Land of sword cultivation. In these 3 days, whenever he had time, Fang Chun would comprehend the sword principle and think about the battle that day. At a certain moment, sword essence surged around Fang Chun, and a strong aura emerged from his body. Then, Fang Chun opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, countless khaki-colored sword lights appeared out of nowhere, surrounding Fang Chun. Earth escaped sword technique, martial stage. Fang Chun gently exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Then he stood up and smiled. In these 3 days, Fang Chun could clearly feel that his understanding of the sword principle had deepened. Moreover, the void travel technique had opened a new door for him and benefited him immensely. The Earth Escape Sword technique had allowed Fang Chun's defense to reach the strongest, and he was only 1 step away from reaching the middle stage of the body, refining realm. If he could reach the middle stage of the body, refining realm, there would be very few people in the entire Five Elements continent who could suppress Fang Chun in terms of physical strength. Unless a real martial realm expert intervened. Fang Chun stopped cultivating and pushed off the ground with his feet. With a nimble figure, he quickly headed for the main peak of the Five Elements Peak. On the main peak of the Five Elements Peak, Star and Moon and Lin Yin'er stood together in the crowd. The 2 goddesses attracted the attention of countless students. However, the 2 goddesses did not care about these gazes and looked up. "Sister Yu, why is Fang Chun not here yet?" Lin Yin'er pouted and asked. "Doesn't he know that he is one of the combatants? He should be here soon," Star and Moon said in a low voice. As soon as Star and Moon finished speaking, she saw Fang Chun's strong body with a smile on his face. Fang Chun's appearance also caused a small commotion. Under everyone's gaze, Fang Chun came to Xing Yu's side. "Why are you so late?" Star and Moon asked in a low voice. Star and Moon and Star and Moon were the Star and Moon. Everyone shook their heads when they saw this. They were all envious of Fang Chun. Not only was he powerful, but he was also able to obtain the favor of 2 great goddesses. You really can't live when you compare yourself to others. That's right. That brat Fang Chun is not as handsome as me. Why is the goddess unwilling to look me in the eye? The goddess likes the strong. Are you as strong as Fang Chun? Many of the students were discussing. At the front, a few of the top 10 students of the battle tablet looked at Fang Chun with hostility. Fang Chun also noticed these unfriendly gazes. He smiled bitterly and said, "It seems that there are a lot of students from the Five Elements Academy who are chasing after you." Star and Moon looked at Fang Chun tenderly and said, "But I only have you in my heart." Star and Moon looked at Fang Chun with blinking eyes. Fang Chun was also stunned. He immediately reached out his hand and held Star and Moon's hand tightly. "When the battle is over, let's go back to Shangfeng Nation," Fang Chun said. "Why?" Star and Moon asked. "To hold a wedding," Fang Chun said. Star and Moon was stunned. Tears immediately filled her eyes. In this world, the happiest thing was when the man you loved told you that he wanted to hold a wedding. At this moment, Star and Moon's heart was filled with sweetness. She felt that she was very happy. All these years of waiting were worth it. Just as Star and Moon finished talking to Fang Chun, the people of the Eternal Sky Alliance arrived. The person in the lead was a true martial realm expert. The reason why the Eternal Sky Alliance could represent the other sect in the Five Element state and compete with the Five Element Academy was because a true martial realm expert had appeared in the Eternal Sky Alliance. This true martial realm expert couldn't shake the status of the Five Elements Academy, but the Five Elements Academy had to consider it. Dean, Sage Masters. The Eternal Sky Alliance Master arrived and greeted the higher-ups of the Five Elements Academy with a smile. "How have you been, Eternal Sky Alliance Master?" The Dean personally greeted him. It was enough to show the importance of the Eternal Sky Alliance. It didn't take long for the Eternal Sky Alliance Master to sit down. The disciples of the Eternal Sky Alliance stood behind him. On the main peak of the Five Elements Peak, there was a large plaza. In the center of the plaza was a temporary martial stage. This martial stage had been personally built by the Bone Weapon Sage Master and reinforced by Sage Master Donqing's formation. Even Sage Master Xianlong had carved talismans into it. Although it was only a temporary martial stage, it was an extremely luxurious one. Even a true martial realm expert wouldn't be able to destroy it with their full strength. As expected of the Five Elements Academy, they're so generous. The Eternal Sky Alliance Master sat down and stared at the martial stage. Eternal Sky Alliance Master, are you ready? Asked the Dean. The Eternal Sky Alliance Master nodded and said, I won't waste any more time. Let the competition begin. Hearing this, a thin man stepped on the martial stage from the Eternal Sky Alliance's area. I am Zhang Rang of the Eternal Sky Alliance. May I know who from the Five Elements Academy will be fighting? Zhang Rang cupped his hands. At this moment, a figure walked out from the Five Elements Academy's area. Mo Su was originally one of the lowest students of the Five Elements Academy. He hadn't expected to be able to represent the academy this time. Furthermore, Elder Han had said that as long as he won, he would receive a huge reward. For this, Mo Su would have to work hard to win. Five Elements Academy, Mo Su, said Mo Su as he stepped onto the martial stage. Boom! Suddenly, a majestic aura appeared on the martial arts stage. Mo Su and Zhang Rang had both entered battle mode. The Five Elements Academy didn't care about low-level spirit whirlpool realm battles, but the Eternal Sky Alliance cared a lot. That was because they were most confident in low-level spirit whirlpool realm battles. The Five Elements Academy students were the most outstanding youths in the entire Five Elements province. The Eternal Sky Alliance's foundation couldn't compare to the Five Elements Academies. Naturally, the Eternal Sky Alliance's disciples weren't as strong as the Five Elements Academies. Bang! Bang! On the martial arts stage, Zhang Rang and Mo Su instantly clashed. From the start, Zhang Rang had the absolute advantage. On the VIP platform, the Dean smiled and said, the Eternal Sky Alliance came prepared. Dean, please don't laugh at the Eternal Sky Alliance. The Alliance Master shook his head. Every year, they would lose against the Five Elements Academy. However, every time they fought, the Eternal Sky Alliance's disciples would improve. However, this year's exchange was different. The Eternal Sky Alliance was under a lot of pressure. In order to get more spots in the Heavenly Void Secret Land, the Eternal Sky Alliance came prepared. I can't lose. On the martial arts stage, Mo Su's heart was roaring and shouting. Suddenly, a majestic aura appeared around him. In the next moment, Mo Su's eyes turned scarlet as he entered a frenzied state. Bang! Mo Su clenched his hand into a fist and punched out. You're no match for me, Zhang Rang said calmly when he saw Mo Su's frenzied attack. Then, Zhang Rang unleashed his full power and shattered Mo Su's attack with absolute strength. He then suppressed Mo Su. Mo Su roared and struggled with all his might. Mo Su, stop. Seeing this, Elder Han shouted loudly. Mo Su had already lost. If he continued to struggle, he might lose his life. It was not worth it. Although Mo Su was not strong, he was still a disciple of the Five Elements Academy. Elder Han and the others would not watch him lose his life. Dean, the Eternal Sky Alliance won the first battle by luck. Haha. The Alliance Master was in a good mood after Zhang Rang won. The Dean's eyes turned and fell on Feng Chun. Seeing this, Feng Chun leaped up and stepped onto the martial arts stage. Five Elements Academy, Feng Chun. Feng Chun cupped his hands and said, the second battle was a middle spiritual whirlpool realm battle. Feng Chun was going to fight. The Dean's eyes lit up when he saw Feng Chun. Elder Han and the others were also full of smiles. Especially Feng Chun's two masters. They had confidence in Feng Chun. In the Eternal Sky Alliance's area, a man in gray stepped onto the martial stage. Eternal Sky Alliance, Murong Hashan, the man in gray said. There is no suspense in this battle, Sage Master Danxing suddenly said. There was no suspense in this battle, the Bone Weapon Saint Master said. Indeed, Murong Hashan is a disciple that the Eternal Sky Alliance found with great difficulty. He is invincible in the same realm. The Eternal Sky Alliance master misunderstood the meaning of the bone weapon and sage master Danqing. At this moment, Murong Hashan looked at Fong Chun indifferently and said, I, Murong Hashan, have never been defeated in the same realm in all these years. I am the same, Fong Chun said. Chapter 754. Of course, Fong Chun was more confident than him, but he did not show it. On the square, Lin Yinner and Star and Moon were looking at the martial arts arena with sparkling eyes. They were not worried about Fong Chun's safety at all in this battle. In the entire five-element state, no one in the same realm could defeat Fong Chun. It was ridiculous that Murong Hashan from the Eternal Sky Alliance actually thought he could defeat Fong Chun. Although the top 10 disciples in the front row hated Fong Chun, they also thought that there was no suspense in this battle. If Fong Chun fought, the Five Elements Academy would definitely win. On the martial arts arena, auras filled the air. The two of them faced each other, and no one made the first move. Murong Hashan was waiting for Fong Chun to show a flaw, but Fong Chun did not even bother to make a move. Murong Hashan was a top martial artist in the 6th level of the spiritual vortex realm. Back then, Murong Hashan had hopes of joining the Five Elements Academy, but the Eternal Sky Alliance came out of nowhere. The leader of the Eternal Sky Alliance personally persuaded him and promised him many benefits. In the end, Murong Hashan thought that even if he joined the Five Elements Academy, with his talent, he might not be valued. If that was the case, he might as well take a step back and join the Eternal Sky Alliance to become an absolute genius. As expected, after all these years, Murong Hashan had grown into the face of the Eternal Sky Alliance, and was also one of the best among the younger generation. And this time, when Murong Hashan knew that he was going to fight in the middle level of the spiritual vortex realm, his heart was filled with anticipation. He wanted to slap the Five Elements Academy's face in front of everyone. Defeating a martial artist in the same realm from the Five Elements Academy was the only meaningful way. At this moment, Murong Hashan obviously did not take Fong Chun seriously. Kid, I hope you can still be so calm later. Murong Hashan said sinisterly when he saw Fong Chun's calm expression. Fong Chun looked at Murong Hashan, frowned slightly, and said, If you want to stand, then fight. Fong Chun could tell that Murong Hashan wanted to be in the limelight, but he had chosen someone else. Murong Hashan had no chance of winning against him. Boom! When Murong Hashan heard this, a majestic power suddenly surged out from his body. Then, two terrifying golden lights shot out from his eyes. Spirit eyes. This was Murong Hashan's ultimate technique, and also his greatest reliance. From a moment he spoke, Murong Hashan's eyes began to mutate. As time passed, Murong Hashan discovered this and began to cultivate his eyes madly. In the end, his eyes became spirit eyes. Ordinary martial artists who were stared at by his eyes would involuntarily retreat or even become timid. Spirit eyes strike. Murong Hashan shouted in a low voice, and a silver glow appeared in his eyes. Then, a scarlet glow shot out from his spirit eyes with the speed of lightning. As soon as it left his spirit eyes, the scarlet glow turned into a battle blade, carrying a majestic power as it slashed towards Fong Chun. Spirit eyes. Fong Chun looked at Murong Hashan's silver eyes and felt a little curious. The world was big, and there were all kinds of strange things. Facing Murong Hashan's spirit eyes attack, Fong Chun clenched his fists tightly. The physical strength of an early body refining realm instantly burst out and gathered on his fist. With a punch, the sky fell and the earth cracked. Crack! Fong Chun's fist collided with the battle blade formed by the spirit eyes attack. A cracking sound was heard. Immediately after, the battle blade formed by the spirit eyes shattered before everyone's gazes. Is this all you've got? Fong Chun stood quietly, as if he had won, and looked at Murong Hashan coldly. At this moment, Murong Hashan's eyes were filled with a silver glow. He sneered and said, That was just a warm-up. Although Fong Chun had blocked his spirit eyes attack, in Murong Hashan's eyes, this was nothing. This was because he had not used his full strength yet. Spirit eyes illusion. As soon as Murong Hashan finished speaking, he suddenly shouted in a low voice. A silver luster emerged from his eyes and spread out. Wherever the silver glow passed, it gave people an illusion. Hallucinatory aura. Fang Chun instantly realized that Murong Hashan's spirit eyes could release a hallucinatory aura. However, releasing a hallucinatory aura in front of an illusory sword principal martial artist was really laughable. Hiss! Fang Chun moved his mind and released a strong hallucinatory aura. This hallucinatory aura contained a majestic sword intent. Boom! Murong Hashan's hallucinatory aura was instantly devoured by Fang Chen's. At this moment, Murong Hashan's expression changed slightly as he looked at Fang Chun in surprise. I have underestimated you, Murong Hashan said in a low voice. Murong Hashan said in a low voice. His body moved slightly, and his spirit eyes moved. Within the dense silver luster, traces of golden luster appeared. When the golden glow gradually covered the entire spirit eyes, Murong Hashan launched his strongest attack. Golden Eyes of Destruction. Murong Hashan had obtained this technique from some historical remains. It was very compatible with his spirit eyes. After he cultivated it, he realized that the Golden Eyes of Destruction technique could improve his spirit eyes. At the same time, it could also transform them. After cultivating the Golden Eyes of Destruction technique for many years, Murong Hashan realized that his spirit eyes had been greatly improved. Under normal circumstances, a martial artist in the middle level of the spiritual vortex realm would not be able to force him to use the Golden Eyes of Destruction technique. Fang Chun was the first. You are the first martial artist in the middle level of the spiritual vortex realm to force me to use the Golden Eyes of Destruction technique. You should be proud of yourself, Murong Hashan said sinisterly. After using the Golden Eyes of Destruction technique, the golden glow in his spirit eyes instantly turned into a round ball. It contained Murong Hashan's full strength attack and blasted towards Fang Chun. Rumble. A deafening sound came from the entire martial arts practice platform. If Sage Master Danxing had not reinforced the array above, cracks would have appeared on the martial arts practice platform. Their attacks had already surpassed the combat power of a middle-level spiritual vortex realm martial artist. After using the Golden Eyes of Destruction technique, Murong Hashan's combat power was comparable to a 7th-level spiritual vortex realm martial artist. The golden round ball blasted towards Fang Chun at a speed that could not be seen by the naked eye. Seeing this scene, the Eternal Sky Alliance leader grinned and said, "The battle seems to be ending soon." Everyone in the Eternal Sky Alliance also thought that Murong Hashan would win. However, those who were familiar with Fang Chun were not worried at all. Indeed, as the Eternal Sky Alliance leader had said, the battle seemed to be ending soon. However, the victor would be Fang Chun and not Murong Hashan. At this moment, everyone was staring at the two people on the martial arts practice platform. Their gazes followed the movement of the golden round ball. When the golden round ball appeared in front of Fang Chun, the latter frowned slightly and said in a low voice, if it was an ordinary martial artist, they would definitely not be able to withstand the Golden Eyes of Destruction. This was because Fang Chun realized that the Golden Eyes of Destruction contained a soul attack. Fortunately, his soul had already reached the early stage of the yellow rank. He was just one step away from a middle stage of the yellow rank. Thinking of this, Fang Chun suddenly rolled his eyes and grinned. Then, to everyone's astonishment, Fang Chun did not block the golden round ball and allowed it to hit his body. What's going on? Many students in the Five Elements Academy area exclaimed. Even Sage Master Danxing and the others were shocked and worried for Fang Chun. However, Fang Chun had pushed his sore body to the extreme and desperately blocked the golden round ball. His early stage yellow rank soul was completely released and wildly absorbed the aura within the golden round ball. Fang Chun was using the golden round ball to refine his soul. After a moment, the dean's face revealed a trace of a smile. He was very impressed with Fang Chun's actions. To have such great courage, he was indeed worthy of being the student he had chosen. He's refining his soul, Elder Han said in a low voice. The sage masters at the side also nodded heavily. At this moment, they could also see it. It had to be said that Fang Chun was very courageous. The slightest carelessness would have caused him to be seriously injured. However, he was resolute in refining his soul. Yes, he originally thought that Fang Chun would not be able to block the Golden Round Ball's attack. But at this moment, the Everlasting Sky Alliance leader also realized that something was wrong. At this moment, his face was ashen and he felt very helpless. On the martial arts practice platform, Murong Hashan's face was completely gloomy. In his spirit eyes, a golden light surged and a trace of killing intent flashed. His Fang Chen's soul was rapidly absorbing the aura within the Golden Round Ball. In the blink of an eye, the Golden Round Ball had shrunk by a lot. In the end, the Golden Round Ball was no longer a threat to Fang Chun. Damn it! Murong Hashan saw this and roared angrily. At this moment, a rumbling sound rang out in Fang Chen's mind. The Golden Round Ball instantly collapsed, and all of its aura poured into Fang Chen's mind. In the next moment, Fang Chen's body emitted a terrifying soul aura. Mid-stage yellow rank. After the refinement of the golden eyes of devastation, his soul had finally reached the mid-stage yellow rank. This also meant that Fang Chen's soul cultivation had reached the mid-stage rank 3. At this moment, without using any cultivation techniques, just relying on soul attacks, he was invincible within the mid-stage spirit vortex realm. Fang Chen opened his eyes and retracted his aura. He looked at Murong Hashan and grinned, asking, "Do you still want to continue?" Murong Hashan was furious and roared, "I don't believe that you can withstand my golden eyes of devastation." Murong Hashan had just finished his words when he suddenly used the golden eyes of devastation again. The golden eyes of devastation that he used this time was very different from the previous time. Its power had increased by a lot. Murong Hashan's spirit eyes kept rotating and golden light surged. The golden round ball that was twice as big as the previous time was shot out again. However, the result was obvious. Fang Chun easily shattered the golden round ball and caused Murong Hashan's attack to miss. Murong Hashan saw this and went completely crazy. He had cultivated bitterly for so many years and had his spirit eyes to accompany him. Why couldn't he defeat a martial artist at the 6th level of the spirit vortex realm? This scene deeply agitated Murong Hashan. His face turned completely gloomy, and a sinister aura emanated from his body. Seeing this, the Eternal Sky Alliance leader on the rostrum shouted, "Stop!" Then, the Eternal Sky Alliance leader's body flashed and swept onto the martial arts stage. He grabbed Murong Hashan's body, and the sinister aura around the latter instantly disappeared. At this moment, Murong Hashan also came to his senses. He looked at the Eternal Sky Alliance leader apologetically and said softly, "Alliance leader, I'm sorry. It's okay." The Eternal Sky Alliance leader patted Murong Hashan's shoulder lightly and turned to leave. Chapter 755. They had thought that they had a good chance of winning the battle, but they had lost so easily and thoroughly. Murong Hashan's defeat had dealt a blow to the Eternal Heaven Alliance's confidence. However, the Eternal Heaven Alliance leader was optimistic about this. It didn't matter if they lost the battle, as long as Murong Hashan was fine. Murong Hashan was a martial artist that the Eternal Heaven Alliance had focused on cultivating. They couldn't afford to lose him. This battle is the victory of my 5 Elements Academy. Seeing that, the Dean spoke. The Eternal Heaven Alliance leader nodded. Sage Master Danxing and the others also grinned. Fang Chen had gained a lot from this battle. Not only had he won, but he had also tempered his soul during the battle, allowing his soul to break through. Fang Chen walked down from the martial arts arena with a smile on his face. "Brother Chun," Star and Moon looked at Fang Chen gently and called out. "Be careful," Fang Chen whispered. Star and Moon nodded and walked onto the martial arts arena. "The third battle begins," the Dean said. A person walked out from the Eternal Heaven Alliance area. This person was filled with a cold aura. When he saw Star and Moon, his eyes lit up and he carefully observed Star and Moon. 5 Element Academy, Star and Moon. Chibo, the Eternal Heaven Alliance leader's eyes flickered when he saw this person. This person wasn't from the Eternal Heaven Alliance. The Eternal Heaven Alliance leader had paid a huge price to invite him. Therefore, when he introduced himself, he didn't introduce the Eternal Heaven Alliance at all. Instead, he directly introduced himself. "The battle begins," the dean said. The atmosphere on the martial arts arena was tense. Star and Moon's beautiful eyes turned and looked at Chibo. Her small white hand suddenly waved and punched out. Although Star and Moon's cultivation was at the 8th level of the spiritual vortex realm, her true strength was comparable to the 9th level of the spiritual vortex realm. Bang! The two of them punched each other, and both of them took a step back. At this moment, Chibo's eyes flickered. Immediately, a majestic aura surged from Chibo's body. What's going on? Sensing the aura around Chibo's body, the Eternal Heaven Alliance Master was startled for a moment before his face lit up with joy. When he invited Chibo, the latter was only at the 8th level of the Spirit Vortex realm. But now, the aura that Chibo was emitting was definitely the aura of a 9th level Spirit Vortex realm. Could it be that he had a breakthrough? In the 5 Elements Academy area, the expressions of many sacred masters changed slightly when they saw this scene. He didn't expect the Eternal Heaven Alliance to invite a 9th level Spirit Vortex realm cultivator. Such a young prodigy must be the disciple of some hidden almighty. "I'm afraid it won't be possible for me to not reveal my true intent," the dean said to himself. When Chibo's 9th level Spirit Vortex realm aura erupted from the martial arts arena, Star and Moon knew that he couldn't continue hiding the true intent of Dark Een. At this moment, an extremely cold aura erupted from Star and Moon's body. At the same time, Star and Moon's Dark Een Fiend body was instantly activated. A boundless cold aura instantly filled the entire martial arts arena. Even the audience on the VIP platform felt a chill. "This is the Dark Een Fiend body," the Eternal Heaven Alliance Master cried out. He didn't expect the 5 Elements Academy to have the Dark Een Fiend body. As a true martial realm cultivator, he naturally knew how powerful the Dark Een Fiend body was. "This woman is not simple," the Eternal Heaven Alliance Master whispered. After the Dark Een Fiend body erupted, Star and Moon launched a fierce attack on Chibo. Bang! 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 The battle between the two instantly reached its climax. After fighting for about 15 minutes, Star and Moon found an opportunity to release an even more sinister aura. This was the true intent of Dark Een. The true intent of Dark Een was unleashed. Together with the Dark Een Fiend body, it instantly erupted with the strongest attack. Star and Moon suddenly stretched out his finger. Suddenly, an extremely sinister finger light streaked across the sky and appeared in front of Chibo. Chibo was shocked. He desperately tried to block it, but he realized that the finger light was too powerful. He couldn't block it. Pucci! Chibo could only desperately move his body. But in the end, the finger light still hit his arm. Blood flowed out continuously. Star and Moon's eyes were filled with a cold aura. He stared at Chibo and said in a deep voice, "Do you want to continue?" Chibo saw this, and his eyes flickered. In the end, he restrained himself. "I've lost." Chibo turned around and left the martial arts arena. The 3 matches ended just like that. It was beyond the Eternal Heaven Alliance's expectations. They had thought that they could at least win 2 out of the 3 matches, but they had underestimated the strength of the 5 Elements Academy. They had planned so carefully for so long, but in the end, it was all for nothing. "Dean, I didn't expect that the 5 Elements Academy would have a cultivator with the true intent." The Eternal Heaven Alliance Master shook his head slightly and looked at the Dean with a smile. "Your Eternal Heaven Alliance is also very good," the Dean said. "Our Eternal Heaven Alliance only won 1 of the 3 matches." Thinking of this, the Eternal Heaven Alliance Master felt a little helpless. The cultivators that the Eternal Heaven Alliance sent out were already strong enough, but the student from the 5 Elements Academy were even more abnormal. Especially the last one. Not only did she have the Dark Een body, but she also comprehended the true intent of the Dark Een. This girl is not simple. With the darking body and the true intent of the darking, she will become a great person in the future. The Eternal Heaven Alliance Master looked at Star and Moon and said to himself. When Star and Moon walked down the martial arts arena, countless students looked at Star and Moon with envy. They also knew how strong the true intent was. They didn't expect Star and Moon to comprehend the true intent. At this moment, they felt that Fang Chun was not worthy of Star and Moon. Although Fang Chen's strength was very strong, and his potential was very monstrous, but in front of Star and Moon, he was dim. However, when they saw Star and Moon sweetly leaning on Fang Chen's side, everyone shook their heads. A trace of killing intent flashed in the eyes of the top 10 students. At this moment, in the area of the Eternal Heaven Alliance, Chi Bo stared at Star and Moon. He licked his dry lips with his tongue, and no one knew what he was thinking. Since the battle is over, it's time to talk about the quota for the Tiansu Secret World, the Eternal Heaven Alliance Master said. The Five Elements Academy couldn't monopolize the quota for the Tiansu Secret World. They would more or less allocate some of the quota to the other forces in the Five-Element state. However, the Eternal Heaven Alliance had lost 2 battles, and they were no longer qualified to bargain. They could only let the Five Elements Academy distribute the quota. Okay. The dean nodded and then began to distribute the quota. This time, the Tiansu Secret World didn't only involve the Five-Element state. It was possible that the cultivators from the other 2 states would also come. Therefore, the Five Elements Academy had to make a good deployment. After some discussion, the Eternal Heaven Alliance received 10 quotas. As for the other forces in the Five-Element state, they received 10 quotas in total. The remaining 30 quotas belonged to the Five Elements Academy. In the beginning, the Eternal Heaven Alliance had made a bet with the Five Elements Academy. If the Eternal Heaven Alliance won one battle, the Five Elements Academy would have to give up 5 quotas. However, now that they had won one battle, plus the initial 5 quotas, they would have a total of 10 quotas. However, the Eternal Heaven Alliance Master didn't say anything about it. Since the quota has been allocated, the Eternal Heaven Alliance will leave and go back to make the deployment. The Eternal Heaven Alliance Master stood up and cupped his hands. 1 month later, we will gather at the foot of the Five Elements Peak. Then, we will go to the Tiansu Secret World together, the dean said. The people of the Eternal Heaven Alliance left. Ever since Star and Moon revealed their true meaning of Xianyin, the top 10 students of the Battle Power Tablet crazily chased after Star and Moon. However, Star and Moon was devoted to Fang Chun. On the 3rd day after the battle, Fang Chun found Star and Moon. Brother Chun. Seeing Fang Chun, Star and Moon called out sweetly. Star and Moon, I came to find you because I have something to tell you, Fang Chun said. What is it? Star and Moon asked. I want to take you back to the Divine Wind state and marry you. Star and Moon was stunned, and then looked at Fang Chun in a daze. Her beautiful eyes were filled with tears of excitement. Are you willing? Fang Chun asked. Star and Moon nodded heavily and plunged into Fang Chun's arms, crying tears of joy. Fang Chun gently wiped the tears on Star and Moon's beautiful face and said with a smile, Silly girl. After so many years, he always felt that he owed Star and Moon a lot. And now he already had enough strength. In the Five-Element state, he could be considered a top powerhouse. Therefore, it was time to give Star and Moon a wedding. After all, the most important thing for a girl was to find a loved one to marry. Although Star and Moon was a martial arts powerhouse, she was no exception. Fang Chun and Star and Moon found Elder Han together. After informing him of the situation, Elder Han laughed heartily and was very happy. He immediately allowed Fang Chun and Star and Moon to go home, and even prepared a flying treasure for them. Thank you, Elder Han. Fang Chun cupped his hands and thanked him. You little bastard, you actually didn't tell my master about such a big event like getting married. Suddenly, 2 rough voices came into Fang Chen's ears. Then, the Bone Weapon Saint Master and Saint Master Danxing came together. Master! Fang Chen looked at his 2 masters apologetically. It just so happens that we don't have anything to do these few days. We 2 old men will accompany you back and be your witnesses. The Bone Weapon grinned. Saint Master Danqing looked at Fang Chun with a smile. That's just right, Fang Chun said. If you don't mind, this old man will go and drink a cup of wine. Suddenly, the void flashed, and Saint Master Xianlong appeared. Behind Saint Master Xianlong were Xianyuan Feng and his sister. Brother Feng, congratulations. Xianyuan Feng cupped his hands and said. Fang Chen left. After the group was ready, they left the Five Elements Academy and rushed to the Shangfeng State on a flying treasure. The dean had to preside over the Five Elements Academy, so he couldn't go. Elder Han was busy with the Tian Su Mystery Land and didn't go either. This time, the flying treasure that Elder Han gave Fang Chun and the others was even faster than the one given by the Bloody Spearman. On the flying treasure, Star and Moon leaned sweetly on Fang Chen's shoulder. Her beautiful eyes were filled with happiness. She had always dreamed of marrying Fang Chen one day, but she didn't expect that this dream would come true so soon. The group flew quickly, but when they reached the edge of the central region, they suddenly saw a familiar person. The Bloody Spearman had just killed a member of the Yellow Spring sect and was about to leave. Suddenly, he sensed something and looked up. At this time, the group quickly landed on the ground. Where are you going? The Bloody Spearman frowned. He thought that something had happened somewhere else and asked anxiously. Seeing the Bloody Spearman's expression, Saint Master Danqing laughed and said, Blood Spear, this is a happy occasion. Chapter 757. During this period of time, the Five Elements State was in chaos. The Bloody Spearman left the Five Elements Academy and walked around the Five Elements State to suppress the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect. When he heard that there was a happy occasion, he was a little puzzled. Fang Chun and Star and Moon are getting married. The bow and weapon, Saint Master grinned. Hearing this, the Bloody Spearman's eyes lit up. He stared at Fang Chun and said, Good boy, you are really capable. His words were full of smiles. Fang Chun was recruited into the Five Elements Academy by the Bloody Spearman. Back then, the Bloody Spearman thought that Fang Chun was extraordinary. He did not expect that in just a year, Fang Chun would really stand out among the many disciples of the Five Elements Academy. Moreover, he had two Saint Masters as his master. Of course, the most important thing was that Fang Chun had comprehended true intent. In the entire Five Elements Academy, only Zhang Jingtao, who was ranked first on the battle tablet, and Fang Chun, Star and Moon were able to comprehend true intent. If that's the case, then this old man will also go and drink a cup of wine. The Bloody Spearman laughed and said, Senior Blood Spear, this junior will be very grateful if you can witness this junior's wedding. Fang Chun cupped his hands and said. The Bloody Spearman nodded and said, Wait a moment, let me settle down the three girls that I just casually saved. After saying that, the Bloody Spearman's figure flashed and left the place. In the blink of an eye, the Bloody Spearman returned. Following the Bloody Spearman back were three very beautiful girls. The three of you leave now. The Bloody Spearman looked at the three girls and said softly. However, the three girls did not leave. This was because they met someone they knew. Why are you here? When Fang Chun saw the three girls, he was also a little surprised. Back when he was a supervisor in the Iron and Blood Empire, he had gone to Kaiyang City once and even resolved a crisis there. At that time, he learned that the three goddesses of Mizar City had also gone out to train after he left. He didn't expect to meet the three women here. The three women's looks were also considered top beauties in the Five Element State. They weren't any worse than Star and Moon, but there was something about Star and Moon that they didn't have. On top of that, Star and Moon had already comprehended the true meaning of Star and Moon, so the three girls were a little dim compared to Star and Moon. Fang Chun, long time no see. The first to speak was Lu Lianxue. She was wearing a purple dress, and her figure was still as beautiful as ever. A smile appeared on her pretty face. Long time no see, Fang Chun said. When he was in Kaiyang City, he had a good relationship with the three women. Fang Chun, where are you going? Li Mingzhu asked faintly. She was still as cold as ever. On the other hand, Li Xiaoke was much more enthusiastic. She looked at Fang Chun and said with a smile, Fang Chun, do you know this Qiansu? Just now, we were surrounded by the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect. Fortunately, This senior helped and saved us. I know him, Fong Chun said. When Star and Moon, who was beside Fong Chun, saw the look in Li Xiaoka's eyes, her expression changed slightly. I'm going back to the Shengfeng state, Fong Chun said. And this sister is? Li Xiaoka continued to ask. She is my fiancée, Star and Moon. This time, I'm going back to hold the wedding, Fong Chun said. I see. Can we attend your wedding? Li Xiaoka asked with a smile. Fong Chun pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, Of course. Star and Moon also nodded slightly at the three women. She could feel that the three women's attitudes towards Fong Chun were very different, but she didn't ask. This was because when they were in the Five Elements Academy, Fong Chun had told her all about his experience. These three women were probably the three women in Kaiyang City. As for the petite woman, she should be Li Xiaoka, who had saved Fong Chun. Sister, I heard that you saved Fong Chun back then, Star and Moon said with a smile as she walked to Li Xiaoka's side calmly. With Fong Chun's strength, even if I didn't save him, he would be fine, Li Xiaoka said with a nod. No matter what, I still have to thank you, Star and Moon said. At the side, Lu Yinxua looked at Star and Moon thoughtfully. As for Li Mingzhu, she looked as if it had nothing to do with her. Fong Chun, I didn't expect that the three women I casually saved would be your old friends. The Bloody Spear Man laughed heartily when he saw this. In that case, let's go together, Sage Master Danqing said. The Bloody Spear Man immediately took out a few flying treasures and gave them to the three women for them to borrow for the time being. The group quickly left the Five-Element state. Although the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect had been very active in the Five-Element state recently, the Bloody Spear Man wasn't worried at all. The remnants of the Yellow Spring sect in the Five-Element state only dared to cause small trouble. They couldn't cause any big trouble. In the Bloody Spear Man's heart, Fong Chun was very important, so he was prepared to attend Fong Chun's wedding. Because of the flying treasures, it only took 3 days for Fong Chun and the others to return to the Shengfeng Nation. During this time, Fong Chun went to the Four Great Mountains and brought some of his acquaintances to the Shengfeng Nation, including his master and others. Shengfeng Nation, Azure Cloud County, Black Cloud City. The entire Black Cloud City was full of jubilation. Fong Chun's return had alarmed the entire Shengfeng Nation. Even the king of the Shengfeng Nation personally came to Black Cloud City. The higher-ups of the Azure Edge Sword sect also came one after another. When they heard that Fong Chun was getting married, all the forces in the Shengfeng Nation came to attend Fong Chun's wedding. However, Fong Chun didn't want to make it public, so the wedding was held in Black Cloud City. These days, the entire Fong family was very happy. Fong Chun was finally getting married. Of course, Star Moon's family was even more happy. The Xing family was originally an ordinary noble family in the Shengfeng Nation. However, because Star and Moon was about to become Fong Chun's wife, the Xing family directly became a big family in the Shengfeng Nation. In the huge Shengfeng Nation, no one except the Fong family dared to do anything to the Xing family. One day, the Xing family came. Brother Chun, my family came. In the study, Star and Moon suddenly walked in and whispered while discussing the wedding with the Fong family's disciples. Fong Chun was startled, then nodded and said, Let's go and meet them. Fong Chun and Star and Moon went to the Fong family's meeting hall together. At this moment, the meeting hall was full of jubilation. The person sitting at the head of the table was Fong Chun's father, Fong Tianyu. Beside Fong Tianyu sat a middle-aged man. On his body, he wore white clothes. On his collar, there was a star drawn on it. Needless to say, this person was the current patriarch of the Xing family, Star and Moon's father, Xing Zhongyu. Father. Star and Moon saw her father as soon as they entered the meeting hall. She walked straight to him and called out sweetly. Since leaving the Shengfeng Nation, she hadn't returned for many years. She missed her family very much. Girl, you've grown up and your wings have hardened. You didn't return to the Xing family, even after returning to the Shengfeng Nation. Xing Zhongyu purposely pulled a long face and said, If I didn't know that Fong Chun was getting married, I wouldn't have known that you were back. Hearing her father's words, Star and Moon's face was full of guilt. She had come back in such a hurry that she had completely forgotten about it. I'm sorry, father. Star and Moon lowered her head and apologized. Zhongyu, we're going to be a family in the future. There's no need to say that to a child. Ha ha. Fong Tianyu laughed. At this moment, Fong Chun walked to Xing Zhongyu's side. He cupped his hands towards Xing Zhongyu and said, Father-in-law, we came back in a hurry, so we didn't have time to go to the Xing family. Please don't blame you, Hearing this, Xing Zhongyu turned his gaze to Fong Chun. He had long heard of Fong Chen's reputation, but he had never met him. Now he finally met him. As expected, you're a talent. I'm very relieved to leave you to you. Xing Zhongyu laughed. After chatting for a while, Xing Zhongyu said that he had something to discuss with Fong Tianyu and told the two youngsters to go do their own things. After some discussion, the wedding date was set to be 3 days later. In these 3 days, the Fong family had been preparing for Fong Chen's wedding. As for Grandmaster Dan Xing and the other two, they were strolling on the streets of Black Cloud City, enjoying their peaceful lives. How long has it been since we've been so relaxed? Grandmaster Dan Xing sighed. Yes, it's been a long time since we've been so relaxed, Grandmaster Bow and Weapon Grandmaster said. You two old men have taken in such a good disciple, yet you're still blindly sighing here, Grandmaster Xianlong said. No one knew that in their eyes, these 3 white-haired old men were actually the 3 true martial realm experts whose names shook the 5-element state. One had to know that in the entire Divine Wind state, there were very few Qi-High realm experts. A Qi transformation realm expert was considered a peak expert. They knew a little about Qi-High realm experts, but they knew nothing about the condensing reality realm, which was above the Qi-High realm. Not to mention true martial realm experts, they had never even heard of them. At this moment, the 3 Grandmaster Saints were walking freely on the streets. Suddenly, a shout rang out. Following that, a carriage quickly drove over. This carriage was very aggressive. Get out of the way. The martial artist on the carriage shouted loudly. Many passers-by quickly moved aside. As for the 3 Grandmaster Saints, they were still strolling, not paying any attention to the carriage. Seeing this scene, the martial artist on the carriage was infuriated. 3 old farts, get out of the way. The martial artist on the carriage cursed loudly. The surrounding people all closed their eyes, unable to bear to see the following scene. They thought that the 3 old men would be crushed by the carriage. However, an unexpected scene occurred. The 3 Grandmaster Saints calmly stood in the middle of the road. When the carriage was about to approach them, it suddenly stopped. The martial artist on the carriage was shaken to the point of being thrown off his horse. What's going on? He stood up and fiercely whipped the horse, pulling the carriage a few times. He cursed loudly. Useless thing, charge over. However, no matter how he whipped the horse, pulling the carriage, it was useless. In the end, he vented all his anger on Fong Chun. You 3 old farts, do you know who the owner of the carriage is? Are your dog eyes blind? You actually dare to block our path, the martial artist roared angrily. The 3 old men looked at each other in dismay. How many years had they lived? No one dared to scold them like this. Chapter 758. The 3 Saint Masters looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with smiles. They felt this was very interesting. After living for so many years, they had always been at the 5 Elements Academy. When the students of the 5 Elements Academy saw them, they were incomparably respectful, afraid of angering them. They hadn't expected to meet such rude and unreasonable people in such a small place. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear what I said? Angrily berated the carriage driver. We really didn't hear you. Do you want to say it again? The Bow and Weapon Saint Master had a fiery temper and was about to attack. You! The carriage driver was infuriated. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly felt his body uncontrollably fall off the carriage. He let out a miserable cry. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people were all startled. A graceful and luxurious man walked out of the carriage. This man had the aura of a superior. A trace of killing intent flashed through his eyes. Then he coldly said, If you want to beat a dog, you have to look at its master. You 3 old bastards, are you challenging me by beating my carriage driver? Are you worthy of us challenging you? Asked Saint Master Dan Xing. Are you testing my patience? said the graceful and luxurious man icily. Truly interesting. The bone weapon Saint Master was about to attack, but he was stopped by Saint Master Xianlong. Is someone like him worthy of you making a move? After saying this, the three of them turned and left. They didn't fear the graceful and luxurious man in the slightest. However, before they left, Saint Master Xianlong did something to the carriage. If it weren't for giving face to the Fong family, you'd all be dead. After saying this, the graceful and luxurious man entered the carriage. The carriage continued on its way. However, just as the carriage began to move, suddenly, a rumbling sound came from within the carriage, followed by the carriage instantly exploding. The graceful and luxurious man was battered and exhausted. His face was filled with fury. You three old farts, stop right there. It turned out that earlier, Saint Master Xianlong had secretly carved a complicated rune on the carriage, turning it into a talisman. After that, Saint Sovereign Xianlong slightly activated the carriage, causing it to explode. At their level, they disdained to make a move against such a minor character. Furthermore, the three of them hadn't encountered such a thing in a long time. Saint Master Xianlong had made a move. However, this action directly angered the graceful and noble man. Little fellow, you should stop when it's appropriate. The bone weapon saint expert turned around, looking at the graceful and luxurious man, and said with an ice-cold voice, If this continues, you won't be able to bear the consequences, Sage Master Danqing said. Under everyone's eyes, the three great sacred experts slowly left. Keep an eye on these three. Once they leave Black Cloud City, kill them without mercy. The elegant man roared furiously. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. When the third day arrived, the entire Black Cloud City was filled with jubilation. All the warriors of the Divine Wind Nation came to attend Fong Chen's wedding. However, the royal family of the Shengfeng Nation had specially sent more people. Ordinary warriors were simply unable to enter Black Cloud City. Only warriors who were invited by the Fong family could enter. On this day, Fong Chun and Star and Moon were full of smiles. Everyone in the Fong family was welcoming the guests. Martial artists from the Divine Wind Nation, the Ink Cloud Nation, and even the Golden Crown Nation had come. Of course, Fong Chun hadn't informed the Four Great Ridges, so they simply didn't know. Finally, when it was close to noon, Fong Chun and Star and Moon began the ceremony. According to the rules, the two of them were husband and wife after the ceremony. The process of the wedding ceremony went very smoothly. Fong Chun held Star and Moon's small, fair hands tightly. At this moment, Star and Moon's face was filled with blissful smiles. All the warriors came to congratulate Fong Chun. At a certain moment, a graceful and luxurious man walked forward and congratulated Fong Chun. Fong Chun, I am here on the orders of the king of the Golden Crown Nation to congratulate you. Fong Chun cupped his hands in greeting to the graceful and luxurious man. This graceful and luxurious man was the 19th prince of the Golden Crown Nation. He had a rather irritable personality and a bad reputation. However, he was deeply doted on by the king. This time, the Golden Crown Nation's royal family had sent him over to take advantage of this opportunity to get acquainted with some powerhouses. However, the 19th prince was very arrogant. He simply disdained to make friends with warriors from such a small place. He believed that he was the prince of a large country like the Golden Crown Nation. How could a small country like the Divine Wind Nation compare to him? The 19th prince exchanged a few pleasantries with Fong Chun. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly discovered that the three old farts who had a conflict with him on the street had come forward. Fong Chun, congratulations. Ha ha. The bone weapon, Saint Master grinned. At this moment, the 19th prince's eyes were cold as he said coldly, You three old farts, why are you here? The 19th prince thought that the three of them were just ordinary warriors. In his eyes, they weren't worth mentioning. When the three of them heard this, they didn't pay any attention. They just looked at Fong Chun. Sure enough, after Fong Chun heard this, a trace of displeasure flashed between his brows. Then he said in a low voice, What are you talking about? Fong Chun, this is between me and these three old farts, the 19th prince said. Scram. Suddenly, Fang Chun roared angrily. Fang Chen's voice contained a majestic spiritual qi. The energy that escaped directly blasted the 19th prince away. What happened here alarmed all the guests in the Fang clan residence. Everyone's eyes were focused here. Fang Chen, what's wrong? Fang Tianyu hurriedly ran over and asked. Fang Chun, do you want to go against the royal family of the Golden Crown Nation? The 19th prince got up and roared angrily. Until now, he still hadn't understood his situation. If I were any of the three of them, you would have died countless times already, Fang Chun said disdainfully. His eyes were full of mockery. Fang Chun, don't think that you can go against the royal family of the Golden Crown Nation just because you're strong, the 19th prince said coldly. He was very angry that he was blasted away by Fang Chun in front of so many people. Do you know who the three of them are? Fang Chun pointed at the three Saint Masters and questioned. Do you believe that they can kill you with just a thought and scatter your soul? I don't believe it. The 19th prince thought that Fang Chun was threatening him. Where did this brat come from? How dare he behave so atrociously here? Suddenly, a thunderous voice sounded. In the next moment, the bloody spearman appeared. A bloody aura appeared in his eyes. Then the 19th prince exploded and died. The sudden turn of events shocked countless guests. Many people were whispering to each other. Fang Chun stepped forward, looked at the crowd, and said, From now on, the Fang family has nothing to do with the royal family of the Golden Crown Nation. Fang Chen's words carried a lot of weight. After the incident with the 19th prince, the wedding continued. Not long after, the news of the 19th prince's death in the Shengfeng Nation spread to the Golden Crown Nation. The Golden Crown Nation was very angry. However, from various sources, they found out that Fang Chen's strength was no longer something they could fight against. In the end, they could only choose to endure. As for rebuilding their relationship with Fang Chun, it was impossible. On the night of the wedding, Fang Chun was dead drunk. Logically speaking, as long as a spiritual vortex realm expert controlled his spiritual energy, it was impossible for him to get drunk. However, Fang Chun didn't use his spiritual energy to control himself. He was very happy that he was finally married. After being dead drunk, Fang Chun was helped back to his room. At this moment in the room, Star and Moon was sitting on the bed with a red veil over their heads, waiting for Fang Chun. Coming to the bed, Fang Chun gently lifted Star and Moon's red veil and said softly, We are finally together. After saying that, Fang Chun directly collapsed on Star and Moon's body. The next day, when Fang Chun woke up, Star and Moon had already woken up. After seeing Star and Moon, Fang Chun was a little embarrassed. He actually got drunk on his wedding night. Fang Chun scratched his head embarrassedly, looked at Star and Moon, and asked in a low voice, What's wrong? Star and Moon looked at Fang Chun and asked. Last night, Fang Chun was a little embarrassed, but after thinking for a while, he immediately asked, Did anything happen? Hearing this, Star and Moon's pretty face instantly blushed. She rolled her eyes at Fang Chun, turned around, and left. Fang Chun was left with a gloomy expression. Did anything happen? At this moment, Fang Chun was very annoyed. If he had known, he would have used his spiritual energy to control himself a little so that he wouldn't get dead drunk. In the end, he didn't even know if anything had happened on his wedding night. Although it was the second day, the banquet still continued. Most of the guests didn't leave, and Black Cloud City was still very lively. The wedding lasted for 3 days. After 3 days, most of the guests had basically left. At this time, a young warrior came to Black Cloud City. This young warrior went straight to the Fang family's mansion. At this time, the gate of the Fang family's mansion was closed, and they didn't welcome foreign guests. I'm looking for Fang Chun, said the young warrior. Our patriarch said that we won't be seeing any foreign guests for the next few days, said the guard impatiently. The young warrior nodded. With a leap, he jumped directly onto the wall and entered the Fang family mansion. Someone has barged into the mansion. Immediately, the guards shouted loudly. Everyone in the Fang family's mansion was shocked. Who was it that dared to barge into the Fang family's mansion? After Tian Xin entered the Fang family's mansion, he held a long sword and quickly advanced. Along the way, He was blocked by many people, but he easily broke through their defenses until he reached the meeting hall. The bloody spearman and the others appeared. "Little guy, you're so young, but you're already barging into someone else's mansion," said the bloody spearman. "I'm looking for my master," said Tion Hexen softly when he sensed the aura of the people in front of him. These people gave him a lot of pressure. They were the strongest warriors he had met so far. "Oh, who's your master?" asked the bone weapon Saint Master, looking at Tion Xin with interest. "Fang Chun," said Tion Xin. Hearing this, the four true martial realm experts looked at each other and then laughed heartily. Tion Xin didn't know what they were laughing about. "You're Fang Chen's disciple?" asked Saint Master Dan Qing. Tion Xin nodded. Saint Master Xianlong said, "How come I've never heard Fang Chen mention it? Little guy, do you know who the two of us are?" The bone weapon Saint Master pointed at himself and Saint Master Dan Qing. Tion Xin shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. "The two of us are Fang Chen's masters," said the bone weapon Saint Master. Tion Xin was a bit doubtful. At this time, Fang Tianyu and the others also arrived. Not long after, Fang Chun also arrived. When he saw Tion Xin, he was also a bit surprised. Tion Xin. Chapter 759. Tion Xin was one of the young clansmen of the Sky Fire Tribe in the Divine Wind Secret Realm. Fang Chun was fated to meet this kid, so he bestowed this kid with the water and fire sword art. If this kid could cultivate to the second level of the water and fire sword art, he would be considered Fang Chen's disciple. After so many years, Fang Chun had forgotten about this. He didn't expect Tion Xin to come to him. He didn't know that Tion Xin had left the Divine Wind Secret Realm long ago. He wanted to relive what his master had experienced. So, a year ago, Tion Xin joined the Qing Feng Sword Sect. On the first day, Tion Xin challenged all the young clansmen of the Qing Feng Sword Sect and lost. As the #1 disciple of the younger generation of the Qing Feng Sword Sect, he left the sect without hesitation. Then, Tion Xin went to Kamikaze Kenbu. A year had passed, and Tion Xin had become one of the top cultivators in Kamikaze Kenbu. He was at the peak of the Qi ranking. Tion Xin had been in seclusion for a few days, so he finally came to his master's wedding. "Master!" Tion Xin saw Fang Chun, and his eyes were wet as he called out loudly. Fang Chun walked over and hugged Tion Xin's head. Everyone looked at each other as they watched Fang Chun and Tion Xin reminisce about old times. When they met, Tion Xin told Fang Chun many things. After Fang Chun learned about Tion Xin's strength, he was very satisfied. In the next few days, Tion Xin stayed in the Fang family mansion. After staying in the Fang family mansion for half a month, Fang Chun was ready to return. There wasn't much time left before the Tiansu secret realm opened, so he had to go back and prepare. His wedding with Xing Yu could be considered to be over. Now Star and Moon was his wife. Before he left, the Fang family was very reluctant, but they knew that the Divine Wind Nation's stage couldn't keep Fang Chun. "My son, no matter what, the Fang family will always be behind you. If you're tired outside, come back to Black Cloud City," Fang Tianyu said with tears in his eyes. "I will. Father, mother, everyone, take care." He didn't know when he would be able to return from this trip. Fang Chun left with Star and Moon. Their current strength was considered top-notch in the 5-element state. Their stage is no longer here. As for Tion Xin, Fang Chun wanted to take her away, but she refused. He wanted to make his way to the 5 Elements province step by step and then join the 5 Elements Academy. "Master, it won't be long before those enemies who fought with you back then won't even have the qualifications to fight with me anymore," Tion Xin said confidently. Fang Chun nodded. He was very satisfied with his disciple. Before leaving, Fang Chun left behind some supreme treasures for Tion Xin, as well as some divine weapons. Of course, there are also some supreme-grade spirit stones. Fang Chun left 60 million top-grade spirit stones to Tion Xin. Of course, Fang Chun had set up seals on these geniuses and divine weapons. He couldn't let Tion Xin use them all at once. It had to be known that these things were foreign objects. It wouldn't be good to use them too much. Fang Chun and the others left the Divine Wind Nation. When they returned to the Five Elements province, they left the three women at a certain place. Fong Chun, congratulations. The three women looked at Fong Chun with complicated expressions. In the end, they watched as Fong Chun walked further and further away. They didn't know when it had started, but they had realized that Fong Chun was no longer on the same level as them. On the way, the four true martial experts were discussing Tian Xian. Fong Chun, that brat, has sharp eyes. Even I want to take that Tian Xian as my disciple, grumbled Saint Sovereign Xianlong. You can also tell. The bone weapon Saint Sovereign laughed mischievously. Tian Xian is truly extraordinary. For such a rare physique to appear in the small divine wind nation is truly miraculous, said Saint Sovereign Danqing. The blood-spear Taoist grinned and said, I have a feeling that this little guy will soon stand on the land of the Five Elements continent and recreate the glory that his master once had. Fong Chen was confused by their conversation. What are you talking about? Asked Fong Chen. You don't know? Asked the bone weapon Saint Sovereign. Fong Chen shook his head, indicating that he did not know. Your disciple's physique is extremely rare. Even in the history of the ancient sword continent, it's rarely seen, said the bloody spear man, the sky desolate sword body. The sky desolate sword body. This was the first time Fong Chen had heard of such a physique. What is the sky desolate sword body? Asked Fong Chen. The sky desolate sword body is even more tyrannical than your sword intent. He's simply a peerless genius in the sword Tao, said the bloody spear man, with the sky desolate sword body. As long as he works hard, there won't be any bottlenecks in his realm. At the very least, there won't be any bottlenecks before the true martial realm. Saint Sovereign Danqing nodded. Furthermore, the most important thing is that when the sky desolate sword body reaches the spirit vortex realm, it will automatically comprehend the true meaning of the sword, said the bone weapon Saint Sovereign. What? That last point completely shocked Fong Chen. Back then, he had only casually left behind a bit of karma. He hadn't expected Tian Xian's physique to be so tyrannical. You're not mistaken, are you? Asked Fong Chen. Of course not. Although the sky desolate sword body is very rare, there are records of it in books. In the ancient sword continent, a sky desolate sword body once appeared. That peerless expert was respectfully called the Sword Emperor, said Saint Sovereign Xianlong. Fong Chen's heart was in turmoil. There is actually such a physique in the world that could automatically comprehend the true meaning of the sword after reaching the spirit vortex realm. That was too tyrannical. It was as if he had cheated. That's why I said that you got a bargain. The bloody spearman laughed. Speaking of which, the divine wind nation is really mysterious. It has a mysterious fiend body, a sword body, and now a sky desolate sword body. Could it be that the divine wind nation was a cultivation ground of some almighty during the ancient era? The four true martial realm experts guessed. Thinking about his disciple possessing the sky desolate sword body, Fong Chen couldn't help but sigh. I have to work hard on my cultivation. Otherwise, it would be laughable if my disciple surpassed me, said Fong Chen inwardly. Along the way, they chatted and laughed. Soon, they returned to the Five Elements Academy. When they returned to the Five Elements Academy, the four true martial realm experts left one after another. Only Star and Moon and Fong Chen were left. The two of them snuggled up to each other. Their eyes were as gentle as water. They had been in a hurry. Now it was finally quiet. Fong Chen and Star and Moon came to the Moon Peak and sat on a bluestone. The surroundings were quiet. The two of them snuggled up to each other happily. How good would it be if it was always like this, said Star and Moon sweetly. One day, I will give you a quiet world, said Fong Chen calmly as he held Star and Moon's small hand. At this moment, a fiery red figure hurriedly appeared on the Moon Peak. Seeing Fong Chen snuggling up to Star and Moon, she pouted and said, You two, aren't you ashamed? It's broad daylight, and you're already like this. Fong Chen didn't need to turn around to know who had come. Yin. Seeing Lin Yin, arrival, Star and Moon's face was full of smiles. Lin Yin, curiously stared at Star and Moon's belly. Star and Moon saw this and asked, Yin, what are you looking at? Sister, I'm looking to see if you're pregnant, said Lin Yin seriously. Star and Moon heard this and blushed. Fong Chun, who was standing at the side, wished he could kick this girl. They had just gotten married. She was looking to see if she was pregnant. Even if she was pregnant, it had only been a few days. This girl's IQ was simply hopeless. Sister why aren't you saying anything? Linya didn't seem to realize her idiotic behavior and continued to ask. In the end, Fong Chen couldn't hold back. He looked at Lin Yin, and said, Lin Yin, you should eat more walnuts. Walnuts? What's that? Lin Yin was surprised and asked curiously. Fong Chun was stunned. He immediately realized that walnuts were from Earth. There didn't seem to be such things in the ancient Sword Continent. Fong Chun was speechless. He had forgotten that he had transmigrated here. Walnuts are kind of food that can nourish the brain. In my hometown, if your IQ is too low or negative, you can eat walnuts. As for whether it can nourish your IQ, it depends on your luck, Fong Chun said with a grin. It was only then that Lin Yin realized that Fong Chun was mocking her for her low IQ. Fong Chun, I want to duel with you, Lin Yin said angrily with her hands on her hips. Seeing Lin Yin's expression, Star and Moon burst into laughter. Yin Brother Chun is just teasing you, Star and Moon said with a smile. However, I'm also very curious. What kind of elixir is this walnut that Brother Chun mentioned? Fong Chun was speechless when he heard this. This walnut was really not an elixir. It was just a very common food in his hometown. It only cost 20 to 30 yuan per kilogram. Chapter 760. There was less than half a month left before they would go to the Heavenly Void Mystery Land. In the following period of time, all the students of the Five Elements Academy entered a state of cultivation. Although the Five Elements Academy only had 30 places, every student wanted to fight for these 30 places. Every student was cultivating with all their might. As long as they could get a place to enter the legendary Heavenly Void Mystery Land, they would definitely have a chance encounter and soar to the sky. It was said that the Heavenly Void Mystery Land was the place where the Almighty of the real martial arts realm died. There were countless inheritances in the Heavenly Void Mystery Land. Of course, chances were often accompanied by danger. However, it was too difficult to go further after reaching the spiritual whirlpool realm. Therefore, the martial artists could only find other ways to solve the problem. As long as they could step into the real martial arts realm, their lifespan would be greatly increased. Even if they could not step into the legendary Mysterious King realm in their lifetime, they would be content. Although Fong Chun and Star and Moon had just gotten married, they knew the importance of the Heavenly Void Mystery Land. Therefore, they did not spend every day together. Instead, they worked hard to cultivate. Star and Moon had the Darkeen body and the true meaning of Darkeen. In the entire Five Elements Academy, except for Zhang Jingtao, who ranked first on the power tablet, no one could defeat her. As for Fong Chun, there was still a gap between him and Star and Moon. Therefore, Fong Chun had to work harder to cultivate. He could not let his woman stand up for him when he encountered any problems. In the sword-hidden peak, Xiaomei stood quietly in the courtyard and watched Fong Chun cultivate. At this moment, the latter was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the courtyard. The entire courtyard was filled with a majestic aura. Although Xiaomei did not know what the aura was, she could feel that it was very oppressive. Fortunately, it was not directed at her. Otherwise, she would not be able to resist it. The sword essence. Xiaomei did not know that this was the legendary sword essence. During this period of cultivation, Fong Chen's sword essence had improved a lot. It had reached the peak of the first grade from the initial stage. The sword essence was divided into 9 grades. The power of each grade was different. Rank 1 was the lowest and rank 9 the highest. On the ancient sword continent, being able to comprehend a true meaning was already an extraordinary feat. Wanting to reach the realm of a second grade true meaning was simply too difficult. However, Fong Chen's talent in swordsmanship was too heaven-defying. In such a short period of time, he was able to cultivate his sword intent to the peak of the first grade. Perhaps he really had hopes of cultivating his sword intent to the second grade. One day, Fong Chun was practicing the earth evasion sword art. All of a sudden, he noticed a slight fluctuation in the sword intent around him. following which the contents of the sword quintessence primary scroll surfaced in his mind. The wild sword intent around his body surged into his dantian. In the blink of an eye, the sky was filled with boundless sword intent. These sword wills seemed to be condensing. This is Fong Chun cultivated the sword Thou True Enlightenment Elementary Scroll, so he was naturally very clear about the current situation. Seeing the sword intent condensing, Fong Chun was pleasantly surprised. After cultivating for such a long time, he had finally reached the third step of the Sword Tao. That's right, it was the third step of the Sword Tao, Sword Soul. The Sword Tao's 5 steps was the realm of the Sword Tao, while the Sword Intent was an existence above the Intent realm. The two were different. However, there was one similarity between the two, and that was that they were both based on the foundation of the Intent realm. To comprehend the Sword Intent, one had to reach the perfection realm of the Sword Intent, and to condense the Sword Soul, one had to reach the perfection realm of the Sword Intent. At this moment, within Fong Chen's dantian, boundless Sword Intent was condensing the Sword Soul. The Sword Soul was the soul of the sword, just like the soul of a human martial artist. Once a sword cultivator condensed the Sword Soul, the cultivation speed of the Sword Tao would be greatly increased, and it could even affect the speed of cultivation. In short, the Sword Soul was very important to a martial artist. Hiss! In the blink of an eye, the Sword Soul was condensed and formed. Fong Chen looked at it, and in his dantian, a sword-shaped soul instantly emerged. Fong Chen could clearly feel that it contained boundless sword intent, and even the sword intent had poured into it. Just as Fong Chen was looking at it, the Sword Soul suddenly left his dantian and wandered along Fong Chen's meridians. In the end, the Sword Soul stopped in Fong Chen's mind, close to his soul. This is the Sword Soul. Fong Chen observed the Sword Soul in his mind, and his heart was shaken. The third step of the Sword Tao, the Sword Soul had been successfully condensed. With a thought, Fong Chen's body instantly surged with rich sword intent, and the surrounding power of heaven and earth also poured directly into his mind. It is indeed the Sword Soul. With just a thought, he could control the surrounding power of heaven and earth. The power of the Sword Soul was very strong, and to Fong Chen, this was something that was very exciting. However, before Fong Chen could carefully study the Sword Soul, he realized that his Dharma idol golden sword was floating in the air above his head without permission, and was responding to the Sword Soul. Within the Dharma idol golden sword, rays of golden sword light flowed out, and these rays of golden sword light instantly drilled into the Sword Soul. After being transformed by the Sword Soul, they drilled into the golden heart. And within the golden heart, after completely refining this ray of golden sword light, it turned into countless golden light spots and returned to the Dharma idol golden sword. Boom! Fong Chen suddenly realized that the golden heart and the Sword Soul could actually accelerate the growth of the Dharma idol golden sword. Through the secret Dharma idol nurturing technique of the heaven-raising gate, Fong Chen had already raised his ordinary Dharma idol to the human-level Dharma idol realm. And now, it seemed that he was thinking of breaking through to the earth-level Dharma idol realm. Can I succeed? Fong Chen was very excited, and he tried hard to control the sword intent to surround the three of them. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. This state continued for 3 days. After 3 days, the Dharma idol golden sword let out a loud roar, and then emitted a blinding golden light, and then sank into Fong Chen's body. It still didn't succeed, Fong Chen said with a bitter smile. In these 3 days of nurturing, the Dharma idol golden sword had almost reached the earth-level Dharma idol realm, but unfortunately, it was still 1 step away. Forget it. This kind of thing can't be forced, Fong Chen said to himself. Although his Dharma idol had not advanced, it had brought great benefits to Fong Chen. Dharma idols were the most important in the condensing reality realm. It seemed that after entering the spiritual vortex realm, Dharma idols were not so important anymore. Of course, this was the view of the world, and Fong Chen did not think so. In fact, this was what Ancestor Bronze had told Fang Shun. After all, the former was an ancient elite and had reached the legendary mysterious king realm. His knowledge was not something that Fang Shun could compare to. Ancestor Bronze had told Fang Shun that the world thought that Fang Shun was the most important in the condensing reality realm, and that entering the spiritual vortex realm was not so important. However, they did not know that Dharma idols were involved in the entire cultivation process. This was because Dharma idols were the fundamental reason to enter the mysterious king realm. If one wanted to enter the true martial realm from the spiritual vortex realm, one had to comprehend a true intent. This was the minimum requirement. In history, even if someone had comprehended a true intent, they might not have been able to enter the true martial realm. This was because after entering the true martial realm, one could roam the void and become a warlord. Comprehending a true intent was the standard to enter the true martial realm, and there was also a standard to enter the mysterious king realm. Why were there almost no mysterious king realm elites in the vast ancient sword continent? This was because when one entered the mysterious king realm, one had to combine Dharma idols, physical body, and soul. Only when the three were truly combined could one enter the mysterious king realm. Since ancient times, how many true martial realm elites have been stuck at this hurdle? Combining the three was easier said than done. It would be considered good if 1 out of 100 million succeeded. Moreover, with the incomplete laws of the ancient sword continent, it was extremely difficult to enter the true martial realm, let alone the mysterious king realm. Almost no one in the ancient sword continent knew the importance of Dharma idols. They only knew when they reached the peak of the true martial realm, but it was already too late. The strength of Dharma idols was related to one's combat power after entering the true martial realm. The stronger Dharma idols were, the stronger one would be after entering the true martial realm. Therefore, if one could raise Dharma idols to the maximum before entering the true martial realm, then they might even become the overlord of the true martial realm. It takes a certain amount of time to raise Dharma idols. Fang Chen muttered to himself. Nurturing Dharma idols required a long period of time. It was impossible to raise it all at once. Fang Chen was not in a hurry. He was only at the 6th level of the spiritual whirlpool realm and had not even reached the true martial realm. It was still too far away to think about these things. With the raise of Dharma idols and the condensation of the sword soul, Fang Chen's strength increased by a lot. The current Fang Chen could easily defeat a martial artist at the beginning of the 9th level of the spiritual whirlpool realm. This was the combat power of a peerless elite who had comprehended the true meaning. The combat power of an ordinary martial artist was not on the same level as a martial artist who had comprehended the true meaning. A martial artist who had comprehended the true meaning could easily fight across levels. It was more difficult for an ordinary martial artist in the spiritual whirlpool realm to fight across levels, unless they were monstrous geniuses. Let's try the earth-evading sword technique. Fang Chen stood up slowly. With the hidden star sword in his hand, he began to perform the earth-evading sword technique. During this period, Fang Chen would go to the earth peak whenever he had time. As time passed, his earth concept had reached the peak of the first minor realm. Fang Chen's earth-evading sword technique had naturally improved as well. Swoosh! Fang Chen's hidden star sword suddenly danced. Suddenly, countless rays of yellow sword light appeared in the sky. These sword lights carried a majestic aura and surrounded Fang Chen's body, forming a solid defense. My defense has become stronger. Fang Chen muttered to himself. Fang Chen felt that just by performing the earth-evading sword technique, his defense could withstand the full attack of a martial artist at the 8th level of the spiritual whirlpool realm. If this defense were to be known to others, it would be absolutely shocking. Fang Chen put away the hidden star sword. The earth-evading sword defense instantly collapsed. A smile appeared on Fang Chen's face. After such a long period of cultivation, the earth-evading sword technique had finally reached the realm of perfection. Realm of perfection. This was the 4th sword technique that Fang Chen had cultivated. The 5-element sword technique was the last one, the wood elemental sword technique. As long as he could successfully cultivate the wood elemental sword technique, Fang Qian will be able to come into contact with the legendary 5-element sword technique. Chapter 761. One day, Fang Qian was cultivating in the sword-hidden peak when an uninvited guest suddenly appeared. "Fang Qian, I want to challenge you," the tall and sturdy man shouted loudly. Fang Qian knew this person. He was ranked 5th on the battle power tablet. His cultivation had reached the early stage of a 9th level of the spiritual vortex realm. "Challenge me." Fang Qian frowned. The heavenly void mystery land was about to open, and all the students were cultivating with all their might. Yet, this person wanted to challenge Fang Qian. "That's right," Luo Wudi said in a low voice. "Why?" Fang Qian asked. He had no enmity with Luo Wudi, and he was ranked outside the top 10 on the battle power tablet. He did not seem to have any interaction with Luo Wudi. "I want to know why Star and Moon chose you," Luo Wudi said coldly. Fang Qian was stunned, but he immediately understood. This person should be one of Star and Moon's suitors. He must be unhappy about his marriage with Star and Moon. "Since you want to fight, then let's fight," Fang Qian said. Coincidentally, his strength had increased during this period of time, and he could test his true strength. "Sure, a sword," Luo Wudi shouted, and a silver-gray long sword appeared in his hand. This long sword was a soft sword, and the blade was very soft. The special characteristic of this soft sword was that it was very strange and shapeless. The silver-gray soft sword in Luo Wudi's hand constantly changed its shape. One moment it was a long sword, the next it was a short sword, and the next it was a round sword. At the same time, Luo Wudi's body exploded with a majestic sword essence. This sword essence had obviously reached the perfect realm. Sword cultivator. Seeing Luo Wudi's sword technique, Fang Qian smiled and said. Fang Qian shook his head slightly. Then, the sword soul in his mind was instantly activated. A majestic sword chi instantly shot up to the sky. At the same time, the hidden star sword appeared in Fang Qian's hand. Whoosh! The earth escape sword technique, which was at the transformative level, was instantly executed. The earthy yellow sword radiance surrounded Fang Qian tightly, leaving no gaps. This is when Fang Qian activated the sword soul. Luo Wudi actually felt a slight tremor. There was actually a trace of fear in the majestic sword while on his body, which surprised Luo Wudi. What Tao of the sword does he cultivate in? Luo Wudi was very puzzled. However, doubts aside, the battle still had to continue. He wanted to see what kind of ability this guy had to marry Star and Moon. After the Azura sword skill was displayed, the majestic sword intent turned into countless crimson sword lights. Tens of thousands of swords shot out at the same time, piercing toward Fang Qian. Bang, 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 these scarlet sword lights collided with the earth-yellow sword lights and exploded with a deafening sound. Initially, he thought that once he used the Azura sword skill, he would be able to defeat Fang Qian. However, Luo Wudi was wrong. Fang Qian's sword skill had a very strong defense, and it was able to block his Azura sword skill attack. Earth Evasion Sword Technique. After seeing his scarlet sword lights all shattered, Luo Wudi held the soft sword in his hand and stopped attacking. He stared at Fang Qian and asked. Fang Qian nodded. The Earth Evasion Sword Technique was a public sword skill of the 5 Elements Academy. It was normal for Luo Wudi to know about it. Earth Evasion Sword Technique alone is not enough to block my attack. Since you can block my Azura sword skill, it seems that your achievements in Tao of the Sword should not be underestimated, Luo Wudi said in a deep voice. It seems that we have all underestimated you. With your strength, it is no problem for you to be in the top 10. Luo Wudi continued. He put away the soft sword, glanced at Fang Qian, and then said, Let's end today's battle here. The Heavenly Void Secret Land is about to open. If we continue to fight, both sides may suffer. The gains do not make up for the losses. Our battle will be in the Heavenly Void Secret Land. After that, Luo Wudi turned and left. However, just as he flew over the sword-hidden peak, Luo Wudi instantly turned his head and said coldly, Be nice to Star and Moon, or I will kill you. After that, Luo Wudi disappeared instantly. Hearing that, Fong Chen grinned and laughed. Even if you don't say it, I will do it. Fong Chen said secretly in his heart. Star and Moon was his woman. If he could not even protect his woman, how could he cultivate? Thinking of Star and Moon, Fong Chen realized that he had not seen Star and Moon for several days. Then his figure flashed, and he left the sword-hidden peak and came to the Moon Peak. Now Fong Chen's gate of the Moon Peak was open to him. He could come and go freely. After coming to the Moon Peak, his soul swept over and found that Star and Moon were no longer there. Fong Chen was a little confused. Seeing the servant of the Moon Peak, Fong Chen asked, "Where is you?" "Master went to the main peak of the Five Elements Peak," the servant said respectfully. Fong Chen nodded and turned to leave. Star and Moon went to the main peak of the Five Elements Peak. She must have gone to find her master. Just as Fong Chen was about to turn and leave, Lin Yinner, who was in a fiery red dress, appeared. Fong Chen. Since Fong Chen insulted her IQ last time, Lin Yinner had been holding a grudge. Every time she saw Fong Chen, she would argue with him. "Why are you here?" Lin Yinner asked coldly. Her beautiful eyes were full of resentment. Fong Chen was speechless. This girl's IQ was really not enough. It was such a simple truth. Fong Chen resisted the impulse in his heart, turned to look at Lin Yinner and said, "Why can't I come to my wife's Moon Peak?" After that, Fong Chen did not intend to entangle with Lin Yinner and turned to leave. Seeing Fong Chen's back leaving, Lin Yinner stamped her feet angrily. "Fong Chen, don't go. I still have something to ask you." Lin Yinner shouted. Fong Chen did not pay attention to Lin Yinner's words and continued flying. However, Lin Yinner's next sentence was like a bolt of lightning that struck Fong Chen. "Fong Chen, the walnut you're talking about, I've checked the ancient records. There is no such elixir in the ancient sword continent. You're full of nonsense. You're just making it up," Lin Yinner said angrily. In order to find walnuts, Lin Yinner even went to find the Pill Cloud Saint Master. She wanted to know if there was such an elixir in the pill world. After the Pill Cloud Saint Master heard this, he was also puzzled and expressed that he did not know. At this time, Lin Yinner felt that she had been deceived by Fong Chen. She hated Fong Chen very much. At this moment, Fong Chen, who was flying, heard Lin Yinner's words and laughed wildly. He accidentally lost control of his spirit chi, and his body fell down the Moon Peak. This time, it was Lin Yinner's turn to laugh. "You annoying fellow, you finally received your retribution." Fong Chen got up from the Moon Peak and sighed. This girl was hopeless. In a dark place in the five-element state, there was an evil aura. In the surroundings, there was a peerless array. Ordinary people would not be able to find this place. Even if a spiritual whirlpool realm martial artist found it, they would not be able to break the array. And within the array, there were the remnants of the Netherworld sect. During this period of time, the spiritual pupil monarch had been waging war to achieve his goal. The five-element state was filled with the smoke of war. However, the chaos in the five-element state was quickly suppressed by the Five Elements Academy. The spiritual pupil monarch's injuries had completely recovered. Moreover, he had profited from the disaster and his strength had returned to his peak. The spiritual pupil monarch's cultivation had reached the peak of the spiritual whirlpool realm. He was invincible under the spiritual whirlpool realm. At this moment, the spiritual pupil monarch was sitting cross-legged on a black altar. His eyes were closed, and his body was emitting a terrifying aura. At the bottom of the altar, there were many martial artists. These martial artists were the remnants of the Netherworld sect. "Speak." The spiritual pupil monarch suddenly spoke. "My lord, we have followed your orders and started the chaos. Although the five-element state is filled with the smoke of war, we have suffered heavy losses." One of the spiritual whirlpool realm members said softly. When they started the chaos, they were suppressed by the Five Elements Academy. He felt that the losses did not make up for the gains. Do you think that the losses outweigh the gains? The spiritual pupil monarch looked at the others and asked, "Lord Spiritual Pupil Monarch, you naturally have your reasons for doing so." Another member of the Netherworld sect hurriedly said. The spiritual pupil monarch nodded. His eyes were lifeless, like the eyes of a dead person. However, this was the brilliance of the spiritual pupil monarch. His eyes were his weapon. It was similar to the spiritual pupil monarch, but it was much more advanced. Back then, the Lingtong monarch was also very famous in the ancient Sword continent. When he opened his eyes, the world changed. At that time, he was the strongest martial artist under the real martial realm. In that battle, he had slaughtered countless martial artists. His hands were extremely bloody. However, the Netherworld sect was destroyed in the end. How is the collection of souls? The spiritual pupil monarch asked. As he spoke, a subordinate presented a small box with both hands and said, "My lord, we have collected a total of 100,000 souls. Now that the Five Elements Academy is watching us, it is not easy for us to move." "It is almost done," the spiritual pupil monarch said eerily. In fact, the spiritual pupil monarch did not hesitate to start the chaos. Because of this, the Netherworld sect suffered heavy losses. All of this was because of the souls of these human martial artists. He found out from somewhere that one of the 3 honorables of the Netherworld sect was in the Heavenly Void Mystery Land. He wanted to enter the Heavenly Void Mystery Land personally to awaken the honorable and let him lead the Netherworld sect to rise again. This is an opportunity. The spiritual pupil monarch thought to himself. As for why he needed so many martial artist souls, it was because he wanted to bluff his way through. After all, once he entered the Heavenly Void Mystery Land, he would encounter the real martial realm experts of the Five Elements Academy. If he wanted to bluff his way through, he had to be well prepared. With these 100,000 souls and a unique method of the Netherworld sect, he could completely hide the spiritual pupil monarch's aura and let him enter the Heavenly Void Mystery Land quietly. You may leave. When the Heavenly Void Mystery Land opens, start a war with all your might and attract the attention of the Five Elements Academy, the spiritual pupil monarch said. Yes, my lord. After the subordinate left, the spiritual pupil monarch looked at the small box with a sinister smile on his face. 100,000 souls. Although it is not the best standard, it is the lowest standard. It is enough for me to disguise my aura, the spiritual pupil monarch said. Next, as long as he disguised his aura and found a sect with a quota to enter the Heavenly Void Mystery Land, he would be able to enter the Heavenly Void Mystery Land. Chapter 762. There is still about a week before the opening of the Heavenly Void Mystery Land. The Five Elements Academy announced an important matter. The 30 people who would enter the Tian Su secret dimension would be selected according to the Battle Power Tablet. All the students were allowed to challenge the Battle Power Tablet until the day before the opening of the Tian Su secret dimension. When the news was released, the entire Five Elements Academy was in an uproar. Most of the students came to challenge the Battle Power Tower. Other than a small number of students who thought that they had no chance, the rest of the students who had a chance trained hard and challenged the Battle Power Tower. The rankings on the Battle Power Tablet kept changing in the past few days. 1 second, you were still in the same position, and the next second, you might fall back a few places. Fong Chun saw the changes on the Battle Power Tablet and couldn't help but sigh. However, Fong Chun didn't challenge the Battle Power Tablet. He was originally ranked 10th, but because of Blazing Heaven and Lin Yin'er's strength, he was pushed out of the top 10. Now, he was ranked 12th. Although he was ranked 12th, he wasn't threatened yet. It was impossible to push him out of the top 30. He might as well use the time to train. After about 5 days, the rankings on the Battle Power Tablet finally stabilized. At this time, most of the martial artists who didn't make it to the top 30 gave up. During this period, an earth-shattering thing happened. Star and Moon challenged the Battle Power Tower. As the only direct disciple of the Five Elements Academy's dean, Star and Moon's popularity had always been high. However, Star and Moon didn't challenge the Battle Power Tower, so her name wasn't on the Battle Power Tablet. This time, Star and Moon challenged the Battle Power Tower. Everyone was predicting that Xingyu would at least be ranked in the top 5 of the Battle Power Tablet, or even the top 3. However, when Star and Moon finished challenging the Battle Power Tower, everyone was shocked. Why? Because Star and Moon's ranking on the Battle Power Tablet had surpassed Zhang Jingtao, and she became the new number 1 on the Battle Power Tablet. Zhang Jingtao had occupied the battle tablet for a very long time, and no one had been able to threaten him. This time, Star and Moon had actually surpassed Zhang Jingtao. Was she going to replace Zhang Jingtao and become the new strongest person in the Five Elements Academy? All of the students were discussing. No one dared to imagine. Heavens! As expected of the headmaster's personal disciple, Star and Moon's cultivation base is so strong that it easily surpassed Zhang Jingtao's. Yeah, Zhang Jingtao has been at the top of the battle tablet for a long time. I didn't expect Star and Moon to surpass him. Ever since Zhang Jingtao challenged the tower, he hasn't appeared again. I wonder what he's doing. Will Zhang Jingtao come out when he learns that his ranking has been surpassed? For a time, the topic of who was stronger between Star and Moon and Zhang Jingtao spread like wildfire in the Five Elements Academy. Because Star and Moon was the goddess of the Five Elements Academy, and because her cultivation was so strong, she had a lot of fans. Many students supported Star and Moon. However, there were also some students who thought that Zhang Jingtao was a veteran, and it was impossible for Star and Moon to oust Zhang Jingtao. Within the Five Elements Academy, the two factions kept arguing. Of course, this matter finally came to an end the day before they went to the Heavenly Void Mystery Land. That was because Zhang Jingtao came out of seclusion on this day. When Zhang Jingtao came out of seclusion, it shocked the entire Five Elements Academy. Even a headmaster personally came to the mountain peak where Zhang Jingtao was. The Bloody Spearman and the four sage masters came one after another. At this moment on the mountain peak, a soaring aura shot into the sky. This aura contained a vast amount of power. When the headmaster and the others saw this, their eyes burned with passion. Although Zhang Jingtao didn't have much talent in the Sword Dao, it was undeniable that Zhang Jingtao's martial arts potential was very heaven-defying. If he was nurtured well, in time, he would definitely be able to shock the entire ancient sword continent. Zhang Jingtao had comprehended the true meaning much earlier than Fangchun and Star and Moon. Ever since Zhang Jingtao comprehended the true meaning and finished the Battle Power Tower, he had been in seclusion. Until today, Zhang Jingtao finally came out of seclusion. He was once the number one person on the Battle Power Tablet in the Five Elements Academy and the number one person among the younger generation in the Five Element State. Did his coming out of seclusion mean that his strength had increased again? On this day, the entire sky above the Five Elements Academy was filled with a gray aura. Zhang Jingtao's seclusion place was still closed. No one dared to disturb Zhang Jingtao. Even the headmaster and the others were thinking, why hasn't Zhang Jingtao come out yet? Elder Han asked curiously, could it be that there's a problem with his cultivation? The Bloody Spearman said softly, this trip to the Heavenly Void Mystery Land mainly depended on Zhang Jingtao and Star and Moon. As for Fangchun, he hadn't fully grown yet. The trip to the Heavenly Void Mystery Land wasn't just limited to the Five Element State. It was said that the other two states would also participate. Therefore, Zhang Jingtao was the hope of the Five Elements Academy. He should be fine, the headmaster said softly. Behind the headmaster, the four holy masters also narrowed their eyes and stared at Zhang Jingtao. At this moment on this mountain peak, a soaring aura instantly filled the entire mountain peak. A majestic power appeared around the palace where Zhang Jingtao was in seclusion. Above the mountain peak, the power of heaven and earth crazily surged into the palace. The headmaster's expression changed slightly. He immediately said in a low voice, Zhang Jingtao is trying to break through to the true martial realm. The few true martial realm experts present knew best that this phenomenon was an act of breaking through to the true martial realm. Zhang Jingtao is too reckless. It's very dangerous for him to break through to the true martial realm without anyone to protect him, Elder Han said worriedly. Breaking through to the true martial realm didn't just require one to comprehend the true meaning. Once one succeeded, there would be a lightning tribulation. Some warriors' lightning tribulations were weak, while others' lightning tribulations were strong. In short, if there were no experts to protect him, he would die in a lightning tribulation if he wasn't careful. Of course, The process of breaking through to the true martial realm was also filled with danger. This brat, why didn't he inform us? The Bloody Spearman also said softly. If Zhang Jingtao was injured, it would definitely affect the trip to the Tiansu secret realm. At that time, the 5-element state's cultivators would definitely be suppressed by the other 2 states. Please don't let anything happen to him, Elder Han said in his heart. At this moment, Fang Chan was floating in the sky. The star and moon stood beside him. Behind them, there was a group of students from the 5 Elements Academy. They were all paying attention to Zhang Jingtao's situation. Rumble. Suddenly, the sky was filled with dark clouds. Following that, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. In the blink of an eye, a sea of lightning appeared in the sky above the 5 Elements peak. Within the terrifying sea of lightning, there were countless thick lightning snakes rolling around. The sound was earth-shattering. This is the lightning tribulation. Seeing this, the headmaster was extremely excited. The appearance of the lightning tribulation meant that Zhang Jingtao should have succeeded in breaking through to the true martial realm. Can it withstand the lightning tribulation? The headmaster said to himself. The Bloody Spearman, Elder Han, and the 4 great sage masters stared at the lightning tribulation in the sea of lightning solemnly. At this moment, Fang Chun also looked at the sky and muttered to himself, "Is this the lightning tribulation?" Rumble. Just as everyone was worried, a thick lightning snake suddenly rushed out from the sea of lightning. It carried a majestic lightning power and swooped down. When the lightning snake hit the palace, the entire palace shook. It was enough to show how powerful the lightning snake was. What a powerful lightning snake! Fang Chun could not help but exclaim, "The attack of this lightning snake is enough to kill an ordinary 8th-level spiritual vortex realm martial artist." This was only the first lightning snake attack. He did not know how powerful Zhang Jingtao's lightning tribulation was. It withstood it. The first lightning snake hit the palace and finally dissipated. Seeing this, the headmaster and the others smiled. Immediately after, the second lightning snake descended. However, a strange scene appeared. After the second lightning snake descended, it dissipated in midair before it could hit the palace. The lightning snake dissipated, and the terrifying sea of lightning in the sky disappeared without a trace. The sky regained its clarity once again. At this moment, the majestic aura around the palace also dissipated instantly. What happened? The sea of lightning retreated, and everyone was confused. Could it be that he succeeded in breaking through to the real martial realm? A student asked curiously. Creak. At this moment, the palace door opened. A tall figure walked out from the palace. His face was slightly pale, and there was still a majestic aura around him that had not dissipated. His appearance attracted the attention of countless martial artists. The headmaster and the others quickly came in front of him and observed carefully. Real martial realm aura. The headmaster detected a trace of real martial realm aura. However, he immediately shook his head and said, "No, although there is real martial realm aura in this aura, it is very weak." With that, the headmaster's dark eyes looked at Zhang Jingtao and asked, "Did you fail?" Hearing this, Zhang Jingtao smiled bitterly and said, "I failed." Zhang Jingtao, the 5 Elements Academy's #1 on the power tablet, had failed in breaking through to the real martial realm. All the martial artists felt a tinge of regret. If even Zhang Jingtao could not break through to the real martial realm, would they still have a chance? Fang Qin stared at Zhang Jingtao and realized that Zhang Jingtao's aura was very strong. Although his cultivation was still at the 9th level of the spiritual vortex realm, it gave him a lot of pressure. Zhang Jingtao, you are too anxious. With your potential, you can easily break through to the real martial realm after some time, the Bloody Spearman said. Yes, you are too anxious, Elder Han said. Although Zhang Jingtao did not succeed in breaking through to the real martial realm. However, it was not all for naught. In terms of strength, Zhang Jingtao's strength should have reached half a step to the real martial realm. In a way, Zhang Jingtao could be considered to be invincible below the real martial realm. Chapter 763. Zhang Jingtao had a very delicate appearance. Furthermore, judging from his appearance, he appeared to be in his 30s. One had to know that on the path of martial arts, it would take years or even decades to cultivate. A spiritual whirlpool, realm warrior in his 30s was definitely considered young. Although you failed, you have laid the foundation for the next breakthrough, the dean said as he patted Zhang Jingtao's shoulder lightly. Zhang Jingtao, since you have come out of seclusion, do you want to challenge the Tower of Combat Power? The bone weapon Saint Master suddenly asked from behind the bloody spear man. Yes, while you were in seclusion, the first place has changed hands, Saint Master Danqing said. Hearing this, Zhang Jingtao was stunned and asked, who is the first place now? Zhang Jingtao knew very well that he had succeeded in passing the Heaven Challenge and comprehended a true meaning. After that, he challenged the Tower of Combat Power and became the first place. After being in seclusion for such a long time, someone had actually surpassed him. The dean's direct disciple, Star and Moon, Elder Han said. Hearing this, Zhang Jingtao was surprised and turned to look at Star and Moon in the distance. Zhang Jingtao glanced at Star and Moon and noticed the dark true meaning on Star and Moon's body. He knew Star and Moon well and knew about Star and Moon's darking body. Now that he noticed the true meaning on Star and Moon's body, he was naturally not surprised. With the true meaning and the cultivation of Star and Moon, it was not a problem for them to surpass him and become the first place on the battle power tablet. If it was an ordinary warrior, it would be impossible for him to notice Star and Moon's true meaning unless he was a true martial realm warrior. However, Zhang Jingtao was different. He also had true meaning. True meaning possessors were especially sensitive to true meaning, so he sensed it immediately. However, just as he retracted his gaze from Star and Moon, he noticed Fang Chun beside Star and Moon. Yes. Zhang Jingtao's expression changed slightly. He carefully looked at Fang Chun as if he wanted to see through him. True intent. Zhang Jingtao was very surprised. What exactly had happened in the Five Elements Academy while he was in seclusion? Why had two true meaning holders appeared all of a sudden? Interesting. Zhang Jingtao muttered to himself as he nodded slightly at Fang Chun. Although Zhang Jingtao had failed to break through to the genuine martial realm, his powerful strength was still shocking. His cultivation had reached half a step into the genuine martial realm. He was only one step away from the genuine martial realm. As for Zhang Jingtao, he did not disappoint. He came to the front of the Tower of Combat Power and wanted to challenge it. I bet 1 million top-grade spirit stones that Zhang Jingtao will regain first place. Who the hell would bet with you? Zhang Jingtao has reached half a step into the true martial realm. No matter how monstrous Star and Moon are, they have no advantage in terms of cultivation. Yeah, looks like Zhang Jingtao is going to take back first place. After Zhang Jingtao stepped into the combat tower, the students began to discuss among themselves. Even some of the students who supported Star and Moon were shocked by Zhang Jingtao's strength. At this moment, in front of the combat tower, there were countless students, including Fang Chun and Star and Moon. Of course, the retarded girl, Lin Yin'er, was also there. Everyone was paying attention to the changes in the combat tablet. They wanted to know if Zhang Jingtao could regain first place. Regarding this, Star and Moon did not feel any pressure. She was not interested in the first place anyway. As for whether she could maintain her position, she did not care at all. In the clouds, the dean and the others looked down and chatted with each other. How long do you think Zhang Jingtao will take to regain first place? The dean suddenly asked. This was the realm. The students below were discussing whether Zhang Jingtao could regain first place, while the higher-ups in the clouds were discussing how long Zhang Jingtao would take to regain first place. In their eyes, Zhang Jingtao's ability to regain first place was not a problem at all. Now, the most important thing was how long Zhang Jingtao would take to challenge the combat tower. I estimate 10 minutes. The first person to speak was Saint Master Danyan. No need. 6 minutes is enough for a half-step true martial realm cultivator. The bone weapon Saint Master shook his head and said, 5 minutes. Saint Master Danqing said, 7 minutes. Saint Master Xianlong said, Elder Han and Bloody Spearman also expressed their guesses. They believed that Zhang Jingtao would take at most 3 minutes to come out of the combat tower. Dean, what do you think? Elder Han asked. The gazes of the few true martial realm experts all landed on the Dean, waiting for his reply. 1 minute, the Dean said. Hearing the Dean's words, they were stunned. Was the Dean that confident in Zhang Jingtao? Just wait. Seeing that they did not believe him, the Dean laughed and said. It seemed like a long time had passed, but only 30 seconds had passed since Zhang Jingtao went in and the Dean and the others were guessing. There was no movement on the combat tablet at all. The combat tower was also closed. This meant that Zhang Jingtao had not finished challenging the combat tower. At this moment, Zhang Jingtao had already reached the 9th level of the combat tower. He was facing a half-step true martial realm cultivator. Bang! Zhang Jingtao activated his true intent and smashed the cultivator with a punch. Then, 2 half-step true martial realm cultivators appeared, and Zhang Jingtao killed them with a punch each time. Just like that, when Zhang Jingtao successfully killed the last cultivator, the entire combat tower emitted a dazzling light. In the clouds, the Dean and the others' eyes lit up. They were very excited. The combat tower had not emitted a dazzling light for a long time. A few of them knew best what this meant. He passed, the Dean said excitedly. Elder Han, Bloody Spearman, and the others were also very excited. There were 9 levels in the combat tower. To pass the 9th level, one had to be at the peak of the spiritual vortex realm. The 5 Elements Academy had not had such a student for a long time. They did not expect Zhang Jingtao to give them such a big surprise this time. When Zhang Jingtao passed, only 50 seconds had passed. What did this mean? It was 10 seconds less than the 1 minute that the Dean had guessed. Don't underestimate these 10 seconds. With Zhang Jingtao's strength, he could kill many level 9 spiritual vortex realm martial artists in these 10 seconds. Of course, the most important thing was that Zhang Jingtao used 50 seconds to pass the combat tower. This was unprecedented in the history of the 5 Elements Academy. Ha! Zhang Jingtao is indeed the most outstanding disciple of the 5 Elements Academy. After the shock, the Dean laughed. The other true martial realm martial artists could not help but sigh. If they were in the same realm, they would not be Zhang Jingtao's match. The combat tower emitted a dazzling light. No one seemed to know what had happened. However, in the blink of an eye, the dazzling light of the combat tower disappeared. Then, the combat tower opened, and Zhang Jingtao walked out calmly. At this moment, Zhang Jingtao's name instantly returned to the top of the battle power steel. First place on the combat tower, Zhang Jingtao. Combat tower, limit of 9 stars. Seeing this scene, the entire combat tower was in an uproar. Countless students stared at the combat tablet in shock, their hearts filled with shock. Even Fang Chun could not help but sigh. Zhang Jingtao's strength was too strong. There was a huge gap between him and Zhang Jingtao. Even the star and moon could not defeat Zhang Jingtao. Too strong. Fang Chun thought to himself. Zhang Jingtao did not care about the shock of the crowd. In a flash, he turned and left. He left behind a noisy crowd. Zhang Jingtao's strong return gave the 5 Elements Academy a boost. All the students were on the chessboard. Zhang Jingtao had led the 5 Elements Academy students to defeat the younger generation from the other 2 prefectures in the Tian-Su Mystery Land. Instead of saying that it was a competition for the inheritance of the Mystery Land, it was more like a competition between the younger generation from the 3 prefectures. Originally, the competition between the younger generation from the 3 prefectures was held once every 6 years. The next competition would be held a few years later. However, with the appearance of the Tian-Su Mystery Land, the top expert from the 3 prefectures would meet in advance. In the entire 5 Elements Academy, there were students everywhere discussing Zhang Jingtao's name. His strength was shocking. The higher-ups of the 5 Element Academy also held an emergency meeting about this. The meeting was about Zhang Jingtao. Zhang Jingtao's strength made Fang Chun even more convinced that he had to work hard to increase his strength in this trip to the Tian-Su Mystery Land. One day, the Eternal Heaven Alliance came to the Five Elements Academy again. Of course, there were some other forces that came with the Eternal Heaven Alliance. These forces were considered big forces in the five-element state. However, compared to the Eternal Heaven Alliance, there was still a gap. When the Tiansu Mystery Land was first discovered, the higher-ups of the Five-Element Academy personally went to the Tiansu Mystery Land to explore. Wherever the Tiansu Mystery Land was, there were cracks in the space and the rules were in chaos. Experts of the true martial realm could not enter at all. If they tried to force their way in, the Tiansu Mystery Land would collapse. That would not be worth it. This was because the Tiansu Mystery Land appeared at the border of the five-element state. This place was connected to the other two states. The Tiansu Mystery Land was the place where a quasi-king expert died. Its appearance shocked the entire ancient sword continent. Naturally, the other two states also knew about it, and the higher-ups came to explore. In the end, after the higher-ups of the three states discussed together, they decided that each state would have 50 spots to enter the Tiansu Mystery Land. The three states added up to 150 people. If there were more people, the space would become even more chaotic. The Tiansu Mystery Land would also disappear into the void. The consequences would be unimaginable. The higher-ups of the three states did not dare to take the lives of these top geniuses as a joke. The Five Elements Academy took 30 spots out of the 50 spots in the five-element state. As for the Eternal Heaven Alliance, because they won a competition, they took 10 spots. As for the other sect, they only had 10 spots. Today, the Eternal Heaven Alliance brought 20 martial artists to the Five Elements Academy to enter the Tiansu Mystery Land. The dean of the Five Elements Academy also personally gave a lecture to the 30 students who were going to enter the Tiansu Mystery Land. On the main peak of the Five Elements Peak, the dean stood quietly. The Bloody Spearman and the others stood behind him and looked down. On the square, 30 students stood quietly. Chapter 764. Originally, it was just an internal fight in the five-element state. But now, it had turned into a fight between three states. The Heavenly Void Mystery Land had engulfed the entire ancient sword continent. In other words, they would be facing the most outstanding younger generation in the entire ancient sword continent in this trip to the Mystery Land. I won't say how dangerous this trip to the Mystery Land will be. If you want to back out, it's not too late, the dean said in a low voice. Everyone shook their heads. No one was willing to back out. It was very difficult to increase one's cultivation after reaching the spiritual vortex realm. So, they were eager to enter the Heavenly Void Mystery Land, compete with the younger generation from the other two states. Fang Chun thought to himself, the younger generation from the five-element state was already so powerful. The geniuses from the other two states would not be any weaker. The vast ancient sword continent was divided between three states. The five-element state was one of them. The other two states were the Tianzhou and the demon state. The demon state was the most powerful. The people of the demon state were tough, and all of them practiced martial arts. The warriors were generally much stronger than the five-element state and the Tianzhou. And it was said that the demon state was very different from the five-element state. The five-element state was ruled by the Five Elements Academy. The demon state was the opposite. It was very chaotic. Even a six-star sect did not dare to call themselves the Overlord. The five-element state only had one six-star sect, but the demon state had two six-star sects. No one was willing to submit to the other, and no one dared to annex the other. The two six-star sects have been fighting for a long time. Some of the subsidiary sects were also in constant war. In the war, the warriors of the demon state kept increasing their strength. Their physical fitness was also different from ordinary people. As for the Tianzhou, it was similar to the five-element state. This was basic knowledge. Fangshan had known it for a long time. However, knowing about it was one thing, and meeting it was another. The younger generation from the three states gathered together. If anyone could stand out, they might really be able to become famous in the ancient sword continent and become the most powerful person among the younger generation. To be able to suppress one's peers was something that everyone dreamt of. But very few people could do it. Seeing that no one retreated, the dean had a gratified expression on his face. Then, he said, "Today, the other 20 warriors have arrived. They will meet up with you and head to the Heavenly Void Mystery Land together. After entering the Heavenly Void Secret Realm, I hope that you can cooperate with each other. After all, our 5-element state is a group. Don't be defeated by the other 2 states," the dean said in a deep voice. Before long, the dean finished speaking, and the Eternal Heaven Alliance and the other forces arrived. The 50 martial artists all gathered together. After that, the college chief personally led the team to open the teleportation portal and head to the Heavenly Void Mystery Land. Before stepping onto the teleportation array, Fang Chun was called away by the Bone Weapon Sacred Master, Sacred Master Danqing. "Fang Chun, I called you here this time because I have something to give you," Sage Master Danqing said with a smile. Beside Saint Master Danqing were the Bloody Spear Man, Elder Han, the Bone Weapon Saint Master, and Saint Master Xianlong. "Master," Fang Chun cupped his hands and called out. "Entering the Heavenly Void Mystery Land this time, every warrior will have some life-saving items. As your masters, we can't provide you with much help. Take this." As Saint Master Danqing spoke, he handed Fang Chun a triangular iron plate. Fang Chun put away the triangular iron plate and cupped his hands in thanks. Within this triangular iron plate, there is a Tao-level array that I personally set up. Once you encounter danger, you can inject spirit chi into it to trigger it. Almost no one below the true martial realm can break it. Of course, don't be careless. Zhang Tao only needs a little time to break it, Saint Master Danqing said. After all, he was not the one controlling the array, so its power would be greatly reduced. It was enough to have such power. Only then did Fang Chun know the preciousness of this triangular iron plate. "Thank you, Master," Fang Chun said gratefully. With this thing, it was equivalent to having a protective talisman. At a critical moment, it could save his life. "You are my disciple. You are treating me like an outsider," Saint Master Danqing said with a smile. "Since Old Qing has already given it to you, I will naturally give it to you as well." The Bone Weapon Saint Master waved his hand, and immediately, a broken sword was handed to Fang Chun. "Fang Chun, this broken sword is a Tao-level weapon that I personally forged. It is very powerful. Every time you use it, you need a large amount of spirit chi to support it. I estimate that you will use it once, and your spirit chi will be exhausted. So, unless it is a critical moment, it is best not to use it. A Tao-level weapon needed a large amount of spirit chi to support it. Before reaching the true martial realm, spirit chi was limited. So, the Bone Weapon Saint Master reminded Fang Chun. A true martial realm warrior could use it without limit, but a spirit vortex realm warrior could not. However, even so, this sword was still very precious. "I don't have anything else, but I have many talismans." Saint Master Xianlong handed Fang Chun a talisman. He said with a smile. Saint Master Xianlong was a saint-level talisman master and could easily inscribe Tao-level talismans. They were very powerful and were not weaker than Tao-level weapons and formations. However, Tao-level talismans were the same as Tao-level weapons. They needed a large amount of spirit chi to activate. Giving Fang Chun more was useless. Moreover, this talisman was a sword talisman. Saint Master Xianlong had specially chosen it for Fang Chun. "Many thanks." Fang Chun put away the talisman and was very grateful. Saint Master Xianlong was not related to him, but he was actually willing to give him such a precious talisman. Whoosh! At this moment, a pill shot over from afar. Fang Chun subconsciously reached out and caught it. He immediately discovered that it was a golden pill. Fang Chun was a little confused. He looked into the distance and saw Saint Master Danyan standing there quietly. Although he had some conflicts with Fang Chun before, Saint Master Danyan was still able to distinguish between right and wrong. After swallowing this pill, you can increase your cultivation by 1 level and enter the Heavenly Void Secret Realm. You can beat up the cultivators of the other 2 states and show the might of the 5-element state. Saint Master Danyan said indifferently. Seeing this, The Bone Warrior and the others also grinned. Needless to say, this was a Tao-level pill. St. Master Danyan would not give an ordinary pill. Fang Chun was wild with joy. Every level of the spirit vortex realm was a mountain. It was very difficult to climb over it. However, with this pill, when his cultivation reached a bottleneck, he could quickly advance after swallowing it. In the blink of an eye, he received 4 Tao-level talismans. It had to be said that the 5 Elements Academy had high hopes for Fang Chun. Seeing this, Elder Han and the Bloody Spearman could not hold back anymore. Since the 4 of you are giving it to him, the 2 of us can't just sit back and do nothing, Elder Han said with a smile. Immediately, 2 books appeared in Elder Han's hands, and he passed them to Fang Chun. Fang Chun took a look. The first book was a wood elemental cultivation method, while the second book had a seal and could not be opened. Kid, don't be greedy. When you finish cultivating the first book, the seal on the second book will be unlocked, Elder Han said. The Bloody Spearman also took out a blood-red jade pendant and passed it to Fang Chun. He said, I am very happy to be able to recruit a student like you. I have watched you grow. This time, when you enter the Heavenly Void secret realm, don't ruin the reputation of the 5 Elements Academy. This jade pendant is called the Crimson Moon Jade. It can withstand 1 full blow from a real martial realm expert. If it was an extreme warrior of the spiritual whirlpool realm, with Zhang Jingtao's combat power, it would be able to withstand 3 blows, Bloody Spear Taoist explained. Fang Chun put away the Blood Moon Jade and cupped his fists in thanks. Fang Chun will definitely live up to everyone's expectations. The few Saint Masters thought highly of Fang Chun. After all, Fang Chun had comprehended the true meaning. Of course, they also gave Star and Moon, Zhang Jingtao, and the others some life-saving treasures. After Fang Chun returned to the group, everyone prepared to take the teleportation formation and leave. As the overlord of the 5 Element state, the 5 Elements Academy naturally had a teleportation formation. This time, they were teleported to a city not far away from the Heavenly Void secret realm. Border City. Because the teleportation formation had a limit on the number of people it could send, the 5 Elements Academy personally led the team. None of the other real martial realm experts went. After everyone stepped into the teleportation formation, it opened. Crash! In the blink of an eye, the teleportation formation stopped. We have arrived at the Border City. We are still 100 miles away from the Heavenly Void secret realm, the Dean said in a low voice. Everyone walked out of the teleportation formation. The Border City was very prosperous, but no one was in the mood to enjoy it. They hurriedly left the Border City and headed towards the Heavenly Void secret realm. Why did so many martial artists with strong auras suddenly appear? Looking at them, they're all spiritual whirlpool realm experts. Oh my God, so many spiritual whirlpool realm experts gathered together. What are they doing? Are they going to war with the other 2 states? 100 miles was nothing to spiritual whirlpool realm martial artists. After a while, everyone arrived at a barren plain. This plain was filled with a majestic aura. The end of the plain is where the Heavenly Void secret realm is, the Dean stopped and said. Even though they had not reached the Heavenly Void secret realm, everyone could already feel that the rules here were a little chaotic and the spiritual chi was very violent. Fang Chun narrowed his eyes and stared at the end of the plain. He saw a gray area. There were countless spatial cracks, and the rules were extremely chaotic. It made one's heart palpitate. Is that the Heavenly Void secret realm? Chapter 765. At the end of the wasteland, an eerie aura filled the air. The eerie aura contained a vast amount of spiritual chi. If one barged in without permission, they would be instantly destroyed by the chaotic spiritual chi. Even a martial artist at the limit of the spiritual whirlpool realm would not be able to escape unscathed if he entered without permission. This was only the situation outside the Sky Void Mystery Land. One could imagine how dangerous it was inside the Sky Void Mystery Land. The Almighty who died in the Sky Void Mystery Land was an invincible existence in the true martial realm. What was invincible in the true martial realm? To be invincible in the true martial realm was to have 1 foot in the Mystic King realm. In the ancient Sword Continent, if the Mystic King realm Almighty did not appear, no one could match him. In the vast ancient Sword Continent, only the Mystic King realm Almighty could be called a king. However, this Almighty who was invincible in the true martial realm was called a quasi-king and was even called the Sky Void King. The Sky Void Mystery Land is in the chaotic space, the Dean said softly as he stopped and stared at the chaotic space at the end of the wasteland. At this moment, the martial artist's eyes were filled with shock. Before they reached the end of the wasteland, they felt their hearts palpitate. The place where the Almighty who was invincible in the true martial realm died was actually so dangerous. When we reach the end of the wasteland, please be careful. The chaotic spiritual chi will invade your body. If you are not careful, you will die, the Dean continued. Fang Chun narrowed his eyes and stared at the end of the wasteland. The star and moon could not help but sigh at the side. In the ancient times, the Sky Void King was too powerful. Even after so many years, the surroundings of the Sky Void Mystery Land were still so dangerous. It is said that the Sky Void Mystery Land is a small independent space. Zhang Jingtao, who was first on the combat power tablet, said. Hearing this, the Dean nodded and said, "That's right. The Sky Void Mystery Land was actually a small independent world created by the Sky Void King. However, when the Sky Void King died, this small independent space collapsed. In the end, it extended into a broken space, which is now the Sky Void Mystery Land," the Dean said. Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart was filled with shock. The Sky Void King's death caused the small independent space to collapse. It was too powerful. While thinking, Fang Chen glanced at the Dean. The Dean of the Five Elements Academy, known as the strongest person in the Five Element state, was probably not as strong as the Heavenly Void King. Be careful. With the headmaster leading the way, the rest of the group followed closely behind. They quickly rushed towards the end of the wasteland. With everyone's speed, they would be able to reach the small wasteland in the blink of an eye. However, it took them 2 hours to cover such a small distance. The closer they got to the end of the wasteland, the more chaotic the spirit chi became. In the end, everyone found it difficult to walk. All the martial artists used the spiritual chi in their sea of chi to protect their bodies, preventing the chaotic spiritual chi from invading their bodies. Although this chaotic spiritual energy is overbearing, it is unable to penetrate the sword's defense, Fang Chun said to himself. Activating the sword body, Zhang Xian's path was unimpeded. As for Star and Moon, they had also secretly activated their dark, malevolent bodies. Their bodies were surrounded by a murderous aura as they followed behind Fang Chun. Martial artists with special constitutions could easily resist the chaotic spirit chi. However, ordinary martial artists were helpless. No matter how hard they tried to resist, there was still a small portion of the chaotic spirit chi that entered their bodies and destroyed their internal organs. As Fang Chun was moving forward, he suddenly saw Zhang Jingtao from the corner of his eye. This person had a special constitution, but his method of resisting the chaotic spirit chi was too overbearing. They saw that Zhang Jingtao's body was emitting a terrifying aura. This aura surrounded his body, causing the chaotic spirit chi to be wary and not dare to approach him. Everyone was envious of Zhang Jingtao, but there was nothing they could do. Zhang Jingtao's strength was too strong. Even a younger generation of the other two states would not be able to defeat Zhang Jingtao easily. Finally, after 2 hours, everyone arrived at the end of the wasteland. At this moment, everyone saw a shocking scene. At the end of the wasteland, the space was chaotic and the spirit chi was raging. Within the wild spirit chi, there was an indistinct void door. This void door was enveloped by the wild spirit chi. Could it be that the void door is the entrance to the Tian Su Mystery Land? Someone asked doubtfully. The Dean stared at the void door in the wild spirit chi and said in a low voice, "That's right. That void door is the entrance to the Tian Su Mystery Land." "Dean, how do we enter?" Zhang Jingtao asked. The Tian Su Mystery Land was the place where the Tian Su King had fallen. There was a strong seal around it, so true martial realm experts could not enter. The dean waved his hand to signal for everyone to be careful. He walked towards the void door alone. However, just as the dean approached the void door, an angry roar was heard. Then, an illusory lightning snake came out from the void door. Roar! This thick lightning snake opened its bloody mouth and blasted towards the dean. Bang! Seeing this, the dean suddenly threw out a punch and hit the lightning snake's head. Crack! The lightning snake's head instantly shattered and dissipated. At that moment, the dean was forced back a few steps. When the dean steadied himself, he stared at the void door. After a long while, he shook his head and said, "As expected, true martial realm martial artists cannot get close to the void door." Then what should we do? Everyone was anxious. If even the dean could not get close, how could they enter? "Let's wait," said the dean. Everyone looked at each other. They did not know how long they had to wait or what they were waiting for. Unknowingly, Fong Chun silently walked to the dean's side and asked in a low voice, "Dean, what are we waiting for?" "The Tian Su Mystery Land has appeared. If you want to open the void door, you need to use the blood of a spirit vortex realm martial artist on a full moon," said the dean. When Fong Chun heard this, he was stunned. How did the dean know about this? The Tian Su Mystery Land had never appeared before. As if he could see what Fong Chun was thinking, the dean explained, "Back then, the Tian Su kings fall shocked the entire ancient sword continent. All the experts were searching for the place where the Tian Su king died. Later on, a piece of news spread. When Fong Chun heard this, he nodded to show that he understood. It seemed that the method to open the void door of the Tian Su Mystery Land had already been recorded in the history books. Does the Tian Su king want a spirit vortex realm martial artist to inherit his legacy? Fong Chun muttered to himself. Then why did you take the risk just now? Fong Chun did not understand and asked. The dean chuckled and said, "I just wanted to see if the legend was true. Legend had it that true martial realm martial artists could not get close to the Tian Su Mystery Land. The dean tried, and it was true. The Tian Su king leaked the information about the Tian Su Mystery Land because he hoped that a spirit vortex realm martial artist could inherit his legacy. Once a true martial realm martial artist could enter, then a spirit vortex realm martial artist would have no chance. Therefore, the Tian Su king used a powerful method to cast a seal. True martial realm martial artists could not enter the Tian Su Mystery Land. While chatting with the dean, Fong Chun found out that the location of the Tian Su Mystery Land appearance was at the intersection of the three prefectures. After their investigation, they found out that there were three entrances to the Tian Su Mystery Land. They were located in the boundaries of the three prefectures. In other words, the younger generation of the other two prefectures would enter the Tian Su Mystery Land from the other two entrances. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, it was the night of the full moon. The sky gradually darkened, and a crescent moon appeared in the sky. A ray of moonlight shone in the chaotic space. Immediately, the void door made a sound of vibration. All the martial artists were paying attention to the Tian Su Mystery Land. It was also at this moment that the dean bellowed. The 50 martial artists all cut their fingers and dripped a drop of blood. The 50 drops of blood gathered together and landed in the dean's hand. In the end, the dean exerted all of his strength and fiercely tossed out the drop of blood. Instantly, the drop of blood entered the void gate. Crack! When the blood entered the gate of the void, the entire gate of the void instantly turned scarlet. Is the void door about to open? Many martial artists exclaimed. Rumble! The void door was completely red. It gave people the feeling that blood was flowing like a river. A heart-palpitating aura instantly filled the air. Then, the void door opened in front of everyone's eyes. At a glance, behind the void gate was an empty space of darkness. Nothing could be seen except for a boundless aura of darkness emanating from it. It was also at this moment that a flight of stairs suddenly appeared in the void gate. These stairs were all connected together to form a flight of stairs that led from the void gate to the end of the wasteland, appearing beneath everyone's feet. It's opened. We can go in, someone exclaimed. Immediately, countless warriors fought to be the first to step onto the stairs. However, they were stopped by the dean. one by one. Don't fight, the dean said in a deep voice. This staircase could only accommodate a limited number of people at one time. Once it was crowded, some martial artists would definitely be pushed down the stairs. Once they fell down the stairs, they would enter a chaotic space. Even a true martial realm expert like the dean would not be able to save them. Zhang Jingtao was the first to step onto the stairs and quickly entered the void door. Seeing this, the other martial artists also stepped onto the stairs and entered the void door in batches. When the 50 cultivators all entered the void door, the stairs instantly disappeared and the void door closed. The dean looked at the Tian Su Mystery Land and pondered. This will be the opportunity for the 5 Elements Academy to rise. Chapter 766. In an empty space, everyone soared into the air. This should be the space tunnel, Fang Chen whispered as he flew. Although they had entered the gate of the void, they did not enter the heavenly void mystery land. They had to pass through the space tunnel to enter the heavenly void mystery land. The space tunnel was very unstable, and the surrounding spiritual chi was chaotic. If they were not careful, they would lose their lives. Many warriors were flying cautiously. Fang Chun and Star and Moon were flying side by side. Behind them, a young warrior appeared. The young warrior had a sinister smile on his face. This space tunnel is a good place to kill human talents. The young warrior was a survivor of the Yellow Spring sect in disguise. He had successfully sneaked into the space tunnel and was no longer afraid of the true martial realm experts of the 5 Elements Academy. At this moment, he happened to be in the space tunnel and could attack without worry. His first target was Fang Chun. This was because Fang Chun was right in front of him. The spiritual pupil king's eyes flashed. Countless evil auras gathered in his palm. He clenched his fist and punched at Fang Chun. Go to hell. The spirit pupil's monarch bellowed and suddenly threw a punch at Fang Chun. Fang Chun, who was flying, suddenly felt a strong force coming from behind him. His expression changed, and he activated the sword body without hesitation. Bang! Just as Fang Chun activated the sword body, the spiritual pupil king's fist landed on Fang Chun's back. Although Fang Chun was protected by the sword body, he was still sent flying by the spiritual pupil king. Rumble! The space tunnel was unstable. The moment Fang Chun was sent flying, he was swallowed by the darkness. Brother Chun. Even Xing, you couldn't react to the sudden turn of events. When she saw Fang Chun being swallowed by the darkness, she shouted loudly. At the same time, the surrounding people also noticed the commotion. I want to avenge Brother Chun. Star and Moon didn't care that they were in a spatial passageway and immediately unleashed a majestic aura. She clenched her small hands into fists and unleashed a powerful attack. At the same time, Star and Moon activated their mystical baleful physique, and the true intent of mystical instantly filled the air. Courting death. When the spiritual eyes king saw this, his eyes flickered as he said in disdain. Then he punched the Star and Moon again. Bang, however, when his fist collided with Star and Moon's, he was shocked to discover the true intent of Star and Moon. Just as the spirit pupil's monarch was about to speak, he felt the baleful chi on his fist corroding his fist. Damn it! The spirit pupil king was enraged and prepared to attack with all his might. However, a blinding ray of light shot over from afar and blocked the king of spiritual pupils. Remnants of the Yellow Springs sect. When the spirit pupil king was fighting with Star and Moon, Zhang Jingtao had already sensed the aura of the Yellow Springs sect. It's too late to realize it now. The spirit pupil king laughed eerily and revealed his true identity. In the spatial passageway, many martial artists looked at each other. They didn't expect this to happen. Zhang Jingtao's palm contained a majestic power, and he was ready to attack at any time. The spatial passageway is unstable. If we fight, we will definitely die. That's right, Zhang Jingtao. Let's wait until we enter the heavenly void mystery land. We can't fight in the spatial passageway. Many martial artists said one after another. Their lives were at stake, and they didn't dare to be careless. Zhang Jingtao stared at the spirit pupil king, and his face turned pale. Star and Moon, who was beside him, attacked recklessly. Rumble. The dark spatial passageway kept making rumbling sounds as if it was about to shatter. When the martial artists saw this, their faces turned pale, and they all fled. The spatial passageway is about to collapse. Run! No one knew who shouted, but the dozens of martial artists disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Only Zhang Jingtao and Star and Moon were working together to deal with the spirit pupil king. Rumble. Zhang Jingtao's cultivation had reached half a step to the true martial realm. With Star and Moon's combat power, even a true martial realm martial artist wouldn't be able to kill them in a short time. Not to mention the spirit pupil king. Under the joint attack of the two, he was forced to retreat. Go to hell, you bastard from the Yellow Spring sect. Zhang Jingtao suddenly launched his strongest attack and roared. At this moment, the spatial passageway was extremely unstable. It was shaking and could collapse at any time. Do you want to die? At this moment, the spirit pupil king sensed the danger and roared angrily. At the same time, the spirit pupil king used the violent spiritual qi around him to dodge Zhang Jingtao's attack. Then, a black jade pendant appeared in his hand, and he crushed it. Rumble. A deafening sound came from the jade pendant. Then, an extremely violent power spread out. The spatial passageway, which was already unstable, collapsed instantly. Seeing this, the spirit pupil king's figure flashed and disappeared into the darkness. Let's go. Zhang Jingtao grabbed Star and Moon and rushed out of the spatial passageway with Star and Moon. I'm not going. I want to find Brother Chun. Star and Moon struggled. However, Zhang Jingtao didn't care. His figure flashed, and he quickly left the spatial passageway. After traveling for a full 3 minutes, Zhang Jingtao realized that the spatial passageway here seemed to be much more stable. He could vaguely hear the sound of the spatial passageway collapsing behind him. This made Zhang Jingtao shake his head slightly. No one would have thought that a bastard from the Yellow Spring sect would sneak into the team and injure Fang Chun, causing Fang Chun to fall into the darkness. No one knew if he was dead or alive. Arriving at the stable spatial passageway, Zhang Jingtao grabbed Star and Moon and moved forward quickly. After about an hour, the two finally walked out of the spatial passageway. What entered their eyes was a broken wasteland. On this wasteland, they could vaguely see the distortion of the rules. The density of the spiritual energy was much stronger than the outside world. We're finally out. Zhang Jingtao breathed a sigh of relief and let go of Star and Moon. The latter's face was full of tears. She wanted to rush into the spatial passageway to find Fang Chun. However, when they came out, the spatial passageway had already disappeared. Brother Chun, Star and Moon cried. The spatial passageway has completely collapsed. Even if you go in, you'll only be courting death, Zhang Jingtao comforted. If I can't save Brother Chun, I'd rather die with him, Star and Moon said. You can only avenge Fang Chun if you're alive, Zhang Jingtao persuaded. Moreover, Fang Chun might not necessarily die. After a long time, Star and Moon finally calmed down. Her face was expressionless. Her eyes were full of yin qi. Her whole body exuded a cold aura, giving people a feeling of oppression. Star and Moon. Zhang Jingtao hurriedly asked when he sensed that something was wrong with Star and Moon. Star and Moon shook her head slightly and said, I'm fine. After saying that, Star and Moon turned and left. The heavenly void mystery land was very large. This was a broken small independent space. Signs of destruction could be seen everywhere. However, there were treasures everywhere in the heavenly void mystery land. Many warriors encountered many opportunities the moment they entered the heavenly void mystery land. After the warriors of the five-element state entered the heavenly void mystery land, the warriors of the demon state also entered. As for the warriors of the Tianzhou state, they were a little late. After an unknown amount of time, Fang Chun realized that he had regained consciousness. He opened his eyes with difficulty. His surroundings were pitch black. No, to be exact, it was nothingness. Fang Chun felt that he had arrived in an empty space. Am I dead? Fang Chun's throat moved as he muttered to himself. Fang Chen wanted to raise his palm and slap himself to see if he was dead. However, he realized that he was seriously injured and did not even have the strength to raise his hand. Kid, you're really lucky. You didn't die. Suddenly, Ancestor Bronze spoke from the interspatial ring. Fang Chen was also very excited to hear a familiar voice in this kind of empty space. Ancestor, where am I? Fang Chen asked hurriedly. You were ambushed and fell at the node of the spatial tunnel. You entered here, Ancestor Bronze said. I don't know where this is either. Hearing Ancestor Bronze's words, Fang Chen fell silent. He didn't even know where he was. He didn't even know how to leave this place. Spatial tunnel node? Fang Chen tried his best to calm the complicated emotions in his heart and asked slowly. It's too difficult to build a spatial tunnel. Even the Heavenly Void King can't build a huge spatial tunnel. Ancestor Bronze continued. That's why the Heavenly Void King built many spatial tunnels. Each section of the spatial tunnel is connected to each other, and the point of connection is the node. What exactly is the node? Fang Chen was puzzled. Since he knew he had fallen at the node of the spatial tunnel, why didn't Ancestor Bronze know where this place was? Ancestor Bronze was silent for a moment before saying, Actually, the place you are in can be considered a cage. Cage? Fang Chen asked doubtfully. Outside the spatial tunnel node is a plane of nothingness. It's very difficult for cultivators who enter here to leave. Fang Chen was shocked when he heard this. He naturally knew about the planes of nothingness. There are no coordinates, no specific location. It was constantly drifting through the universe. This was a plane of nothingness. After learning that he had fallen into a plane of nothingness, Fang Chen fell silent. It was indeed as Ancestor Bronze had said. He had fallen into a cage. In this cage, his life was worse than death. One day, he would die of boredom. Is there anything I can do? Asked Fang Chen. If the Heavenly Void King had used a spatial crystal when he built the spatial tunnel, you might have had a chance, said Ancestor Bronze. A spatial crystal was an extremely precious crystal. Under normal circumstances, it was mostly used to build spatial tunnels. However, there weren't many experts who could afford to use a spatial crystal. It was because space crystals were too precious that many almighties were unable to bear the value of space crystals and casually built spatial passageways. How do I know if a spatial crystal was used? Fang Chen's eyes brightened. A spatial crystal could fix a plane of nothingness. Once a spatial crystal was used to build a spatial tunnel, the plane of nothingness outside the spatial tunnel node would be completely fixed. Chapter 767. After all, Ancestor Bronze was an almighty from ancient times. Although he had fallen, his remnant will possess a wealth of knowledge that Fang Chen couldn't compare to. Since Ancestor Bronze said so, he should know whether the Heaven Void King had used a spatial crystal when he built the spatial channel. Now, Fang Chen could only hope that the Heaven Void King had used a spatial crystal. Otherwise, he would really be trapped in this void plane for the rest of his life. I have a way to check whether a spatial crystal was used or not, but Ancestor Bronze Dragon paused for a moment. But what? Hearing that, Fang Chen's eyes lit up and he asked, If I was in my prime, I would have been able to do it with ease. But right now, I'm just a remnant soul. The moment I activate the secret skill, my remnant consciousness will definitely be damaged. By then, I'll fall into a deep slumber. Old Master Bronze replied. Once I fall into a deep sleep, my life will be in danger. Then what should I do? Fang Chen asked. As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, Ancestor Bronze said, When I use the secret technique, my remnant will be incomparably weak. At that time, I won't be able to exist in the Python sword. I'll enter your Dantian. Fang Chen was startled when he heard Ancestor Bronze's words. He immediately asked, Ancestor, do you wish to enter the cauldron? Yes, that's the only way. Ancestor Bronze was also going all out. He had been eyeing the cauldron for a long time. He could use this opportunity to go in and take a gamble. If he succeeded, there was a high chance he would be resurrected. But if he failed, his soul would scatter, and he would completely dissipate. He had existed as a remnant for thousands of years. He didn't want to continue like this. Fang Chen nodded. I'll control the cauldron. Once your remnant will enters your dantian, I'll open the lid. After getting Fong Chen's confirmation, Ancestor Bronze began to use the secret technique. The python sword instantly drilled out of Fong Chen's spatial ring and floated in the void, constantly trembling. Wisps of strange aura he shot out from the python sword. Then, those strange auras all turned into nothingness. Bang, bang, bang in the blink of an eye. The python sword shook more and more violently. In the end, cracks appeared on the python sword, and it was about to shatter. It was also at this moment that a trace of remnant will instantly separated from the python's sword and drilled into Fong Chen's body. Fong Chen could sense that Forefather Bronze's remnant was very weak and was about to be destroyed. He controlled the three-legged, two-eared cauldron and lifted a corner of the cauldron lid. The elder ancestor's remnant consciousness instantly entered the cauldron, and then the lid was closed again. After doing all this, some information appeared in Fong Chen's mind. This was the message the ancestor sent to Fong Chen before he fell into a deep slumber. Before Fong Chen could read the message, he realized that the python sword in front of him was crumbling without the support of the patriarch's remnant consciousness. Crack, the python sword shattered with a loud bang and turned into nothingness. Fong Chen shook his head slightly and did not mind. Then, his consciousness sank into his mind to read the message left behind by the great ancestor. Sure enough, when he saw the first sentence, Fong Chen's face was full of excitement. According to Forefather Bronze's detection, the establishment of this spatial passage had used space crystals. Although the amount of space crystals used was very limited, it was still used. In other words, Fong Chen had a chance of survival. Space crystals had been used. Fong Chen's face was full of excitement. Next, Forefather Bronze taught Fong Chen a method that had a certain chance of getting out. Using the formation to draw in the power of the stars in the void plane, gather them together, and bombard the void plane. There's a high chance that we can blast open the spatial passageway node and return to the spatial passageway, Fong Chen muttered to himself. This was the method that Forefather Bronze had left for Fong Chen. However, it was very difficult to draw the power of the stars in the void plane with an array formation. At the very least, it was impossible to use a profound-level array formation. Do I have to use a Tao-level array formation? Fong Chen wondered. When he left the Five Elements Academy, his master, Sage Master Danxing, had given him a triangular iron plate that contained a Tao-level array formation. However, this was a life-saving treasure that could not be used easily unless it was a critical moment. It was a one-time use Tao-level array formation. Once it was used up, it would completely collapse. Fong Chen thought for a moment, gritted his teeth, and took out the triangular iron plate. If I don't use it at this time, how long do I have to wait? Fong Chen said fiercely. If he did not use a Tao-level array formation, he would definitely not be able to gather the power of the stars in the void plane and would be trapped here forever. Even if he was given 100 Tao-level array formations, it would be useless. Therefore, Fong Chen decisively chose to use a Tao-level array formation. Looking at the triangular iron plate, Fong Chen could not help but sigh. He had not expected to use a Tao-level array formation under such circumstances. Fong Chen's soul entered the triangular iron plate and obtained information about the Tao-level array formation. Although this Tao-level array formation set up by Master is an offensive one, it can still draw power from the stars, muttered Fong Chen to himself. Right now, he had no other choice. The power of the stars was a high-level energy in the void plane. Even profound kings were unable to control unless they used a treasure or array formation. Fong Chen poured his spiritual qi into the triangular iron plate. Immediately, a vast aura spread out. In the blink of an eye, a Tao-level array formation had been set up. Fong Chen stood in the middle of the Tao-level array formation, his heart filled with shock. This is a Tao-level array formation? Fong Chen's heart surged. The power of a Tao-level array formation was truly too strong. It was countless times stronger than a top-grade profound array formation. At this moment, Fong Chen was in the middle of the Tao-level array formation. He could deeply feel the power of the Tao level array formation. Crash. After the Tao level array formation appeared, a boundless attractive force quietly appeared. Specks of starlight appeared in the void plane and slowly surged toward the Tao level array formation. Star power. Fang Chun saw the specks of starlight in the distance. He couldn't suppress his excitement. At this moment, in the outside world within the Five Elements Academy, Sage Master Danxing was currently playing chess with the Bone Weapon Saint Sovereign. Bone Weapon, it's not that I want to criticize you, but your chess skills are truly lacking. Sage Master Danxing laughed loudly. Every time Sage Master Danxing played chess with the Bone Weapon Saint Sovereign, he would tyrannically crush the other party. However, the Bone Weapon Saint Sovereign would repeatedly lose and continue to fight. Even if he lost every time and had never won, he still wouldn't admit defeat. Seeing Sage Master Danxing laugh loudly, the Bone Weapon Saint Sovereign said, "Old Qing, don't be complacent too early. There will be a day when I will defeat you. There will be a day." Sage Master Danxing shook his head. "I don't think you have a chance." As soon as Sage Master Danxing finished speaking, he suddenly had a thought, and his expression changed drastically. Seeing the change in Sage Master Danxing's expression, the Bone Weapon Saint Sovereign hurriedly asked, "Old Qing, what's wrong?" "Fang Chun used the Tao level array formation I gave him," Sage Master Danxing said in a deep voice. His words were filled with worry. He had just entered the Heavenly Void Secret Realm, and he had already used a Tao level array formation. What kind of danger did Fang Chun encounter? How long has it been since he used a Tao level array formation? Is it really as the rumors say? The Bone Weapon Saint Sovereign was also extremely surprised. It was rumored that the Heavenly Void Secret Realm was a place to harvest geniuses. The weak geniuses who entered the Heavenly Void Secret Realm would all die. Those who could stand out would be the peerless geniuses of the entire ancient sword continent. In the beginning, Sage Master Danxing and the others didn't believe it, but now they had no choice but to take this problem seriously. If it wasn't for the fact that he was in a life-and-death situation, Fang Chun definitely wouldn't use a Tao-level array formation. Even if he encountered danger, after using a Tao-level array formation, the danger should be resolved, the Bone Weapon Saint Sovereign said. "I hope so." Sage Master Danxing's face was ashen as he said in a low voice. Heavenly Void Secret Realm, in the void outside the spatial passage node. Fang Chun stood in the Tao-level array formation. He didn't know how much time had passed, but the power of the stars in the array formation was already very dense. The power of the stars is so domineering. Fang Chun looked around at the power of the stars around him and sighed. If he could refine the power of the stars into his body, his attack power would definitely be extraordinary. However, even a Mystic King realm expert couldn't do it. Time passed bit by bit. Fang Chun had been gathering the power of the stars. And in the Heavenly Void Secret Realm, all the cultivators had been searching for opportunities. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. In this short period of time, many cultivators had gained a lot. Star and Moon searched for opportunities while looking for King Lingtong. He swore to take revenge for Fang Chun. At a certain moment, on a mountain peak in the Heavenly Void Secret Realm, Star and Moon met a cultivator from Tianzhou. This cultivator from Tianzhou saw how beautiful Star and Moon was and became lustful. He wanted to make Star and Moon submit to him. "Beauty, submit to me." The cultivator from Tianzhou sneered. Star and Moon was already unhappy that Fang Chun had been swallowed by the darkness. Now that she heard the cultivator from Tianzhou's mockery, she said coldly, "You're courting death." As soon as Star and Moon finished speaking, she suddenly activated her Xianin demonic body and used her most powerful attack. "Beauty, you're too explosive, but I like your kind." The cultivator from Tianzhou laughed sinisterly. Rumble. The cultivator from Tianzhou used all his strength to block Star and Moon's attack. However, by the time he sensed Star and Moon's strength, it was already too late. Star and Moon stepped on the cultivator from Tianzhou. The cultivator's heart was filled with fear. "Beauty, please spare my life. I'm Linda from Tianzhou. My brother is Lin Lu." Linda said anxiously. I don't know Lin Lu. Star and Moon was expressionless. She stepped on him. With a crack, Linda lost his life. However, the moment Linda died, he had already sent out the news. Somewhere in the heavenly void secret realm, a man in a black robe with a bloodthirsty and cold aura killed a demonic beast at the 9th level of the spiritual vortex realm with one punch. Bang! The demonic beast at the 9th level of the spiritual vortex realm could not withstand the punch from the man in the black robe. Its body shattered. Then, the man in the black robe walked to the demonic beast's heart. He picked it up, opened his mouth, and swallowed it. After doing all this, a smile appeared on the black-robed man's face. Brother Lin Lu, you're getting stronger and stronger, a skinny man beside him said with a smile. That's right. Brother Lin Lu's strength has already reached the limit of the spiritual vortex realm. You're only one step away from the real martial arts realm, another man flattered. The man in the black robe was Lin Lu from Tianzhou. Just as Lin Lu was about to speak, his communication jade pendant suddenly rang. Brother, I met a woman. She's very strong. I'm not her match. Linda's voice sounded. At the same time, a set of portraits was sent over. Chapter 768. Lin Lu's hand trembled as he took out the shattered life slip. His face was extremely gloomy, and his body emitted a beast-like aura. Big Brother Lin Lu, what's wrong? Big Brother Lin Lu, what happened? The two cultivators hurriedly asked. Linda is dead, Lin Lu said coldly. His voice was filled with an intimidating aura. What? Linda is dead? The two cultivators were shocked when they heard that. They knew how important Linda was to Lin Lu. Lin Lu would definitely be furious if Linda was dead. As expected, Lin Lu spoke. Pass down my order. All cultivators in Tianzhou are to search for this woman. I, Lin Lu, will unconditionally fulfill one request of anyone who can provide me with an accurate location. As he spoke, a spiritual image appeared in front of Lin Lu. The woman in the image was Star and Moon. Big Brother Lin Lu, don't worry. This woman dared to kill Linda. She will pay the price. The skinny cultivator nodded heavily. Another warrior also made a solemn vow. 3 days later, all the cultivators in Tianzhou heard the news of Linda's death. Lin Lu issued a reward to search for a woman. This woman shouldn't be from Tianzhou. She's really bold. She actually dared to touch Lin Lu's younger brother. Yeah, she offended Lin Lu. She's dead. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and find her. Yeah, Lin Lu will unconditionally fulfill one request. This temptation is too great. Many cultivators in Tianzhou started to search for Star and Moon. At this moment, Star and Moon had no idea that she was being targeted by the cultivators in Tianzhou. The heavenly void secret dimension was huge. It was not something an ordinary person could imagine. It was very difficult to find a person in this huge heavenly void secret dimension. Many cultivators were in a hurry in the heavenly void secret dimension. In the void outside the spatial tunnel, Fang Chun was still gathering the power of the stars. At a certain moment, there was a loud explosion in the Tao level array. Fang Chun opened his eyes, and a smile appeared on his face. The power of the stars had reached the limit of the Tao level array. It can no longer draw the power of the stars. Let's hope we can blast open a corner, Fang Chun muttered to himself. Subsequently, Fang Chun controlled the Tao level array formation to operate instantly. Then, the power of the stars in the Tao level formation gathered on Fang Chun's fist like a stampede of horses. At this moment, Fang Chun felt that his body was filled with power, as powerful as a true martial realm expert. Open! Fang Chun let out a low growl and punched out. The power of the stars gathered on his fist flowed down like a waterfall. Rumble wherever the power of the stars passed. The void would constantly distort. This was enough to show how powerful the power of the stars was. Unfortunately, this star energy was only drawn over by Tao grade formation, and it was utterly impossible for humans to accomplish this. In the blink of an eye, the power of the stars bombarded a certain plane of nothingness, and a deafening sound rang out. Fang Chun saw the surging star power spread out in an instant. Even the explosion of a nuclear weapon on Earth would not have such power. It's too powerful. Fangchen could not help but exclaim. With such power, if it bombarded his body, he would be turned into ashes in a matter of minutes. It must succeed. Fang Chun prayed in his heart. He was very nervous. This time, his survival was at stake. Crack! A ripple was set off in the void plane. The vast power of the stars swept through the entire void plane and instantly invaded it. Under Fang Chen's gaze, a crack suddenly appeared in the void plane. Then, Fang Chun saw a space passage. Ha! It worked! Fang Chun also did not expect that it would actually succeed so easily. Since the space passage appeared, Fang Chun naturally would not waste any time. His figure flashed, and with the help of the remaining power of the stars in the Tao level formation, he instantly drilled out of the crack. Crash! The Tao level formation collapsed, and the power of the stars was restored to heaven and earth. The crack in the void plane also closed again. At this time, Fang Chun had returned to the space passage. His surroundings were pitch black, but Fang Chun was very excited. He was finally back. In the void plane, he did not know how many days had passed. Time did not have any meaning. Fang Chun did not stop. He quickly flew in the space passage. In the blink of an eye, he left the space passage. In the void plane, after Fang Chun left, an old voice sounded. Interesting little guy. Whoosh! Fang Chun looked up at the endless blue sky and took a deep breath. In the void plane, he almost suffocated to death. He finally returned to the heavenly void secret land. I Fang Chun am back. At this time, Fang Chun was very excited. He was plotted against in the space passage and was lucky to survive. After experiencing a lot of hardships, he finally returned. Plotting against you, Master Fang Chun. You're dead. Although Fang Chun did not know who the person who had plotted against him was, he believed that he would definitely find out. The place where Fang Chun was at was a lush mountain range. What is this place? Fang Chun did not know anything about the heavenly void secret land. He was prepared to walk around and see if he could find the martial artist from the five-element state. Thinking of this, Fang Chun's body flashed and disappeared into the mountain range. At this time, in the depths of the mountain range, there were a few martial artists sitting on green stones and resting. After searching for so many days, we still can't find that girl. Yes, the heavenly void secret land is so big. It's too difficult to find her. Let's take a break and continue searching. Anyway, it won't delay anything. We can look for opportunities while searching for this girl. These martial artists were all martial artists from the Tianzhou state. The leader was a martial artist at the 8th level spiritual whirlpool realm. The other martial artists were all at the 7th level spiritual whirlpool realm. In the Tianzhou state, they were considered outstanding geniuses. However, in the heavenly void secret land, their strength was nothing. As they were chatting, they suddenly felt that someone was approaching. The leader frowned and looked into the distance cautiously. At this time, Fang Chun's figure entered their sight. Yes, seeing that Fang Chun was alone, these people instantly let down their guard. Fang Chun was walking when he suddenly saw the martial artists. His eyes lit up and he walked towards them. "Boy, who are you?" the leader asked coldly. "I'm just passing by and want to ask where this is." Fang Chun cupped his hands and said, "We don't know either." The leader said. He noticed that there was a 5-pointed star symbol on Fang Chun's collar. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. The 5-pointed star was the symbol of the 5 Elements Academy. "Boy, have you seen this girl before?" The leader's soul moved and a soul portrait appeared in the sky. Yes. Seeing this, Fang Chun's expression changed slightly and he stared at the portrait. Wasn't this the portrait of the star and moon? Why were these people looking for her? "I don't know her," Fang Chun said. "Why are you looking for her? Why are you asking so much nonsense? If you don't know her, then hand over your interspatial ring and get out of here," the leader said coldly. "Robbery." Fang Chun raised his eyebrows and said in a low voice, "Boy, don't be so shameless." Before the martial artist could finish speaking, he stopped abruptly, because his chest was bleeding. Opposite him, Fang Chun held the hidden star sword in his hand. The tip of the sword was dripping with blood. "Boy, you dare to attack." The leader was furious and launched a fierce attack. "You dare to rob with such strength?" Originally, Fang Chun disdained to attack them. However, they were looking for the star and moon and seemed to want to harm the star and moon. Moreover, they wanted to rob Fang Chun. Therefore, Fang Chun attacked. His combat power was comparable to the 9th level of the Spirit Vortex realm. The martial artists in Tianzhou were unable to resist. How was this possible? In the blink of an eye, the other martial artists were all killed. Only the leader was left. He cried out in horror. Bang! Fang Chun stepped on the leader's chest and pressed the hidden star sword against his throat. He asked, "Why are you looking for that girl?" This girl killed the younger brother of our Tianzhou's #1 martial artist, Lin Lu. Lin Lu issued a reward for finding this girl. He will unconditionally fulfill one request. The leader was already scared out of his wits. He answered whatever Fang Chun asked. Lin Lu. Fang Chun had never heard of this person, but he remembered it in his heart. "Hero, please spare my life." The leader begged for mercy. Pucci the hidden star sword slashed across the leader's neck and blood spurted out. Fang Chun put away the hidden star sword and turned to leave. Not long after Fang Chun left, a group of Tianzhou martial artists arrived. After discovering the dead Tianzhou martial artists, their faces were gloomy. "Who killed our Tianzhou martial artists?" Someone said coldly. "Could it be that girl? The culprit shouldn't have gone far." Chase. In an instant, these Tianzhou martial artists all gave chase. After Fang Chun killed a few Tianzhou martial artists, he left the mountain range. He realized something. When he came out of the void plane, he seemed to have entered the space tunnel at the entrance of Tianzhou. After coming out of the space tunnel, this area was filled with Tianzhou martial artists. "I have to find the star and moon as soon as possible," Fang Chun said to himself. At a certain moment, the little mouse jumped onto Fang Chun's shoulder. It sniffed and said, "Boss, I smelled danger." Hearing this, Fang Chun leaped and instantly stood in the air, looking into the distance. Roar! Suddenly, a black figure flew over from the horizon and let out a loud and clear cry. The ear-piercing cry made Fang Chun slightly startled. Bang! Seeing the black shadow's aggressive attack, Fang Chun punched out. Immediately, his body kept retreating and finally landed on the ground. At this time, Fang Chun also saw the black shadow that attacked him. It was a flying beast, golden-winged bird. Staring at the black shadow in the sky, Fang Chun said. Chapter 769. It was rare to encounter a golden-winged bird in the outside world. The golden-winged bird clan was best at speed. It was said that an adult golden-winged bird speed was so fast that even a warrior at the limit of the spiritual vortex realm could not catch up with it. The powerful golden-winged bird did not even fear a warrior at the real martial arts realm. They dominated the demonic beast world by relying on their speed. In terms of survival skills, the golden-winged bird was definitely the best. It's a golden-winged bird. Fang Chun stared at the golden-winged bird in the sky and muttered to himself. Fang Chun sensed that the golden-winged bird's strength was around the 9th level of the spiritual vortex realm. If it were other demonic beasts, Fang Chun would not be afraid. However, he could not kill the golden-winged bird. Whoosh! The golden-winged bird flapped its wings and instantly turned into a black shadow, charging towards Fang Chun. Seeing this, Fang Chun used the Earth Escape sword technique. Crash! Countless rays of earthy yellow sword light instantly surrounded Fang Chun's body, forming an extremely strong defense. Pucci! The golden-winged bird's sharp beak collided with the yellow sword light and disappeared in a flash. When the golden-winged bird returned to the sky, Fang Chun realized that a few rays of the yellow sword light had been shattered. In the following time, the golden-winged bird used its speed as its foundation to attack Fang Chun. As for Fang Chun, he could not even catch the golden-winged bird's shadow. This made Fang Chun speechless. Damn it! After 15 minutes, the defense formed by the Earth Escape sword technique was completely broken by the golden-winged bird. Fang Chun could not attack the golden-winged bird at all. The bird's speed was too fast. At this moment, Little Mouse used its special ability. A huge purple rat shadow appeared, and a strong suction force instantly enveloped the golden-winged bird. Roar! The golden-winged bird let out a loud cry. It seemed to have sensed danger. It flapped its wings and instantly turned into a black shadow. It escaped the coverage of Little Mouse's special ability and disappeared into the sky. Seeing the golden-winged bird leave, Fangchen shook his head and sighed. If he could possess the speed of the golden-winged bird, he would even dare to challenge a true martial realm expert. However, this was just a thought. For the rest of the time, Fangchen walked carefully. If a rare demonic beast like the golden-winged bird could appear here, there should be even more powerful demonic beasts. After walking for about 10 days, Fangchen heard a piece of news. On a mountain peak not far away from him, a golden dragon pillar appeared. It was said that there was a powerful treasure hidden within the golden light dragon pillar. Many warriors rushed over after hearing the news. Fangchen was no exception. He was also curious about the golden light dragon pillar. When he arrived at the foot of the mountain, Fangchen discovered that there was a golden dragon pillar at the top of the mountain. Why was it called the golden light dragon pillar? That was because the pillar that reached the sky was completely condensed by golden light. There were dragon-shaped carvings around it. Thus, it was called the golden light dragon pillar. Faintly, one could see that there was a golden token within the golden light dragon pillar. At the foot of the mountain, there were about 20 warriors. Some were from the Tianzhou state, and some were from the demon state. However, there were no warriors from the five-element state. Fangchen's arrival did not attract any attention. Everyone's gaze was on the golden light dragon pillar. Could it be that the token within the golden light dragon pillar is a keepsake? Even if it's not a keepsake, it's definitely a treasure. How do I get the token? Do I just have to step into the golden light dragon pillar? Why don't you try and find out? Someone was restless, unable to suppress the restlessness in his heart. His figure flashed, and he directly flew to the top of the mountain. Then his aura surged, and he instantly stepped into the golden light dragon pillar. Seeing the purple glow around this person, many of the Tianzhou warriors cried out in surprise. Purple glow. Could it be the limitless purple luck technique? A warrior exclaimed. It's Zixi. It's actually him. The Tianzhou warriors recognized this person. His name was Zixi. Among the younger generation of the Tianzhou state, he was considered one of the best. Bang! Just as the crowd was discussing, Zixi retreated from the golden light dragon pillar. Purple glow surged around his body, and he looked battered and exhausted. His face was ashen as he stared at the golden light dragon pillar. Clearly, Zixi had failed. What? Even Zixi failed? Someone cried out in surprise. Zixi's cultivation had reached the 9th level of the spiritual vortex realm. If even Zixi had failed, then who could have gotten the token? Fangchen glanced at Zixi and then looked at the golden light dragon pillar thoughtfully. During this time, many warriors had entered the golden light dragon pillar. But as expected, they were all blasted out. They were even more battered than Zixi. At this time, the crowd finally realized that something was wrong. It's just a golden light dragon pillar. Let me suppress it. Suddenly, a thunderous voice rang out. Then, a black figure leaped onto the mountain peak and stepped into the golden light dragon pillar. Seeing this, the crowd's eyes widened. It's Yuheng, the demon state's Yuheng. Will he succeed? Another peerless genius caused the crowd to cry out in surprise. Yuheng's strength was slightly higher than Zixi's. He was very famous among the demon state's geniuses. Seeing Yuheng make a move, some of the demon state's warriors believed that the token would definitely be obtained by Yuheng. At this time, the crowd could clearly see Yuheng, who was inside the golden light dragon pillar, step by step. His body was approaching the token. Can Yuheng really get the token? What exactly is this token? Why is it inside the golden light dragon pillar? The golden light dragon pillar had suddenly appeared. No one knew why it had appeared. It was very likely that some warriors had triggered some mechanism, causing the golden light dragon pillar to appear. Many people believe that the token inside the golden light dragon pillar was the key to some ruins. Anyway, it was very important. At the beginning, many people were eager to give it a try. But after Zixi's failure, the crowd dismissed the idea. Even Zixi had failed. Among the crowd, there were not many who were stronger than Zixi. Just as the crowd was discussing, Yuheng was about to touch the token. At this time, Yuheng's face was full of smiles. It's just a token. Yu Hong can easily get it, Yu Hong said arrogantly. He stretched out his hand, wanting to grab the token. But at this time, a powerful fluctuation came from the golden light dragon pillar, instantly pushing Yu Hong back. Yu Hong did his best to circulate his energy, wanting to stabilize himself. But in the end, he still failed. Yu Hong miserably retreated from the golden light dragon pillar. His expression was incomparably gloomy. Just a moment ago, he had arrogantly said that he would suppress the golden light dragon pillar. But now, he was rejected by the golden light dragon pillar. Yu Hong felt his face burning. What? Even Yu Hong failed? The crowd exclaimed. Could it be that only the top geniuses of the 3 prefectures could suppress the golden light dragon pillar? For a moment, the foot of the mountain became restless. At that moment, Fang Chun tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and leaped up to the peak of the mountain. You're courting death. Seeing Fang Chun step into the golden light dragon pillar, Yu Hong said coldly to Zixi. The Tianzhou and Demon Prefecture's cultivators looked at each other. Who is this kid? Does he think he's stronger than Yu Hong and Zixi? I don't even know his name. He must be a nobody. Is he trying to play to the gallery? How laughable. Many cultivators shook their heads. They didn't think that Fang Chun would succeed. At this time, within the golden light dragon pillar, Fang Chun was struggling to move. He was surrounded by boundless energy. Just how is this golden light dragon pillar formed? Fang Chun muttered to himself. The pressure within the golden light dragon pillar was very great. It was impossible to walk to the token. Fang Chun had only decided to give it a try after careful consideration. After taking a few steps, Fang Chun discovered that he still couldn't obtain the token with his current strength. Fang Chun silently circulated his golden heart. The undying bird's essence blood within the golden heart instantly burned. Crash! Boundless, undying flames instantly surged out of the golden heart. Fang Chun's body was surrounded by dense, undying flames. After the undying flames protected his body, Fang Chun discovered that the pressure from the golden light dragon pillar had decreased a lot. Under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, Fang Chun walked step by step to the front of the token. He then picked up the golden token. The outside world was in an uproar. Just who was this kid? Even Zixi and Yu Hong couldn't do it, but he did it. Moreover, he did it so casually. What's going on? Zixi stared at the golden light dragon pillar and said in a low voice. There's something wrong with the flames on his body, Yu Hong said. As they spoke, Fang Chun walked out of the golden light dragon pillar with the token in his hand. Chapter 770. Zixi and Yu Hong had both failed. Below the mountain, many cultivators believed that it would be extremely difficult to take out a token from the golden dragon pillar. Yet a nameless pawn had actually managed to take out a token successfully. Seeing Fang Chun calmly walk out of the golden dragon pillar, everyone was in an uproar. They couldn't believe how Fang Chun had succeeded. Even Zixi and Yu Hong were staring at Fang Chun. Seeing everyone's gazes on him, Fang Chun grinned and put away the token. It was at this moment that Zixi opened his mouth. Brother, I've never seen you before. Are you a cultivator from the Demon Province or the 5 Elements Province? Asked Zixi as he looked at Fang Chun. To be able to take out a token from the golden dragon pillar, such a cultivator definitely wasn't a nobody. He definitely wasn't a cultivator from the Sky Province. My Demon Province doesn't seem to have someone like you either, said Yu Hong. Fang Chun spread his hands. That's right. I'm a cultivator from the 5 Elements Province. Hearing that, Zixi and Yu Heng's expressions changed slightly before returning to normal. With your skills, you could be considered a peak expert in the 5 Elements Province, said Zixi. Fang Chun shook his head. I'm nothing in the 5 Elements Province. Fang Chun's words caused Yu Heng to frown slightly. This kid was clearly brushing him off. Of the 3 provinces, the Demon Province was the strongest. The 5 Elements Province was about the same as the Sky Province. However, if they were to carefully calculate, the 5 Elements Province was even weaker than the Sky Province. Zixi was already considered one of the Sky Province's geniuses, but even he couldn't take out a token from the Golden Dragon Pillar. Since this person was able to take out a token, his strength should be about the same as Zixi's. But now, he was saying that his strength wasn't anything in the Five Elements province. Sir, we don't care how strong you are in the Five Elements province. We just want to take a look at your token, said Yu Hong. After all, he was a genius of the Demon Continent. His tone was unquestionable. That's right. Brother, we also want to know what the medallion within the Golden Dragon Pillar is. Can you take it out for us to see? Zixi grinned. Looking at Zixi and Yu Hong, Fang Chun said, It's just an ordinary token. It's not worthy of your attention. Fang Chun tactfully rejected Zixi and Yu Heng's proposal, causing the two of them to be slightly displeased. At this moment, many warriors below the mountain had also leaped to the top of the mountain. Brat, senior brother Yu Hong, is speaking politely to you because he thinks highly of you. Don't be ungrateful, berated a demon state cultivator. He was a martial artist from Yu Heng's faction, so he naturally spoke up for Yu Hong. Brat, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. If you don't take it out, there is no need for senior brother Zixi to make a move. I will be able to suppress you. A cultivator behind Zixi said arrogantly. A trace of killing intent flashed through Fang Chen's eyes when he saw this. These small fries before him were not enough to make him, Fang Chun, feel any fear. However, before Fang Chun could say anything, the Golden Dragon Pillar suddenly shook and then collapsed. Countless dense, golden auras poured into Fang Chen's body. Fang Chen's heart shook. This golden aura had actually entered the medallion he had just obtained. In the blink of an eye, the deathly still medallion began to vibrate. Countless golden runes appeared on the medallion. These runes constantly moved about chaotically before finally stabilizing. Then the medallion returned to its original calm state. This process was extremely fast. In fact, it had only taken the blink of an eye. However, Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil. It seemed that this medallion was definitely not ordinary. Although he didn't know what this medallion was, it wasn't the time to study it right now. He had to deal with the problem before him first before studying it properly. Who knew? He might be able to discover something. When everyone saw that Fang Chun had fallen silent, they thought that Fang Chun was afraid. The cultivator from Zixi's faction became even more arrogant. Brat, are you still not going to hand over the medallion? Do you want to die? I'll give you 3 seconds. If you don't see the medallion by then, you can stay here forever, the cultivator from Yu Heng's faction said. Fang Chun was startled awake by their voices. When he heard these threats, his face darkened completely. Are you all planning to snatch it by force? Fang Chun glanced at Zixi, then turned his gaze towards Yu Hong and asked, I already said that I'm just borrowing your medallion. That's right. Given our status, we wouldn't stoop so low as to rob you. We're just borrowing your medallion, Yu Hong said. The two of them didn't even bat an eyelid when they lied, making Fang Chun speechless. A trace of ridicule appeared in Fang Chen's eyes, after which he said, There's only one token, but both of you want to borrow it to take a look. Tell me, who should I give it to? Of course you should give it to me, Zixi immediately said. Yu Hong, naturally want to be the first to see it, Yu Hong solemnly said. Immediately, swords were drawn on the mountain peak. Yu Heng's people and Zixi's people were in a standoff. Brother Yu Hong, how about you give me some face? Zixi said. The medallion within the Golden Dragon Pillar was definitely not ordinary. Zixi naturally wanted to be the first to see it. Perhaps he would be able to discover the secret within it. Yu Hong also didn't want to give in. He shook his head. Then, Brother Zixi, why don't you give me some face? Immediately, the two sides were in a standoff. Neither Zixi nor Yu Hong was willing to give in. Zixi and Yu Hong didn't make a move. Although Yu Hong was slightly stronger than Zixi, if they really fought, both of them would definitely be injured. They had just entered the Heavenly Void secret land. If they were injured, it would be very disadvantageous for them in the future. Naturally, Yu Hong wasn't stupid enough to fight Zixi. The two sides were in a standoff. After a long while, Yu Hong suddenly saw a smile in Fang Chen's eyes. Immediately after, Yu Hong shook his head slightly. He looked at Zixi and said, Brother Zixi, is there any point in our standoff? Will we be able to see the medallion in the end? Hearing Yu Heng's words, Zixi was also shocked. To be able to reach such a stage, Zixie's intelligence must be monstrous. After Yu Heng's reminder, Zixie instantly understood. Soon after, he grinned and said, "Why don't we join forces and use this guy's medallion to pass the test?" No matter how they fought, it would be after they obtained the medallion. At the same time, Yu Heng and Zixie couldn't help but admire this guy's strategy, which is a simple sentence. The two of them had almost fallen for it. After Yu Heng and Zixie reached an agreement, they both looked at Fang Chun. Their bodies emitted a terrifying aura, suppressing Fang Chun. "Brat, don't try to be clever," said Zixie coldly. "You know that if you don't use the medallion, you won't be able to leave here today," said Yu Heng in a deep voice. Seeing this, Fang Chun also directly expressed his attitude. He said, "Robbery is robbery. Why do you have to make it sound so dignified? Is this the style of the Tianzhou and Demon Zhou cultivators? How laughable. Since the medallion is in my hands, it means that it is fated to be with me. You want me to obediently hand it over?" "Impossible," said Fang Chun in a deep voice. Fang Chun's attitude was very clear. It was impossible for him to hand over the medallion. Hearing Fang Chun's words, Zixie and Yu Heng were completely enraged. "Brat, you will regret what you have done today," said Zixie. "If you want to fight, then fight. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" said Fang Chun domineeringly. "There's no need for senior apprentice brother Zixie to do anything. Let me suppress you." The person who spoke was Zixie's disciple. He had been extremely arrogant before. "The Tianzhou Zixie, are you afraid? Why don't you let your dog test me?" demanded Fang Chun. "Brat, you're courting death." That disciple's expression was gloomy. A terrifying aura erupted from his body as he furiously roared. "A dog will always be a dog. You'll never know just how stupid your actions are," continued Fang Chun. That disciple was infuriated and immediately prepared to attack Fang Chun. As for Zixie and Yu Heng, they were extremely disdainful of Fang Chun's provocation. "Brat, although you obtained the medallion from the Golden Dragon Pillar, you still don't have the qualifications to make me, Zixie, personally kill you," said Zixie icily. Zixie's words had just left his mouth when that disciple suddenly roared. Carrying a monstrous aura, he instantly launched a fierce attack at Fang Chun. That disciple's cultivation had reached the 8th level of the Spirit Vortex realm. Among the younger generation of the Tianzhou province, he was ranked in the top 30. With your strength, you're only fit to be someone else's dog. Seeing the disciple's fierce attack, Fang Chun wasn't the slightest bit afraid. "Go die." That disciple tightly clenched his fists. His entire body's strength gathered in his palms as he fiercely punched out. Bang! Fang Chun's fist fiercely smashed into that disciple's body, causing a deafening sound. When the boundless spiritual qi dissipated, Zixie's disciple was instantly sent flying. He fell to the ground and let out a miserable cry. "Trash like you dares to be so arrogant." Fang Chun was extremely insolent. He didn't give Zixie any face. Since they wanted to steal his things, then he didn't need to care about their faces. Fang Chun unleashed a fierce attack, sending the martial artist who had shouted at him flying with a single punch. "You!" The disciple spat out a mouthful of blood. He wanted to speak, but because of his heavy injuries, he couldn't speak. Zixie's expression was gloomy as he stared at Fang Chun. "Brat, before you hit a dog, you have to look at its master. You'll have to pay with your life for injuring my people," said Zixie icily. "Why the hypocrisy? If you want to kill me, then just say it. Are all the people of the Tianzhou province so fake?" Fang Chun sneered disdainfully. "Don't be so arrogant. Do you really think you're invincible?" Zixie's body had a purple luster. His purple hair fluttered as a boundless aura was emitted. "Arrogant? Am I as arrogant as you? I worked so hard to obtain something. Do you think I'm a pushover?" Fang Chun icily said.